that the chance for a breakdown is fairly small, and if we do have it, it might not be such a bad.
No, we have this vision of everybody getting together and having a giant collapse or a giant global reset. Those visions are way too simplistic.
Okay.
And when you have the kinds of conditions where that happens, the chances of war skyrocket. So you tend not to get a giant global collapse. Every time in the last 30 years, Greg, that the economy and the financial system really looked like it was getting into the danger zone, you had a dramatic event. You had 9/11. You had a war start. You had, on and on and on. So imagine the price of gold starting to go up and then bam. Because remember, a lot of the weaponry is so invisible.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like so much of the warfare has gone secret and covert. So I just think the Big Bang collapse is way too simplistic. That's number one. Because we have collapse going on come to my community, we have collapse going on steadily and have had it going on for a long time. So, but there's no doubt we have a failure as a people to come back into a balance with each other, with the environment. It's real funny. I was explaining my model once to my Bible class teacher in Washington, and she looked at me with disgust and she said, "You're making it way too complicated. It's in Leviticus. We have to take care of the land, we have to take care of each other, and we have to take care of ourselves." And if you look at what's going on, just certainly in America, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And you've got a lot of powerful people with a lot of new technology saying, hey, we can operate with free money and zero constraints under the law. We can kill with impunity. And that behavior, it's like a bull in a china shop, is wrecking the place. I've watched it wreck my community for 10 years. I'm sick of it.
Watch Life PD, and what do you got? No ID, no insurance. I'm doing crack. I'm doing meth. I'm doing heroin. You watch Life PD. I mean, it's right.
But wait a minute. Look at the materials they're using to do sex education in California. Those materials are what the CIA used to do to teach children how to be sex slaves.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Okay? So we are financing our educational institutions teaching young children how to be sex slaves. We are feeding them burgers. I call them biowarfare burgers that are the equivalent of hormone replacement therapy. We are giving them vaccines. I had one subscriber who has 3 kids. His pediatrician brought in an auditor to look at all his files. Here were the numbers. Out of the non-vaccinated kids, 1 out of 715 kids had autism. Out of the lightly vaccinated kids, 1 out of every 400 plus had autism. Out of the kids taking the recommended schedules, 1 out of 45.
Wow.
A heavily autistic child, according to, there's one of the mothers in the first Vax movie estimated, a heavily autistic child will cost you $5 million present value.
Like
That's what it costs. It's a marriage destroyer, it's a family destroyer. Greg, what I have to tell you is, it's funny because I'll have, I once had a client who was a grandparent, and he said to me, I can't afford to tell my kids not to vaccinate because they just get so offended. And he said, they tell me it's not my business, and they're right, it's not my business. I said, wrong. Because if your grandchild becomes autistic, it's going to be $5 million. You have the $5 million, your kids don't. Guess who's going to pay? So it is your business.
Solar Report, this is the first quarter, taking the red button and turning it green. Very clever on the front and back of the magazine. Very well done. This is a condensing, what you do every quarter. You have all your video presentation, your library, your rich resources. We'll put up the link to, you can scroll down to see all your posters about the missing 21 trillion, and it affects us all, no matter what creed or sex or religion, whatever. It pretty much affects everybody, and it should make everybody really upset. maybe a unifying thing that we've all been ripped off, no matter whether you're Democrat, Republican,
it's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Right. It's an opportunity to come together and start to reverse things.
It's correct. And it's a big awakening, and you're partly responsible in a big way for that. And that's Catherine Austin Fitts, at the publisher of the Solari Report at Solari.com. We didn't cover all in your fine magazine, but we covered a lot. And thank you very much for joining us today on USAWatchdog.com.
Okay, Greg, you always turn my red button green.
Well, thanks for coming on, and I appreciate it. Now you're headed off to Europe for a few months, and we'll catch you on the flip side, or maybe we'll catch you over there. Thank you so much, Catherine Austin Fitts, for joining us today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
Okay, so there's a shortfall of truth in the media. And there's a ton of information out there that the mainstream media will not get near. 9/11, banker occupation, the Clintons, safe and natural health information. The list just goes on and on. Enter the World Broadcasting Network. We aim to challenge censorship the tech overlords deal out daily with shows like Sunday Long Live Radio, Americanuck Radio, and the Robert Scott Bell Show. We are fighting back for you. Why? Because this is going to take all the truth tellers to push back. And WBN 324 aims to be right in the middle of the action. So just type in your browser WBN 324 and join the fight for truth.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
This is Martin Houston for WBN. Attention has been on President Trump this week with his State of the Union address and then the pretty much foregone conclusion of his full acquittal on the railroaded impeachment attempt. The State of the Union address was generally well received and held a special surprise for veteran American talk show host Rush Limbaugh, a voice regularly heard on this station and in many other places. Rush had just broken the news to the world that he's in advanced lung cancer, which is not the best news for anybody. However, President Trump took the opportunity during the State of the Union address, which Rush was invited as one of his guests, to address Rush, and award him with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor a civilian can receive. What is more, the First Lady, Melania Trump, who was sitting next to Rush, presented him with the medal. The President said, "Almost every American family knows the pain that a loved one who is diagnosed with a serious illness. Here tonight is a special man, someone beloved by millions of Americans who has just received a stage 4 advanced cancer diagnosis. This is not good news, but what is good news is that he is the greatest fighter and winner you will ever meet. Rush Limbaugh, thank you for your decades of tireless devotion to our country, Rush. And in recognition for all you have done for our nation, the millions of people a day that you speak to and inspire, and all the incredible work that you have done for charity, I am proud to announce tonight that you will be receiving our country's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom." And this is an interesting food for thought from an anonymous poster. Trump didn't just award Rush a Presidential Medal of Freedom tonight, he deputized him. Rush's last days we spent torpedoing the entire globalist world order with information straight from the top. Each and every show from here on out is an absolute must-listen. Rush is a perfect and willing vessel to conduct his final mission for truth, for God, and for country. This is more credible as soon after the end of the impeachment trial, Donald J. Trump sent out his first tweet that directly references a QAnon post. That's post 3742. This tweet, entitled "What Really Happened," was deleted soon after, I wonder by who, but not before it got indexed by the various sites that follow Trump's tweets in order to make fun of him. Whoops! And here is post 3742, originally sent 23rd of December 2019. Why is Pelosi holding the 2 articles of impeachment? How do you introduce the truth about what happened to the public? What value might exist in attempting to block public testimony/hearings? Would educating the public through a Senate prior to Barr, Durham, Huber releases be important? Narratives are created and pushed to prevent the public from discovering the truth. Enemy of the people. Signed Q. And at the end of his speech, Trump handed a copy to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who was sitting behind him. She then took an action that has caused a storm of outrage. She tore the speech up. And this was an official signed government document. She was not just demonstrating a temper tantrum, but a potentially serious criminal act. Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has filed an ethics complaint against Pelosi for the willful destruction of her copy of the speech. He said in a tweet, "Her conduct was beneath the dignity of the House and a potential violation of Law 18 U.S.C. 2071. Nobody is above the law. She must be held accountable." Will it get anywhere? The same Mr. Gaetz filed an ethics complaint against Adam Schiff back in October at the start of this long-running pantomime. Nothing seems to become of that. The very next day, the long-running circus that is the Trump impeachment came to an end. All Democrats in the Senate voted for impeachment, plus Mitt Romney. All other Republicans sided with the Trump team's view that the whole thing was just vexatious. This meant the impeachment call didn't even achieve a simple majority, let alone the two-thirds needed to be actionable. The next Thursday, Trump gave his first live public statement and was in a triumphant mood, in particular repeating to the world Matt Gaetz' accusations against Adam Schiff that he distorted the nature of Trump's call to Ukraine President Zelensky, the whole basis of the many months of time wasting compounded on the years of time wasting that was Russiagate. Trump called Schiff a vicious, horrible person, and also proceeded to go for the jugular with drawing attention to the whole Hunter Biden corruption situation. This seems to have forced the Senate to start investigating Hunter Biden. This is not going to end well for him. In comparison to the goings-on around Trump, everything else is rather quiet. Coronavirus keeps growing. There are horror stories coming out of China of people being forced to stay inside their own homes by turning off the lifts in high-rise apartments, and also cases of sick people being locked inside their homes. There's no end in sight. The number of dead and recovered keeps growing, with recovered now outnumbering the dead about 2 to 1. This gives an eventual death toll of billions if this is not stopped. And these are the official figures that many have warned are very suspect. And even with all this going on, there's no let up with the carbon scam. Boris Johnson, the UK PM, has teamed up with National Treasurer Sir David Attenborough with a new shock twist in the insanity is that hybrid cars are to be included in the aim to get rid of all engines that burn carbon fuels. The only choices left for the next generation if they allow this insanity will be electric or hydrogen powered. And where is all that hydrogen going to come from? You'd have to go to the sun to find hydrogen in usable quantities. Hydrogen is much happier in its oxide form. That's called water. This has been Martin Houston for WBN 324.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
A couple days ago, Senator Lindsey Graham announced that the Senate will investigate the Ukraine whistleblower, the Bidens, and FISA abuse. And the big news we have right now, the GOP senators waste no time investigating Hunter Biden after impeachment acquittal. And that is big news, and we still have more. The Treasury Department has already complied with a records request from the GOP. Dare I say, the investigation is underway. It is moving forward. And admittedly, I'm kind of impressed. I didn't think the Republicans would actually do anything. Many people agreed. It seems like after all of these scandals from Russia to Ukraine, the Republicans just didn't do anything in response. And if they don't, it will keep happening. The argument from the Republicans in the impeachment trial of Trump is basically that he had real probable cause to investigate the Bidens. But Lindsey Graham and several others said this was not the proper venue, leading people like me and many others to think they just weren't ever going to do anything about it. I stand corrected. I was wrong, and I apologize. They're actually moving forward, and good. This is not about policy. It's about justice. Now, many of the Democrats want to claim the process was broken, but previously they were arguing with the process when it pertained to the House. I don't care about the political tit for tat. I care about whether or not Joe and Hunter Biden did anything nefarious, because there is enough evidence to suggest maybe. I'm not going to say it definitively, but there's something there, especially with the whistleblower. So if they're going after Hunter Biden now, it stands to reason Lindsey Graham was telling the truth when he said FISA abuse and the whistleblower are on their radar. There is still a lot more news. one of the other big story we have is Bill Barr is changing the rules into how you can actually investigate a presidential candidate. We'll go through all of that. I think it's a typically smart move because the complaint is about how Hillary Clinton got damaged in 2016. Certainly the left won't claim that's bad for them, right? And the last thing I want to cover today is Nancy Pelosi claimed that Trump would be impeached forever. And Republicans have now announced if they win back the House in November, they will expunge the impeachment of Donald Trump, meaning he will have never really been impeached, sort of. I know we'll all know it happened, but the records will be expunged. Dare I say, I think it's going to happen. The Democrats have handed Trump a massive and major victory with the acquittal, and he is already gloating. And because of this, they opened the door into the Bidens. They could have left well enough alone, but they were so desperate. It just keeps backfiring. Every single time they try, they just make it worse. So let's get started on the first story. But before we do, head over to timcast.com/donate if you'd like to support my work. There's a PayPal option, a crypto option, a physical address. But of course, the best thing you can do, share this video. A lot of people, echo chambers, they don't want to hear it. And I say it all the time. But I think it's really important that people start to look into what's happening with Hunter Biden and where this goes. Even if you're someone who for some reason likes Hunter Biden, a guy who is getting between $50,000 and $83,000 a month for doing who knows what, it's important you know these things. Listen, you can hate my guts all day and night, but if you do end up watching this video, at least you'll understand how I think about things. It's fair, right? For everybody else, sharing the video just really helps the channel. Let's read from the Daily Caller. They report, the Republican chairman of 2 Senate committees wasted no time after President Donald Trump's impeachment acquittal Wednesday before opening up a new area of inquiry related to Hunter Biden's foreign business activities. Minutes after the Senate voted to acquit Trump, let me repeat that, minutes after the Senate voted to acquit Trump, Senate Finance Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley of Iowa and Senate Homeland Security Chairman Ron Johnson of Wisconsin released a letter they sent to the director of the Secret Service requesting Biden's travel records during the time when his father was vice president. Quote, we write to request information about whether Hunter Biden used government-sponsored travel to help conduct private business. The senators wrote to Secret Service Director James M. Murray. They say they want records indicating whether the younger Biden had Secret Service protective detail while his father, Joe Biden, was in office. They also want records of Hunter Biden's travel while he received any protection. The Republicans focused the inquiry on Hunter Biden's work in China and Ukraine. They noted that Hunter Biden joined his father on a flight to China on Air Force Two in December 2013, after his firm, Rosemont Seneca, entered a joint venture with China-based Bohai Capital to form BHR. While in China, Hunter Biden met with Jonathan Lee, the CEO of Bohai Capital. He also arranged for his father to shake hands with Lee. After the China trip, BHR's business license was approved, the senators noticed in the letter. So let me just point out conflict of interest. If Joe Biden was there while he was the vice president, you can see how that is benefiting his son's private business dealings because they have the weight of the United States government behind them, at least implicitly. Going on, the Daily Caller reports, Republicans have also scrutinized Hunter Biden's business dealings in Ukraine, which factored into the Trump impeachment saga. Hunter Biden was on the board of Ukrainian energy firm Burisma Holdings at the same time that Joe Biden was in the Obama administration's main liaison to Ukraine following its revolution to overthrow a pro-Russia president. Trump took an interest in the Biden's relationship to Ukraine after videos surfaced from January 2018 of Joe Biden bragging that 2 years earlier, he forced Ukraine's president at the time, Petro Poroshenko, to fire a prosecutor in exchange for receiving $1 billion in U.S. loan assistance. Trump's allies have alleged that the fired prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, was removed because he was threatening to investigate Burisma Holdings for corruption. In a July 25th, 2019 phone call, Trump asked Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate whether Biden intervened to help Burisma. Democrats allege that Trump withheld military aid to Ukraine as a quid pro quo to force open the investigation. Joe Biden has denied trying to help Burisma, while Trump has denied leveling a quid pro quo. We know about the impeachment. Trump was just acquitted. And before we move on to the big breaking news, because there's a lot, I'll tell you what. Treasury Department sent information on Hunter Biden to expanding GOP Senate inquiry. Cue the Ron Paul meme. It's happening. It's really happening. But I want to mention one quick point. Viktor Shokin, the fired prosecutor, recently claimed, and he also demanded criminal charges against Biden, that there was an investigation and he was pressured to stop it. The question I have, because the official account states there was no investigation, technically it was inactive. Viktor Shokin was fired, apparently for not investigating, but hold on. The new prosecutor who came in after Joe Biden's quid pro quo cleared Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, of wrongdoing, citing a lack of evidence. If the argument was that there was no investigation when there was, it was just inactive, and the next guy clears him, then at the very least, Joe Biden got an innocent man fired. At the very worst, he fired a guy who had an existing but inactive investigation into a company his son worked at. Either way, Joe Biden looks bad. I think that's more than enough, as far as, in my opinion, that we should investigate this. And look, even if the Democrats wanted to claim they were correct about impeachment, which is now over, Trump won, at the very worst case, they've just proven he's stupid. But apparently, there's real reason to think something wrong happened. Let's read the story from Yahoo News. They report, the Treasury Department has complied with Republican senators' requests for highly sensitive and closely held financial records about Hunter Biden and his associates, and has turned over evidence of questionable origin to them. According to a leading Democrat on one of the committees conducting the investigation, this is a leak from Democrats that it's happening, that they sent this evidence to the Republicans. For months, while the impeachment controversy raged, powerful committee chairmen in the Republican-controlled Senate have been quietly but openly pursuing an inquiry into Hunter Biden's business affairs and Ukrainian officials' alleged interventions in the 2016 elections. The same matters that President Trump and his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, unsuccessfully tried to the same matters that President Trump and his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, unsuccessfully tried to coerce Ukraine's government to investigate. I'd just like to point out that Donald Trump was acquitted of those charges, Yahoo, and I think you're wrong. Donald Trump, once again, was acquitted on those charges. Now, I'll stop to be fair. A lot of people will say it was, they attacked the process. Democrats say there were no witnesses. Let me just stop you right there. There was no charge. There was no criminal charge for the first time in U.S. history. The Democrats refused Republican witnesses, including Hunter Biden and the whistleblower and a few other people. Meaning, if you wanted to indict the president, you need a probable cause, and you'll need bipartisan support. If only the Democrats are allowed to present evidence, you get a one-sided, essentially a grand jury. Now, that's actually how, very often, I think that's actually how grand juries work. But I'm critical of it for the political process. I also think the senators should have called witnesses, but so be it. At least they're now bringing some people in and we might get justice. I don't think what Trump did was right on that phone call. He should have given these tasks to his lieutenants and the people who run the Justice Department, but it's not impeachable. Let's read on. They say, unlike Trump and Giuliani, however, Senators Charles Grassley, chairman of the Finance Committee, Ron Johnson, chairman of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, and Lindsey Graham, chairman of the Judiciary Committee, have focused their efforts in Washington, seeking to extract politically useful information from agencies of the U.S. government. They've issued letters requesting records from cabinet departments and agencies, including the State Department, the Treasury, the Justice Department, the FBI, the National Archives, and the Secret Service. I just got to stop. Boy, oh boy, is Yahoo News biased. Framing this as though they're looking for politically useful information. Into what? Joe Biden's in 4th place in Iowa. You can drop the narrative. No one believes Joe Biden's the front runner. Buttigieg is winning. So what are you going to claim? Trump and his allies are still scared of Joe Biden? Perhaps they'll say, well, the reason Joe Biden did poorly is because of the investigations, because of the scandal. How do you keep arguing it? Why would they keep going after a guy they've already defeated? Sorry, the reality is Hunter Biden did shady things. I mean, the dude's got a long track record of shady things in the press. So does the Biden family. Stop trying to push the narrative. It's over. Trump was acquitted. Hunter Biden is questionable. There is a legitimate reason to track his records. But to play it like the Republicans are going after politically useful information, try harder, Yahoo News. They say Grassley and Johnson have sought to obtain some of the most sensitive and closely held documents in all of federal law enforcement. Highly confidential suspicious activity reports filed by financial institutions with FinCEN, an agency of the Treasury that helps police money laundering. The senators' requests to the Treasury have borne fruit. according to the ranking Democratic senator on the Finance Committee, Ron Wyden of Oregon, who contrasted the cooperation given to the Republican senators with the pervasive White House-directed stonewall that House Democrats encountered when they subpoenaed documents and witnesses in the impeachment inquiry. This is a truly remarkable piece of, air quotes, journalism, Yahoo News. But hey, I appreciate it, huh? The quote says, applying a blatant double standard, Trump administration agencies like the Treasury Department are rapidly complying with Senate Republicans' requests no subpoenas necessary and producing evidence of questionable origin. Wyden spokesperson Ashley Chapital said in a statement, the administration told House Democrats to go pound sand when their oversight authority was mandatory, while voluntarily cooperating with Senate Republican sideshow at lightning speed. Let me just tell you something very simple. Donald Trump is the commander in chief. He oversees these departments. What did you think was going to happen? He has executive privilege when he wants, and he can instruct his agencies to go after other people when he wants. If the House Democrats were concerned about obstruction, the Supreme Court was available for restitution. They opted not to go that route, in which case that's how it works. I do not like the idea of political investigations, what the Democrats did with Russiagate and Ukrainegate, the FISA abuse. So I'll tell you what. You want me to be upset about this? I'll throw a little criticism towards these agencies for just saying it's all good for Trump. But let me tell you something else. What do you think happened in 2015 and 2016 with the start of Russiagate? What do you think happened with the FISA abuse? It goes both ways. While I'm no fan of how the political process works in law enforcement, don't be surprised when you push the pendulum in one direction and it swings back with equal force your direction. Let's read on. They say, the rapid production of sensitive financial information from the Treasury Department in response to congressional requests is apparently uncommon. A source familiar with the matter said the Treasury began turning over materials less than 2 months after Grassley and Johnson wrote to FinCEN on November 15, 2019, requesting any SARs and related documents filed by financial institutions regarding Hunter Biden, his associates, their business, and clients. Just a couple of weeks later, Wyden and Senator Sherrod Brown, a Democrat of Ohio, complained to FinCEN in a letter that information requests from Congress, including legitimate committee oversight requests related to suspicious activity reports, often take months to process. And we understand that certain such requests have yet to be answered at all. Senator Wyden's warning was spurred by concern that the agency would prioritize Republican requests over Democratic ones, Chapital said of the December letter to FinCEN. Treasury's subsequent actions have made his concerns even more urgent. With the Senate impeachment trial concluded and the Democratic primaries in full swing, the efforts of the Republican-led investigation may soon appear at the center of the political stage. The flow of information from the administration to Senate Republicans has prompted concerns among Democrats that any damaging information uncovered may be deployed at a time of maximum political advantage for the Trump campaign. What do you think the Democrats were doing with Russiagate all throughout the 2016 campaign? I'm sorry, I have zero sympathy for you at all. None whatsoever. But I don't want to make this too long, so I'm going to leave Yahoo News' biased approach and go down to the conclusion of the story. Suffice it to say, the Yahoo story is biased, but it really does lay out just how serious this is. Republicans are moving at lightning speed, and they're getting the documents they ask for. Hey, it's like they said about Trump. If he has nothing to hide, he should have no concern or take no issue with them collecting evidence, right? No. It's the same as true for Trump as it's true for everybody else. You should absolutely be concerned if people jam you up digging into your history, because the truth is you can always frame someone and try and, well, jam someone up with something that looks suspicious and make their life miserable. But the fact remains, most people, I think, agree Hunter Biden should not have taken that job. It was nepotism. And there are questions about whether or not Joe Biden flying on Air Force Two with Hunter Biden was a pressure campaign or maybe a quid pro quo with China. I think it warrants an investigation. I think investigate all of them, man. I think senators should have called witnesses in the impeachment trial, but hey, that's over. What do you want to do about it? They end the story mentioning, Chalupa and stuff like that. They say this. Grassley and Johnson courted controversy with a letter to the Justice Department seeking to obtain a broad swath of information from Alexandra Chalupa, that the Democratic Party consultant, who says she voluntarily provided private personal information to the FBI in 2016 when she felt harassed by Russian hacking. in a January response letter to the Justice Department, Wyden called the request outrageous. To use Chalupa's voluntary cooperation in order to weaponize her personal information against her in furtherance of a political attack based on unsupported claims and potential Russian propaganda would compromise public trust in our law enforcement, undermine Americans' rights, and damage our national security interests, he wrote. My, oh my, it almost sounds exactly like the Republicans were saying about the Carter Page FISAs, the investigations into Trump. Let me play you the world's smallest violin. You can't spend years going after Trump doing the exact same thing you are now complaining about. I'm sorry. You know what, man? Investigate all of them as far as I'm concerned. I have no sympathy for any of these people in office. But quickly, I just want to highlight this story before I get to Nancy Pelosi's great failure. From the New York Times, they say investigations into 2020 candidates must be cleared by top Justice Department officials. The move is intended to help avoid upending the election, as the FBI inadvertently did in 2016 when its campaign inquiries shaped the outcome of the race. That's the gist of the news you really need about Bill Barr. I don't really see how the left would get mad about this, considering they claim the FBI's interference cost Hillary Clinton the election, or at least contributed to it. I would imagine that Bill Barr's actions here would actually be a good thing for everybody. He needs to be the one who clears investigations into presidential candidates. Otherwise, you could end up with 2016 all over again, and someone from the FBI comes out, makes one of the Democrats look bad. Sounds like it makes sense to me. He's not saying don't do it. He's just saying we got to be very, very careful with our elections. Hey, the Democrats have been very concerned about election security. This sounds like a good thing, right? We'll see how they respond. But this brings me to the last little bit of this segment. On January 15th, Nancy Pelosi gloats. Trump has been impeached forever, she says. And just recently, after Donald Trump claims full exoneration, yes, he was acquitted, Pelosi insists he remains impeached forever. Perhaps this rage in losing the impeachment fight, which is, I mean, honestly, everybody knew she was going to lose. Perhaps it's why she tore up Donald Trump's speech. You may have heard, I did a segment earlier, Matt Gaetz claims this is a violation of the law. And I think to the letter of the law, it actually is. You can't destroy public documents like that. Perhaps for historical record, even if it was just a copy. But he also filed an ethics complaint. Perhaps all of that rage is why she did it. And she knows the reality is Donald Trump is not impeached forever. I'm sorry, he's not. The Republicans have already moved forward. This story from the New York Post. Republicans planning to expunge Trump impeachment if they win back the House. As the Senate is set to vote Wednesday on the removal from office of President Trump, with acquittal all but assured, and now we do know, completed, Republicans are already plotting to expunge his impeachment if they retake the House. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi may have taunted that he's impeached forever, but GOP Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, in line to be Speaker if Republicans gain the majority in the November election, doesn't agree. This is the fastest, weakest, most political impeachment in history, McCarthy told the Post on Wednesday. I don't think it should stay on the books. If McCarthy does indeed take the gavel from Pelosi in 2021, he will hold immense power to pass legislation, and a vote on expungement almost certainly would yield party line support. McCarthy and other Republicans say that investigating how Democrats, led by Pelosi, Intelligence Committee Chair Adam Schiff, and Judiciary Committee Chair Gerald Nadler, pursued the impeachment of Trump could provide the factual basis to underpin an expungement effort. I think if we take the majority, some of the key priorities for us are infrastructure, lowering prescription drugs and others. But I think when you look at what the Democrats have done, I also think we have to get to the bottom of it. He's not just talking about expungement. He seems to be talking about investigations. And if the Senate is already doing so, dare I say, if Trump supporters really do come out in force and take the House and reelect Trump in 2020, you will see a wave against the Democrats for all of these scandals. At first, I didn't want to believe it. But with Lindsey Graham, Grassley, and with these investigations actually happening now, I actually think they will. But there's also another potential. There's a potential that the Republicans don't come out in droves. There's a potential that the weak showing in Iowa makes Trump supporters overconfident. And just like Hillary Clinton supporters, they don't come out. The House is not reclaimed by the Republicans, and the scandals and investigations into Trump never stop. And there's a slight chance, I would argue, I don't think it's possible, but it's possible Trump loses. I mean, Moody's Analytics said, with maximum turnout, the Democrats can just squeak by a victory. So think about that. Even if Trump wins re-election, if they don't take back the House, it's never going to stop. And as the Lord of the Rings memes says, well, we've had one impeachment, but what about second impeachment? And the Democrats have already talked about second impeachment. Don't be surprised if they launch something similar before the election cycle is over. Now, I will add, when it comes to activist outrage, you will not see people yelling in the streets because Donald Trump was reelected. Technically, I mean, they will. I'm not saying they won't. But you're going to see massive, massive outrage at the Democratic National Convention if/when they steal the nomination from Bernie Sanders. I think that's what you can count on that one. Let's read a little bit more. They say there's still an 18th transcript that was never released about the Inspector General. It's interesting to know in there was 179 pages. Did Adam Schiff know the whistleblower? Did he meet with the whistleblower? I think a lot of questions are raised about whether that individual, Adam Schiff, was a fact witness. They say Republicans need to flip 18 seats to retake the House and have the majority needed to passage a measure along party lines. With Trump on the ballot in November, they are expecting an enthusiasm boost among voters. I'm warning the Democrats. I'll warn the Democrats, man. The turnout for Iowa's caucuses were not good. It was moderate turnout. They needed record turnout to win in November, and they have moderate turnout. This is not good news for them. Quote, we feel very, very confident that come November, voters are going to make the right decision, and Speaker Pelosi's term as Speaker of the House will not go beyond this year, said House Republican Conference Chair Rep. Liz Cheney. The notion of expungement is likely to please Trump, who has been stung by being the third president in history to be impeached. I'm going to leave it there. We don't need to go on. You get the point. But I will add, Trump has used the impeachment to his advantage. And many people on the left, not the establishment Democrats, know it. Saying not only did Trump see an acquittal, he's seeing record approval ratings. He's seeing record donations. The Democrats handed him everything. Now he has the stain on his shirt. He has that stain of being the third president to be impeached. What do you think's going to happen when he gets reelected? Republicans take the House back. Donald Trump has impeachment expunged, but was still able to fundraise off of it, canvass off of it, and improve his general standing because of it. He'll have reaped all of the benefits of what we call the Kavanaugh effect. That by going after Trump in this political way, they bolstered his base. And then once his base took the House back, giving him 4 more years of power, and the Republicans, they simply wiped the slate clean, giving Trump a clean victory. So no, Nancy Pelosi. It's very likely Donald Trump will not be impeached forever. In fact, it's very likely you gave him everything he could have wanted. And in a year's time, the impeachment no longer exists. I'll leave it there. We'll see where these investigations go. But I got to say, I'm looking forward to them.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
Hi folks, I'm interviewing Rajiv Malhotra, I apologise for the stumbling on the pronunciation, who's an Indian physicist and computer scientist who's been studying the interplay between left-wing ideology and Islam in India and how it's changed and been re-exported to the West in his understanding. Rajiv, how are you doing?
Wonderful, Carl. Delighted to be here.
Great. So should we just dive straight into it then? Because I think that just from that introduction, there are going to be people saying, okay, well, tell us what's happened.
So, people want to know what is the Naxalite movement in India. Actually, it's the Indianization of Marxism and communism.
Right.
So every leftist social theory was exported to India and domesticated as something with an Indian kind of a thing. So after Naxalites came, then there was actually a revolution attempted called the Naxalite Revolution. And then this subaltern theory, which is a theory that the subaltern people don't have a voice and they should revolt against the majority, that came and became the Dalit movement. Then this whole idea of minorities came, and Islam was kind of weaponized as a minority in India. And then came the idea of postmodernism, which says deconstruct all grand narratives. So this started a very big passion among Indian intellectual elites to deconstruct India, whether it's really a state, whether it's a nation state, whether it belongs, whether it's bona fide, all of that kind of stuff. And I call this the Breaking India movement. So what I've just described are the different waves of the social theories that have culminated in today's Breaking India movement. Now, this has generated a whole elite of intellectuals over the last 50 years. And these people are in the media. They are certainly the rulers in the academia. Many of them are in the civil services and lots of politicians. So this is sort of my background as to what the West needs to think about, is that these movements have become incubated in India as sort of robust versions of what was imported, and have become exportable, re-exportable back to the West. So this, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So okay. Okay. That's sounds important to me. So where would you try and start bringing us into understanding what you've discovered?
So I think the Breaking India movement is sort of going to lead to, or is a version of what is now becoming visible as the Breaking Britain movement. What you should be branding and calling, okay, the Breaking Britain movement has been prototyped in India because it's a complex society. There's all kinds of regions, and wherever you want to experiment with something in India, you'll find a good experimental place. So the Breaking India movement has figured out how to mobilize Muslims as sort of the hard power. The Muslims can do the hard power, and Islam doesn't bring in the intellectual depth which the leftists bring with all these theories, all these fancy theories. Yeah. So the left has helped Islam articulate its narrative in a very kind of international way, very nice sounding way. And this is done in the following manner. First, they figured out how to infiltrate democracy. So to infiltrate democracies, a lot of Muslims move into a neighborhood. They sort of, in a subtle way, push the other people out, sometimes very blatant ethnic cleansing. Then they get democratically elected, and then they start asserting more power, more rights, and things of that sort. That's an example of Muslims learning democracy, which is not very much practiced in Muslim countries, but learning how to infiltrate democracies elsewhere in order to subvert and eventually bring those societies down.
Before we move on, I just want to say that there are going to be people who find that characterization, let's say, uncharitable at best. But there have definitely been examples of Muslim immigration into British towns and cities, where the Muslims who have arrived have essentially intimidated the local residents into forcing to flee. And this is honestly, some of it sounds quite horrific. Not just grooming gangs or anything like that, but essentially campaigns of intimidation, such as smashing windows late at night, scrawling messages, intimidating them through other means like that. And I realise that a lot of people listening to this probably won't want to hear that, but that really has happened. The BBC have covered this multiple times in documentaries, in fact. They just don't get a lot of traction because nobody really wants to talk about it. But sorry, I just wanted to, because I realised that a Western audience might not have the full knowledge of the things that you're talking about, and I just wanted to say that this is a phenomenon we have seen over here too. But sorry, carry on.
So and I think to your point, one of the reasons people can be in denial is because they don't want to get out of their comfort zone.
Oh yes.
I mean, they want to feel that everything is going better in the world because we are more scientific than the previous generations, and things have to get from better and better all the time. And so if you give them the bad news, a lot of people don't want to deal with it. They don't want to disrupt a nice, comfortable life that they have intellectually. Also, I think that there is a lot of duplicity on the part of the left. They talk about human rights, but they'll never attack the human rights issues within Islam. I mean, they won't talk about women's rights and things of that sort because they want to cultivate Islam as a kind of hard power, ally. That is useful because their numbers are very large in India. So this alliance between the left, the extreme left, and the extreme Islamic elements, and not all Muslims are like that, but there's an element of them. This is a dangerous cocktail. And this has been taking over India as part of what I have called the Breaking India project. And you will see global movements have started like Al Jazeera, which is a very soft image. They'll tell you about cricket, and they'll tell you about global warming and animal rights, and they'll tell you all that. And so the idea is a lot of unsuspecting and naive youth all over the world are being sort of sucked into this very left-wing liberal view of Islam, which is not the view practiced in mosques. So you know, the Islam of the mullah is not this kind of Islam.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is an issue to talk about.
Yeah. What? Okay. So, why? Let's start with why. Why the left is perfectly capable of creating violent revolutionaries without needing Islam. Why do they find themselves incorporated with the radical elements of Islam in this way?
Well, you know, in India, the Naxalite movement was not with Muslims. It was a pure leftist extreme revolution, communist movement. And they tried this for the first few generations. And then, you know, then they realized when they went from Marxism to the subaltern movement, the Dalit movement, then they realized that bringing in other disenfranchised people and exacerbating the fault lines would be actually a very useful thing to do. So the earlier, you know, proletariat revolt against the ruling elite didn't work, and they needed the support of a whole lot of other people. And this is where importing the subaltern ideology was very useful. The subaltern ideology has now become center stage in Indian universities.
Yeah, would you like to tell us about the subaltern ideology then? Because I'm not familiar with it myself.
So subaltern is a term invented in Europe by the left-wing social scientists. And subaltern, they said, is those people who don't have a voice because they're oppressed by the majority. They are the underclass, and they need a voice. And since they don't have a voice, we, the intellectuals, will be their voice. So the subaltern movement was, I am an intellectual, I'm a professor of some kind of humanities or liberal arts or liberal arts somewhere, and my calling, my responsibility is to be the voice of those who can't speak for themselves. And these tend to be people who are against the nation, who are against the narratives that keep the nation together. You know, it's history, it's family values, it's political thought. So the subaltern movement in India morphed into minorityism against the majority, and a lot of vote bank, small little parties here and there. Each caste, each region, each identity was encouraged to create its own little party, have a few MPs, and then these could all gang up, make a little coalition to overthrow the majority. So the subaltern movement was in a very effective breaking up of India ideologically.
I mean, you could definitely describe the Democratic Party in America and the Labour Party in the UK in that way. They certainly are minority-focused parties. No question about it.
Yes, and then the next phase was postmodernism, which added a whole lot of intellectual kind of clout and sophistication by saying that all grand narratives are oppressive. And so since historically the grand narratives have belonged to the majority, their religion and their worldview and so on, we have to overthrow them if we want to liberate and give freedom to the masses. So this turned into abusing all the traditional Indian ideas, which I have called Hinduphobia. Because I realized there is Islamophobia, and when I Googled, I couldn't find anything called Hinduphobia, so I coined that term. And that term has now taken on in a big way as a sort of counter movement, saying that if there is Islamophobia, you know, we should also talk about Hinduphobia. And this is, go ahead.
No, again, there are definite similarities that are happening in the West here. George Orwell used to talk about the Anglophobic intellectual classes of England, and it sounds very, very similar, in fact. I don't think these people ever went away, really. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So, you know, there is this playing the victim card. I mean, that's become a very common thing among the Muslims in India. And the left has trained them. They go to anyone who is willing to listen and teach them how to play the victim card.
Yep.
And a successful coining of Islamophobia, making it as an intellectual movement all over the world, is also part of this. So I would say while traditionally the power of Islam when it arrived in India was hard power, it was very militant,
Yeah.
But now I think with the help of Islam, with the help of the leftist allies, they've learned to morph into also a soft power kind of version of Islam, which looks like it's into music and it's very nice and it's very friendly. But my problem with my friends who are liberal Muslims, I really respect them, and I think we need a reformation from within Islam. That's the only way there could be a reformation. The problem is that either they are scared to take on the hard power Islam, or they are themselves kind of muddled up or duplicitous. Because there hasn't been a very strong liberal Islam movement that will take on the mullahs. Mm-hmm. That will say, okay, let's change the curriculum in these, in these schools, because the Islamic schools are where the whole jihad and all that is born, and there is a dearth of teaching science, teaching critical thinking, inquiry and questioning, disagreeing. That is not taught so much. So in India, a large part of the masses, Muslim masses, are dependent on the local mullah to give them advice on what to do, what to think, how to live, how to comply with Islam.
Yeah, I find the question of Islam's how reformable it is a very complex question, and it seems like the reform movements that come out of Islam just tend to make it more dogmatic. I don't see the desire for liberalization of Islam coming from within Islam. It seems to be coming from outside of Islam, and I'm no expert on the subject, but I don't really know what we can do. I don't see what the options are there.
The Reformation of Christianity took a couple hundred years, a lot of fighting. Yeah. It was not something like a few people can do overnight.
No,
Islam has
peaceful.
If Islam wants to reform and become part of modernity and become part of the future civilized countries and civilized parts of the world, then, this reformation has to be a very serious project, and there will be people who will pay the price because they will take a lot of risks. And that's the kind of leadership that has to happen. And there are only very faint few people here and there who are trying to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, but who's sticking their head above that parapet? I don't see many options, unfortunately. But okay, so what effect has the sort of leftist? I don't know. I suppose I could say subversion of Islam into becoming soft power. What kind of effect has that had in India? Because I'm not any kind of expert on the internal politics of India, but I'm aware that the tensions between Muslims and Hindus in India are quite high at the moment, aren't they? So this seems to be a sensitive subject.
Sure. One of the interesting anomalies, India has many anomalies. One of the interesting ones is that it's a place where the Muslim invaders and rulers for several centuries are classified as a minority. So they because numerically, if they are numerically a minority, it is assumed that, they are weak.
But they were a conquering aristocracy, weren't they?
They were a conquering aristocracy. Yeah. And their language was imposed. They ran the courts. They had the military. There was a huge, what India went through is comparable to ISIS today, and in many ways worse, because it went on for a very long time.
Yeah.
So, to classify this tradition as sort of minorities itself is an incorrect thing. And the Muslims are part of the global pan-Islam. They get a lot of funding from Saudi Arabia. Huge amount of funding comes from Saudi Arabia, also from Iran, because they want to fund the Sunni and Shiites respectively. Both exist in India. So the leaders of Islam go to, Saudis and various other places to get their training. A lot of the Muslims are encouraged to go to the Hajj pilgrimage, and there is a lot of subsidies to help people do that. They come back indoctrinated. So, there's a whole ecosystem of starting with funding from the Arab countries, and all the way to creating a local elite in India. Some of them are very successful in elections. Some of them are rabble-rousers in media. They have a huge number of followers. And then down to the local village, poor village, where there's unfortunately, a lot of Muslims are poor because they did not emphasize, the community did not emphasize education. I read a report in Britain about the South Asian communities in Britain, and they divided the Hindus from India, Muslims from Pakistan, and Muslims from Bangladesh, and they looked at the demographics, economics, education levels, education of women, a number of children, and terrible. It became very clear. Yeah. This was actually done by the left wing. It was a social scientists and all that who did this for the government. This is a long time ago, about 10 years ago I read this, and I think they have updated it. But basically the message is that the Muslim communities have not emphasized education, especially education of women, and they sit home and they have a lot of children. They are not working in the workplace. Therefore, they tend to be isolated from the rest of society and stick to themselves and breed another generation who think the same way. So this is a kind of a thing that is a very Indian, South Asian mindset which has been exported to Britain.
Yeah, that's you're completely correct. In fact, I saw a report on this about 2 years ago now, I think it was. Essentially, 25% of Bangladeshi women couldn't speak English. They just spoke their native language. And it is, as you say, there's a lot of deprivation and again, it's particularly Bangladeshi as well. It is also in the Pakistani community, but the Bangladeshi community suffers from this slightly worse. Because there's the cultural attitudes are that women shouldn't work. And so it's just one wage earner bringing money into the house, which in Britain means that you're probably not going to be doing particularly well if your job is as a shop assistant or something like that. So this essentially traps them in a cycle of poverty, and it traps as you say, the women in a cycle of being uneducated and very much encouraged to have large families, which they can't fully support. So it puts them in a kind of ghettoization, which is definitely not very desirable. Yes. And as you say, I agree with you completely. I think this is a South Asian mindset that's been transplanted into 21st century Britain, where it actually doesn't work very well. Right.
So, if you look at the one of the issues that is going to be very interesting is the liberal left feminists championing LGBTQ.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what you have to do is say, okay, let's go to the mosque and preach. Let's see what happens.
Yes.
Because that's going to be the place where this conflict will happen, because it's unavoidable. Neither side wants to back off. The feminists won't, and the mullahs are not going to tolerate it. It's a poison pill for Islam to accept LGBTQ, and it is a non-negotiable for both sides. Therefore, my feeling is that it's going to be the empowerment of women in Islam and women asserting their rights from within, which will probably be the beginnings of a reformation. And it will be violent, because the mullahs are not going to give up easy.
Well, I can actually give you an example in Britain of where that's actually happened. Your prediction has already come to pass in Birmingham. In a school in Birmingham, there was a gay head teacher who, over in a mostly Muslim school, brought in a program called No Outsiders, and this was essentially to normalize non-heterosexual relationships and other gender identities than simply man and woman. And the local socially conservative Muslim community were not very happy about this at all, and they began a series of protests in which some of the protesters were saying, well, there's no such thing as a gay Muslim, and things like this. This was roundly rejected by the left-wing establishment, and state power was brought in to ban them from protesting outside of the school. So their freedom of assembly and freedom of speech was actually impacted by this. And yes, it was the left-wing narrative was actually enforced by the state at the expense of and I have to say, it's the legal, legitimate rights under British law for the Muslim parents to have a say in the education of their children in that school. They actually have a legal case in British law, but it was completely steamrolled, and instead they were just banned from even protesting it. So yeah, you're completely correct. This conflict has already played out, at least in a small way in Britain.
Yeah, and I wonder if in Britain you also have the syndrome where politicians, who are not Muslim politicians, want to get their votes.
Oh, yes.
And in order to get their votes, they will placate and they'll be into appeasement and they will try to say that halal should be the only kind of meat. They'll promote halal meat and, laws, various Sharia law kind of ideas. In India, this is happening in a big way. I mean, there is a major controversy where the non-Muslims are wanting what is called Uniform Civil Code, UCC, which says there should be one law for everybody, and there should not be a Muslim personal law, which there is.
Correct.
And there is a big resistance to that. So, you have politicians. It's not just Muslims creating their own political power, but the left has offered them a lot of access to the leftist political power.
Yeah. I can name about a dozen politicians in the United Kingdom, all left wingers. The one that stands out above, head and shoulders above the rest, though, is George Galloway, a leftist politician who formed his own party called the Respect Party, and I believe he became the MP for Bradford West, which was a heavily Muslim area. So essentially saying that he was going to be the representatives of the Muslims in that area. But this is something that the Labour Party generally has taken on, I think. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what's happened. No question.
So I want to ask you, since Brexit has happened, one of the premises was to sort of stop this sort of, uncontrolled immigration and Breaking Britain. The Breaking Britain project, I would say, was what the Brexit is a response to. So now that it's happened, what will be the future of new Muslims coming in and also the existing ones? Is there going to be laws requiring them to assimilate? What sort of thing do you think?
A sensible country would probably do something like that. France and Denmark have already, for example, banned the burqa as an expression of Islamic radicalism that offends French and Danish values, and despite being highly offensive to our values, there's no prospect of it happening. The Prime Minister has actually written a defence of them being able to wear burqas, in fact. And so I honestly don't believe that the Conservatives have the required fortitude to demand conformity and integration to British norms and customs. I don't know what the future is going to hold because of that, but I'm certain that they're going to do very, very little to try and encourage them to become like the native Brits.
So what's the future of Britain in the light of these trends? I mean, having Brexit is one stage, but what do you do about it? Now that you have Brexit, what do you do? How do you use the Brexit premise to bring about some kind of a change?
Personally, I think that the fact that Brexit was an assertion of British sovereignty, I think is an important thing, because this is the kind of root and sort of the very root spring of all radical thought in Britain. The fact that, I mean, there's just very little weight on in general media representation to deal. There's so much reluctance to deal with the question of immigration, and even the Conservatives, who have a massive mandate at the moment and are aware that 70% or so of the public, somewhere between 60 and 70% of the public, think that immigration has been too much and has gone too far and has not been universally good. You would think that they would be quite empowered at this point to say, no, we're going to stop immigration. But the left-wing narratives still hold an awful lot of influence over this country, and it's very difficult because these are the media narratives. So what is presented to people, whether they agree with it or not, it determines how people react. And until we can kind of break the kind of I don't even know how to describe it, but just kind of the information stranglehold that the media has on the country, it doesn't seem like there can be any actual pushback against immigration. And the thing I think that really is the biggest stopgap, the biggest thing that's stopping any progress, is that there have been real victims of mass immigration in Britain, like tens of thousands of victims. There have been people who have been displaced from areas of the country. I've met people from quite remote areas of the north who have come down to the south and said, look, this is going quite badly up there. We feel like we were hounded out of where we lived. We feel that the community that was doing the hounding was racist against us, and when we report this to the authorities just don't want to know. The depth of fear that exists in the institutions about dealing with these problems is difficult to overstate, I think. And honestly,
why is there fear?
The fear of public shaming from the media, fear of criticism. If you were to say, look, it looks like these grooming gangs of young girls, which I'm sure you're aware of, are almost entirely Muslim. They're being done on ethnic or not just ethnic, but also religious lines for reasons that the perpetrators will say is because these are worthless white whores, and so it's acceptable for us to do this. There are some drastic implications there. The implication that all people don't have value, that there is a certain kind of value that you can attain by becoming a Muslim, and if you're not a Muslim, then you are just not entitled to the same kind of human dignity that others are entitled to. A willingness for the authorities to go along with this and they actually pretended that this was informed life choices being made by 12-year-old girls to join a gang that would pimp them out and drug them. Things like this. The scale of the failure of the establishment because of the left-wing narrative on these subjects is so colossal, and the amount of suffering that has been created is so colossal that I think if one step backwards is taken by the establishment and the left on this and say actually maybe immigration was bad for Britain, then the whole thing collapses and heads will roll. And I think that's what they're most afraid of, because it's been really bad. It's been really bad.
Are there any laws on madrasas? Are there any limits to their educational freedom? In other words, I'm not talking about restricting what they teach about the Quran, but are there requirements that they have to teach a certain amount of mathematics, they have to teach English, they have to teach in British history? Are there certain minimum curriculum requirements, or is it like in India, it's very loose?
I actually don't know the answer to that question offhand, but I think it's something worth looking into. But there has been a great deal more oversight in recent years with mosques and madrasas, because it turns out that a lot of the radicalization is being done in these places. For the Finsbury Park Mosque being the example of this with Anjem Chowdhury, that essentially the management of it had to be replaced completely, because with Sufis, I believe it is now, who are not Salafist radicals. But the Finsbury Park Mosque was a genuine problem for about a decade in Britain. And I've got no doubt that there are other mosques around the country that are in a similar position. But the actual teaching of like mathematics and science and whatnot in the madrasas and mosques, I actually don't know. I've never thought to look that up, I'm afraid.
Because, they need job skills in the modern economy. Otherwise, if they just learn their religion and jihad and, then they're not employable.
Well, they are required to go to public school in Britain. So they will still have like a regular modern education.
That's good.
Well, you say that's good. I mean, it is. But there are also other problems. I don't know whether you're aware of the Trojan horse scandal in Birmingham, which was...
No, tell me about it.
It was a group of Islamists were alleged to have been taking over a series of schools in Birmingham, which has had huge Muslim immigration. And instead of following the British requirements, the standard sort of British template for schools, they were in fact introducing what we could call cruel and unusual punishments, which would be corporal punishment, or making children stand out in the rain if they'd done something wrong, things like this. And it essentially creating the school, reforming it not along the secular lines of the state, but along religious lines of Islam. This all came to a head when it was all there was investigation by the press, in fact. And the whole thing went away. All of the allegations went away, and that was it. No one was arrested. There were no criminal charges brought, and it just kind of disappeared and was swept under the rug. But I am concerned about these things. Yes.
Yeah, but at least you have everybody is required to attend public school, whereas in India, the madrasa is allowed to have its own parallel education system,
right,
different from the public school. and you can send your children to the madrasa and not go to any other school, and that's considered okay. And so, this sort of a thing, after a long amount of activism on the part of the Muslims and the complicity on the part of the Indian political elite to get their votes in exchange for all this, has actually harmed the Muslim community because it's isolated them from the world economic system. They are not the movers and shakers on the world stage like a lot of Indians who are non-Muslims are. So they're, in a sense, optimizing and maximizing the narrow interests of the Islamic elite has been a disservice to the Islamic majority, masses.
Yeah, no,
So
I
that's,
completely agree. I think that's an important point to make. It's not just, it's not a monolith, and there are people within this community who, I mean, if all you have ever studied is the Quran and you have absolutely no practical life skills outside of it that can be used in the world market, then what do you do? What's what are your opportunities? Something I think people don't realize enough. That
is there Arab funding coming into Britain like there is into India? Is that an issue?
Yes, that's definitely an issue. There has been talk of banning foreign funding for mosques in Britain, that has materialized into nothing because, again, Islam is just a subject that is untouchable in this country at the moment. It's so difficult to force through that conversation because at every point you have some incredibly white, limp-wristed leftist who will just screech names at anyone who wants to have an actual and true conversation about what's going on. And it's just impossible to actually get this done while these people have any kind of cultural influence. And that they really do. And it's really difficult.
Do you think that all this could be part of a white guilt kind of thing? That there are people who feel that, okay, we got to compensate.
It certainly is for them.
And that can actually be a disservice for everybody.
Yes. There is, I mean, everyone knows what the British Empire was. And I mean, there are good parts about it and there are bad parts about it. But these people have decided that because essentially that Britain won the game of empire, then we're most culpable for anything that any empire has done. Even though I think that Britain actually has a better track record than most when it comes to that sort of thing. Not that I'm saying it was good or bad or anything like that, but it's not something I think we should be able to condemn modern Britain over. But there is always some kind of reference to the past oppressive colonial nature of Britain, as if that's a justification for anything. But yes, I think a lot of it does stem from that. I think they feel that they've been handed I think they feel that they've been handed superiority, and I think they want to get rid of it because they think that's unfair. And when I say superiority, I just mean a kind of the historical traditions that the British have, not like like individual superiority or even racial superiority or anything like that. But I think they're just looking at like who when we come into the modern world of nation states and democracies, who controls most of the world and who is setting the rules, and it's Britain. But the rules are probably as good as they're going to get for these things. They're not. I don't perceive them as being especially unfair, and the alternatives would probably have been much worse. So I get frustrated about the fact that a lot of this is based on sort of guilt for the empire. I think so.
It's very interesting when I talk about decolonizing, which is a very popular topic in India.
Oh yes.
I tell him that colonization does not start with Britain. It starts with the Muslim invasion. Now, this is not normally accepted in India because they don't think of the Muslim invaders as colonialists, but they were. They came from the Middle East. They had a different language, a different religion. They plundered the. That was very, very hard power oriented kind of a conquest. So one of the educational reforms in India has to do with repositioning the history of Islam in India. Somehow the Muslim rule has been seen as sort of like they became Indian, so it's not really colonial. They became kind of like one of us. But they became one of us and as part of that, they install their madrasas, they install their mosques, they change the language, they change the, the horrific things that happened during Islamic rule must be taken into consideration when talking about colonization as a broader subject.
Absolutely. I mean, I think most people are just unaware of the levels of brutality that Islam enacted whilst conquering into India. I'm fairly conversant with history, so I'm well aware. But the thing is, it's probably due to the fact that for most of the conquests of the Middle East and Africa, it wasn't that bad because it was Muslims conquering Christians, so they had no particular desire to extract any kind of cultural or spiritual, revenge on them or anything like that. But obviously, when you get to India, you're dealing with polytheism, which is a high crime in Islam. So you can see the motive.
Also, a lot of gold and wealth.
Of course, of course,
huge amount. So it was a very easy way to justify looting a huge amount of wealth and taking it back in big caravans by just saying that this is all idolatry and we're smashing idols.
Yeah, exactly correct. And it was much more brutal there than I would say it was in any other parts. But of course, the brutality, wherever armies go, brutality follows. So we're always talking relative scale. So I mean, if you were a Spaniard or a Frank who is being conquered by the Umayyads, is it the Umayyads? The Moors going into Spain. It's relative. You wouldn't have enjoyed that any more than anywhere else. So it's all it's all kind of nitpicking rather around what is a conquering ideology, and I think that this is something that the left is expecting people to not believe. Even though you can just read any amount of Islamic history and you see that Muhammad led armies, they actually conquered empires. And then they install a two-tier system where the kafir, the dhimmis, have to pay just to have their own religious rituals and rites again, which again it's a form of soft power to incentivize people away from their own native religions and to join Islam. It's a form of oppression, and it was put there by the sword. And so you can't act as if Islam is made up of some victim class who are without agency and have no power to change the world around them. They absolutely have and have done and have been very brutal in some circumstances. So I personally do resent the idea that Muslims are victims. I don't see them that way at all.
I agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So there's a lot in common. I mean, a lot in common in the India's Islamic experience, and I think what Britain is going through, is going to become more and more similar. Is what I fear.
I'm very interested in this actually, and I find it very fascinating that there's a remarkable consistency at such distance.
Carl.
Oh.
I think the line got cut off. So can you repeat that whole thing? The whole thing was not very clear. Is the line okay?
Yeah, you're back now.
Is it okay? Now. Okay, we're back. Yeah. We're back. So let's.
Yeah,
that's an important.
Going on there. Yeah, I just find it interesting. There's a strange consistency at both ends of the world here, because India is a very, very long way away from Britain, and yet the same effects are manifesting in different cultures, different. No, is it still gone?
It happened again.
Yeah.
God damn.
It's low right now.
Is it low?
Yeah. Just give it 1 second.
Okay, it's still down. Because that's an important closing, nice statement he's making.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
What is it now? Is it okay?
It's medium.
It's medium?
Okay.
Okay, it's better. Oh, it's good. Let's start.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with my internet, but I find it very interesting how that at such great distance, India to Britain, and all of the cultures and all of the differences between peoples in between, there's still a remarkable consistency in behavior when dealing with Islam. It's consistent patterns of behavior, despite the differences in culture and the differences in history. It still kind of ends with the same problems. So I can't help but feel that we must be hitting on a consistent point of contention here that I think is really worth discussing.
Yes, wonderful.
But right, okay. So where can people go to find out about more about what you do? How can they get in contact with you?
So, infinityfoundation.com is the website, and Rajiv Malhotra Official, if you would put it kindly on the bottom of your screen.
Sure.
RAJIVMALHOTRA.official is my YouTube, and people can be in touch with me. And if they send me an email, we'll put them on our list. And I'd love to continue this conversation with you, because I think we've just started on many interesting topics. I'm going on writing about this. I'm going to write several more books this year. I've written several in the past, and we can talk about this more, because it's a subject that I devote my life 24/7 to talk about civilizations and the future of humanity.
Well, I'd absolutely love to do this again sometime, and I think it is one of those things that is actually necessary, because when I see the left essentially courting quite hardline Islam identitarians, the people who are really pushing the sort of and I really think that for the left it does come down to identity rather than actual beliefs. When I see them courting these people, essentially I'm looking at someone who I think is riding a tiger. You might have control of it now, but I don't think you can have control of it for very long. And I think they should be a lot more careful than they're being in this regard. I think they think they can domesticate Islam, which good luck. But anyway, thank you, Rajiv. I really appreciate this, and I'll leave links to all of the stuff in the description of this video. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
Okay, so there's a shortfall of truth in the media, and there's a ton of information out there that the mainstream media will not get near. 9/11, banker occupation, the Clintons, safe and natural health information. The list just goes on and on. Enter the World Broadcasting Network. We aim to challenge censorship the tech overlords deal out daily. With shows like Sunday Long Live Radio, Americanuck Radio, and the Robert Scott Bell Show, we are fighting back for you. Why? Because this is going to take all the truth tellers to push back. And WBN 324 aims to be right in the middle of the action. So just type in your browser WBN 324 and join the fight for truth.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
This implosion of the Democrat Party, and that's exactly what it is. I mean, you get people writing, well, what happened to Democrats this week? This is unserious. It's worse than unserious. What happened to the Democrat Party is that they have lost their entire moral foundation. Excuse me, I got a cold coming on here, and I'm not going to worry about hitting the cough switch as often as just bear with me here. I mean, they have lost their entire moral foundation, and they lost it 4 years ago. This is what happens. Let this be a lesson to you, folks, in your personal life. This is what happens when you become consumed with hatred. Hatred is a poison. It destroys you. Because hatred can never be requited. Hatred can never be rewarded. Hatred can never make you happy. Hatred means you're requiring on something painful or bad to happen to other people. And that's just not the way to happiness. That's not the route to success of any kind. And it's where the Democrat Party is. And I'll break this down and I'll explain it in great detail as the program unfolds. Telephone number if you want to be with us today is 800-282-2882. The email address, lrushbo@eibnet.us. So the last time I was here and we were together was Monday. And I have to tell you, it feels like it's been 2 weeks with everything that has happened since then. But it hasn't. It's just been 1 week. And the last thing that I did on Monday was inform all of you of a medical diagnosis, advanced lung cancer. And I told you Monday that I really wished that I could not announce it because I don't like making things about me. And I promised you that I was not going to live every aspect of this on the air. Millions of you have been through it. It's nothing that millions of Americans aren't experiencing or haven't experienced, so you don't need me sharing all of the details with you. And I wouldn't want to do it anyway because there's a lot of factors involved, including privacy and distraction. Just know, and by the way, folks, I don't know really, I'm going to be hopscotching through much of this first hour as thoughts erupt in my fertile gray cells. I don't have anything written here. I don't have any monologues scripted. I haven't made any notes to make sure that I don't forget anything, because I'm not worried about forgetting anything. I'm very confident that I'm going to get everything said here today that I want to say. Despite living in the public eye, I really am a private person for just a host of reasons, most of which that's just who I am. I want whatever I'm known for to speak for itself during these 3 hours and some other thing. But I'm not interested in being in the news all the time for whatever reason. Of course, I can't help it. I am in the news all the time, but it's not something I seek. Nevertheless, it has been one of the biggest blessings. I understand now what Lou Gehrig, when he was diagnosed with ALS in the 1920s, he's announcing his retirement. This after he has been the Iron Man. He's played in all these consecutive games that the record wasn't broken until Cal Ripken Jr. came along. And he's standing at home plate at Yankee Stadium. And he said, after having announced, the world knew that he had ALS. Everybody knew what it was, that it was fatal and that there was no chance of recovery. And there still isn't, by the way. And Lou Gehrig said, today I consider myself the luckiest man on earth. I've seen that black and white film replayed numerous times in my life. And don't misunderstand, I know he meant it, but the first 2 or 3 times I heard it, I had trouble processing. How in the world can anybody feel lucky after having been told that you have a disease from which there is no recovery and that it's fast? And even though there was a part of me that, okay, this is something that famous people are supposed to say. He's been very successful in life. He was uniquely talented to play baseball and all that. And I thought, okay, clearly there is a portion of Lou Gehrig that thinks he has to say this. And now I know that's all wrong. Now I know that there was nothing forced or phony or public relations related about it. Because I feel the same way. I cannot thank all of the people that I have heard from since Monday, and they are still getting hold of. There are people I had no idea they knew how to get hold of me. And the sentiments, the thoughts they're expressing are just incredibly nice and supportive. And to have this kind of support and to know it, to be fully aware of it, yeah, it does make me one of the luckiest people alive. And I'm trying to respond to everybody. I haven't even made a dent in it. I haven't had a whole lot of time to, but I'm going to try. Some people have written, 3 or 4 times. And other people are suggesting, hey, I know this treatment, I know this hospital, I know this treatment place, you need to call it. I thank you for all of that. I just am inundated with so much love and support, more than I ever knew. And it's really true when I sit here and think about how lucky I am that all this has happened to me. Now, I know many of you want to know the story of the State of the Union address on Tuesday night and how that all happened. And someday, I hope to be able to tell you the entire story. I can't tell you the entire story now without divulging medical details that I frankly don't want to give people an opportunity to start investigating and writing about and pronouncing opinions and this kind of thing. People know enough about what I have. It's late stage. It's advanced lung cancer. But there's good news associated with the diagnosis and the treatment. So we are where I am to have the first procedure that will set up the beginning of treatment. This is Tuesday. And it is scheduled for 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We took no clothes. Catherine and I, we went Grub City with shorts, T-shirts. I mean, the whole week is going to be in the hospital. There's no reason to take a coat and tie. There's no reason to pack a whole bunch of stuff that you're never going to use. Light was the byword. The procedure was going to be 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Have to show up for it at 12 noon to do the prep, talk to the doctors, and so forth. 9 a.m. Phone rings. I've got the number in my address book, so it's the White House. So I answered the phone, and they said, can you hold for President Trump? I said, yes. Rush, how you doing, buddy? Great to hear from you. Hey, look, what are you doing later today? And I said, well, I have a serious medical procedure that's going to start all this at 5 o'clock. Well, look, what's the doctor's name? I want to call him and have him delay it for a couple days because I need you down here tonight. I said, Mr. President, I'm stunned. He said, look, your health comes first. There's no question, but can't they just do half of what they're going to do and then send you down here? I mean, but believe me, you don't want to miss this. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. You don't want to miss this. Well, I don't know what's up. I mean, he told me that he wanted me to be his guest at the State of the Union, was going to mention my name, recognize me. Hung up the phone, and for the next hour and a half, I agonized. I literally agonized over what to do. Catherine and I are both sitting in a hotel room. As time is marching on, we're faced with the possibility of having to ask an entire medical team to broom their schedule and reschedule to accommodate this. But we haven't told them yet. We're discussing the logistics. Now, there's something else. Earlier that day, I had sent EIB-1 to take my nieces from New York to Cape Girardeau, and it wasn't going to be available to me until 4:30 in the afternoon. So I'm putting that in the equation. I mean, there's no way to even get there, even if I want to. Unless we charter, we could do that, but no clothes, no shirt, no tie, no socks. I mean, no dress shoes. Zip, zero, nada. Catherine's saying, you've got to do that. You can't not do this. I said, how are we going to do it? She said, leave it to me. Hour and a half later, called the president back, tried to tell him no. Remember, I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea. He has told me, by the way, he has told me that he's going to present me with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, but a couple weeks from now in the Oval Office. I had no idea at this point on Tuesday morning this was going to happen, State of the Union. And he didn't tell me during all these phone calls. So I called him back around 10:30, intending to be as persuasive as I could to thank him and just say that there was too much here to overcome to get down there, including the medical schedule, the doctors and everything that had been. And this story, if I could, and someday I'm going to be able to give you every detail here, but for people that do not know Donald Trump, this story will explain him, his essence, his attitude toward life. There simply is nothing you can't do. There's nothing that can't be done, and there's not a single obstacle that can't be dealt with. And it's not even hard. It's not even, he didn't have to stop and think for a moment about this. Now, granted, he's got presidential power. If he wants to clear us into Reagan National, if he wants to send a car for us and get us from the airport to the White, he can do all of that. But he was, and he did, and he was willing. But the fact was that this is what he wanted, but not for him. You see, it was for me. And he wasn't going to let me talk myself out of it. Part of me is not wanting to create any problems for him. I mean, he's got so many more important things to do than deal with logistics. And I told him, I said, you think I'm going to do it? I got people here. What do you mean? I'm going to call a guy here in an hour. All this will be done. All you got to do is just find a way to get the clothes. So Catherine, this was amazing too. Catherine got in gear, and again, without divulging too much, we went and met the doctor. We kept the appointment at noon to discuss what was going to happen, sign the papers, get as much of the procedure out of the way as we could, and then to tell the doctor, hey, I have been summoned to Washington. Can this be moved to tomorrow? Sure. It's not a problem. In fact, show up at 5:30 tomorrow morning before anybody else gets here. We'll get it started. We'll get it. Everybody was just as cooperative, helpful as they could be. We get back from the meeting with the doctors, about 2 hours, and in our hotel room is 15 sport coats, different sizes, 4 or 5 different ties, a bunch of shirts, different sizes. And all I had to do was try on various things and find an outfit that fit. I did have a pair of slacks because it was cold where we went, so I wasn't wearing sets and shorts with me, but I did wear slacks. And the slacks come from a suit, but, I mean, we were looking at even sending the plane down to Florida to get my suit and a tie, but I couldn't because it was on the way to Missouri. So, anyway, Catherine arranged for a bunch of stuff to be delivered from local retail outlets, including for her. She had nothing either. Nothing that would be suitable for the House chamber. Pardon me? Yeah, it was stuff off the road. What are you going to do? There's no time for a tailor. There's no time for a seamstress. Yeah, that's why there was 15 different sport coats, Mr. Snerdley. It's why there are 4 or 5 different shirts, different neck sizes, sleeve lengths. I told him what I wear, but you never know. From manufacturer to manufacturer, brand to brand, nothing's consistent in clothes. There was only one of the whatever it was, 10 or 15, only one that fit. Only one that I could button. The sleeve length was perfect, but only one that I could button. What do you mean? You're used to what over here on the other? You're used to off the. Look, I don't have a tailor either. What do you people think I have? Somebody makes my suit. When's the last time you saw me in a suit? It was in December, and that's an off the rack suit. I haven't bought a suit in 10 years because I don't like clothes shopping. Precisely because nothing does fit off the rack. I got better things to do to sit there and be measured 3 or 4 times to get it right. And if that was what was somewhat miraculous about this, is that Catherine got enough delivered that something worked. And when I saw the ties, so these are the dullest ties. I don't wear invisible ties like this. I said, I'm sorry, but this is how they interpreted what you said you want. Turned out to be perfect. The tie turned out to be the perfect color for what was to come later. Anyway, I got to take a break. There's still a lot to this story, and there's more than I can tell you today about Donald Trump and who he is and why he's unbeatable, folks. He's indomitable. There's these clowns. The Democrats, they still have no idea what they're up against. They haven't the slight. There's nobody in the Democrat Party. There's nobody in American politics that even comes close to the personality and the overall attitude towards life of Donald Trump. It's incredible. I got to take a break. We'll be back after
winning
this.
minds, winning hearts on the EIB network.
I still have a ways to go in explaining what all happened here on Tuesday. But there's not enough time in this segment. I kind of went overboard in the first one, so bear with me here. I just want to reiterate something. You look at what happened in Iowa. And I told the president there was a meeting. I'm jumping ahead, but there was a meeting in the Yellow Oval. Teddy Roosevelt loved the Oval Office so much, he had an exact replica built in the residence. And it's yellow. It's the same dimensions as the Oval Office in the West Wing. The entire Trump family is there. And the subject of the Democrats' meltdown in Iowa, the Hawkeye Caucus, came up. And I said, Mr. President, don't you find it a little ironic? These people running around the last 4 years claiming you cheated with Russia, you're going to cheat in 2020, and look what happened. These people, Silicon Valley running their operation, they can't even count votes. When are they going to blame Russia for this? When are they going to blame you for this? And he got a big laugh out of it. What a bunch of incompetent, arrogant... More on this in a minute. Hang on. This experience that Catherine and I had, and look, folks, I've known Donald Trump for years, and I've been really fortunate the past year, played golf with him a number of times when he's down here, down in Florida. And I've gotten to know him personally. I know Donald Trump. When I saw him come down the escalator, I've known Donald Trump from the moment he got into this. And I knew he was going to win 2 weeks after he got into this. And I never had any doubts about it. And I fully, totally understand the Democrats' discombobulation with it. They have no idea what they're up against. They still don't. The deep state, all these people that have tried to run Donald Trump out of town, they have no idea, folks. They literally, I don't think, know anybody like him, which is a shame. They don't know people like Donald Trump. They may even have disdain for people like Donald Trump. If you look at Donald Trump's life, he's lived a full and complete life, and not everything has been what we would characterize as exemplary, but that's the point. He's lived. He has gotten everything life has to offer, and he's not finished. And he attacks it each and every day, and he has no, what's the word? He's got no self-doubt. He doesn't let what other people might think of what he wants to do stop him from doing it or from saying what he wants to say. He's just a unique personality. And the fact that the political establishment, in fact, in some of both parties, don't understand it is not hard to understand, because there is a way of doing things, the standard operating procedure in electoral politics. And you can see the contrast. Go watch any Democrat during the Hawkeye Caucus, the lead up, and then that night when the vote mess happened, and listen to any of them talk. And every speech, even the hand gestures, are rehearsed, focus grouped, the words that they say, focus grouped, practiced. None of it is real. And all of it is pandering. Every bit of it is pandering. Mitt Romney epitomizes the pandering. Romney is pandering to other losers. For some reason, Romney thinks this is his route to victory. He hasn't slightest idea what his future is. But it doesn't include victory. Not even close. And he's going to find out sooner than later. But in this day, this past Tuesday, there was simply no way it wasn't going to happen. And he never made a demand. I want to try to be clear about this so that as many of you as possible understand the personalities. There was no demanding. There was nothing offensive. There was nothing belittling. There was nothing. It's a unique person that is able to persuade people to do what they want and make them happy they're doing it, even when they don't think they can. In Donald Trump's world, there simply is no can't. especially when it comes to trying. So we tell him late in the afternoon on Tuesday that we're going to accept the invitation. He's thrilled. He was ecstatically happy. But as I was to learn later, not for himself, he, pardon the sniffles here, folks. I told you I've got a little bit of a bronchial congestion, chest cold coming on. At any rate, he's on the phone and saying, look, of course your health comes first. There's no question. You got to put your health first. Can't the doctor take some of it out now and then go get the rest of it tomorrow? What's his name? But there was never a demand. There just wasn't any way we were going to be able to decline it. That just wasn't going to happen. We figured that out, and then all the logistics fell into place. And we arrived in Washington and were picked up and taken to the White House. We were met by Hogan Gidley in the communications shop. I went to the library in the White House, which is, it's off the diplomatic entrance area. It's near the elevator to the residence, where the First Lady was posing for photos with all of the people who were being recognized in the gallery that night. And we were last in line on purpose because after we posed for the photo with the First Lady, we were then escorted to the residence to meet the Trump family in the Yellow Oval. Again, that is a room in the residence. It's not far down the hall. If you keep walking past it, you'll run into the Lincoln bedroom and the Queen's bedroom. And it's the exact dimensions of the Oval Office in the West Wing. Teddy Roosevelt loved that room. He had it made for the residents. Exact measurements with the predominant color being yellow. Hang on here just a second, folks. So we were escorted into the room by Mrs. Trump, and we chat with her for 2 or 3 minutes, and then the Trump family began to come in, Ivanka, Donald Jr., Eric, their wives, spouses, and then the president came in and sat down and started talking about the award and the medal and what it means and how special it is and how thrilled he was that we were able to make it. And, folks, I don't know if I should. I'm going to go ahead and tell you this. I realize that it's going to open the floodgates of a bunch of people in the media, but at this stage, I don't care. I never have cared, and I'm not going to start caring now what they say. One of the reasons I was reluctant was I just wasn't sure I deserved this. You look at, it's the highest civilian honor that the country awards. It's the exact same award that Congress give, the Congressional Medal of Honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's the exact same thing. There are different requirements. Military people who qualify are awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor with sometimes a ceremony at the White House, but this is the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And there was a part of me, I'm a radio talk show host, and I sit here behind this microphone and I talk. And this is, by the way, nothing new. Remember when I was at the National Review 50th anniversary dinner in Washington? Some of you will remember this story. I'm sitting at Mr. Buckley's table, and a man walks up to me who has been severely wounded in battle. And he asks if I can come over to his table to meet others at his table who also have been wounded. So I did. And I got over there, and I was listening to these guys who have nearly died defending the country, telling me how much they enjoy listening to my program and all that. And I said to these guys, I said, you know, I don't know, guys. You've faced bullets, almost died. I sit behind this. You can't do that. It means everything in the world to them that I came over and they wanted to tell me this. And so you can't phony up the humility and act that. So I gutted it up and I told them how much I appreciated it, how stunned I was, how much it meant to me to know that they were out there. And it was a great evening. So the same thing. Decided, okay, drop this business that the president wants to give it to you. That's all that matters. You've got to do it. But I'm jumping back in time because that was one of the items of when we're deciding whether to do this or not. And I didn't tell Catherine. Catherine's hearing this for the first time, I think. I may have said, you think I really deserve? I don't know, but I don't think I did. So we get there, president's talking, and we have the joke about the Democrats in Iowa. And he's sitting on an ottoman, a footstool. We're on sofas facing each other. Mrs. Trump, other family members, he's on an ottoman by himself, no ties, where he's got his jacket on, crisp white shirt, unbuttoned. And I said, I couldn't do this. Whenever I used to do anything like this, like a big speech or rush, I had to be alone with no distractions. I couldn't have a bunch of people around me. I said, now, one of the reasons none of it was scripted, and I had lived everything, so I needed to make sure my brain was working and not distracted. And he said, no, this, we love this. We love this. This is historic. We've got such a great story to tell. Donald Trump is not ashamed to trumpet his accomplishments and achievements because they're real. He does have his own version of humility. You have to know how to spot it. It happens at every rally. Donald Trump will tell everybody in the world how much he appreciates their support, one way or the other. Could be 30 seconds, could take him 2 minutes, but everybody at a Trump rally knows that he appreciates them and doesn't take any of their support, their presence, for granted. So then, after this and the joking about the Democrats and my suggesting that maybe the Russians were behind this disaster in Iowa, it was time to leave. And this was something I never knew. I never knew how all of this happened. All those guests sitting up there with the First Lady in the gallery, I never knew how it all happened, but now I do. And I will tell you when we get back.
This is the big one. Rush on the EIB network.
Buses, minivans that they're very nice. Don't misunderstand minivan. They put all the guests in. And the guests are the tail end of the caravan. It is a massive caravan. More SUVs I've ever seen in a row. And we left the White House about 8:15 to get over there, and they hustle you in to the gallery, and you sit down. And I've never been in the gallery. Oh, yeah, I have in the Senate, never in the House. I have seen the House chamber from floor level. You're not allowed to go out there if you're not a member. And it was pretty full. Then we got there at 8:30. And all the Republicans are they're looking up and they're waving thumbs up. It was, I don't know, it was so inspiring and gratifying. And there was just if you can imagine an envelope or like a wave of warmth that just swept over me sitting there. Every Republican congressman, every senator, looking down there, and then to see the Democrats not doing a thing and they're dressed all white and so forth, and it was just a moving night, and sitting there, can't believe we're there, can't believe it happened, can't believe it all came together, and then it happened.
Almost every American family knows the pain when a loved one is diagnosed with a serious illness. Here tonight is a special man, beloved by millions of Americans, who just received a stage 4 advanced cancer diagnosis. This is not good news, But what is good news is that he is the greatest fighter and winner that you will ever meet. Rush Limbaugh, thank you for your decades of tireless devotion to our country.
This is the House Chamber, the State of the Union. My mom and dad would not have believed it. That kind of thing was not possible.
And Rush, in recognition of all that you have done for our nation, the millions of people a day that you speak to and that you inspire, and all of the incredible work that you have done for charity, I am proud to announce tonight that you will be receiving our country's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Now, I thought this was coming in a couple weeks in the Oval Office. Somebody jabbed me, turn to your right, turn to your right, turn away from the First Lady. Okay.
I will now ask the First Lady of the United States to present you with the honor, please.
And Pelosi is going nuts. That's when she starts ripping up the speech. Pelosi's so ticked off she can't see straight. You have no idea what this is like. Of all the things you think might happen to you in life, this...
Catherine, congratulations. Thank you, Catherine.
This is not one of them. I've got to take a break. There's one other thing about this I have to impart, though, so stick with us.
America's Anchorman, Rush, on the EIB Network.
Of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, that is it right there. And it is, I couldn't stop looking down at it the whole time that I'm wearing it. With clasps in the back. It's just beautiful. Excuse me, Brad, do you have the black and white photo? We've also got one more photo to show you that'll also be at rushlimbaugh.com. And we're looking to get it. There it is. Black and white picture taken from below the second floor with the Medal of Honor in color. And it's... Folks, it was such a joyous occasion. It was so unbelievable, and something for which not only me, but my family will be eternally grateful for. It's very, very special moment indeed, and I thank again the president and his family. Vice President Pence called after we left the Capitol and were on the way back to our super secret location, and where we spent the rest of the week. And one thing, do you remember later in the evening there was a young mother and her, I think it was two kids sitting just to the left of the First Lady. And we met her, she was in line in front of us for the photo with the First Lady at the White House before we all got in the bus to go over to the Capitol. And she was so sweet, and well, I don't want to say she looked sad because I don't want to mischaracterize her. She may not have been sad, but she clearly is there with her kids. Her husband is away in Afghanistan. She's in the gallery because he and she are going to be recognized. She has no idea the president has flown her husband back, and he's waiting outside the doors to come down the steps. And when the president announced that, I mean, the place just erupted, and her face lit up, and her kids were the happiest you've ever seen. A couple of kids, Sergeant Williams, and he came down the steps, and he hugged his two kids, and she was beside herself. I mean, this call it a show, if you will, but it's more that this is the kind of thing that has deep meaning to people. And the thought, the idea to do something like this, to extend this kind of honor to people defending the country, I maintain that this is another example of the essence of Trump and his administration, and how he has an absolute bond of connection with the people responsible for making this country work. And as we were walking out, I met Sergeant Williams and posed for a photo, and I jokingly said, I said, "You guys have a place to stay tonight." And I was wondering, she didn't know he was coming, and so she looked at me and she nodded, said, "Yeah, we do." But that moment when that was announced and he came bounding down those steps, and the look of joy on his kids, heart melt city. Anyway, let's go to the phones. People have been patiently waiting, lining up since the program began. We'll start with Elliot in Wilmette, Illinois. Thanks, Elliot, for holding on, and welcome to the program. Hi.
Thank you for taking my call, Rush. My very, very best wishes for you. I'm very pleased to speak with you. My question has to do with the State of the Union show. From the party we were in, we could see from your surprise, we could hear you saying to yourself, "Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together." My question is about Nancy Pelosi, and did you notice from where you were her pre-tearing of the speech before she did so at the end?
Yeah, but I didn't know what it was. I saw her pre-tearing it, and I had no idea that it was because.
Was that before she started, or along during it? And what? And secondly,
no,
it was that will do. To the Democrats.
No, it was before, because clearly she didn't have the strength to rip it from scratch, so she had to get each page started in advance so that when she went to rip it up.
But that was before he started?
Well, I think it was after he started. Although I have to say that I only know that based on what I've seen since. I didn't actually see her doing that, the initial rip, during the State of the Union speech. Now, what it all means for the Democrats, I don't think this is complicated, and I wish I had some unique, brand new, you've never heard it before answer. But you want to know what the impact of this is going to be on the Democrats. It is going to be devastating. I'm watching the media today. I've watched the media the past couple of days. They're trying to glaze over this debacle in Iowa. They're trying to make it even media that you think is friendly to us. They're doing everything they can to salvage this because they need viable opponents for ratings. They need to be able to report that the Democrats have a chance, that the Democrats are gaining ground on Trump. But, folks, the mistake that they have made from the beginning, they continue to make it. They are incapable of fixing this. For whatever unreasonable, make no sense reasons, they hate Donald Trump. And they think everybody else does too. There's no other reason to do this. But look, everything they have tried has failed. Everything has blown up on them. They are the epitome of Wile E. Coyote. They are a laughingstock. They are a joke out there across the fruited plain. They're not a laughingstock or joke in the media because the media is invested in them, wants them to look good, wants them to win. But I'm telling you, ripping up State of the Union speech that's chronicling and reporting on the greatness of the State of the Union, the improvements and the changes for the good for everybody that has happened. There's no sizable constituency out there that hates Trump so much that they're going to applaud that. The Democrat Party makes the mistake of assuming that Twitter is national public opinion. They make the mistake of assuming that Twitter represents a majority of their support. Twitter represents maybe 20% of the thinking of this country. And they'll never figure this out because the media lies to them and the media pumps them up. And they literally sit there. Pelosi literally thinks that this country hates Trump more and more every day. And that why else do this? Why pull a stunt like this? If she thinks that it's going to harm the Democrats, there's no reason to do it. She obviously, hang on, obviously thinks this is going to help them. And it's, I think, a great illustration of how totally out of touch they are and have been for 4 years. And I'll tell you, I don't think they have ever been close. Past 3-4 years, however you want to tabulate, they've not been close to meeting their objectives on Donald Trump. They have not been close to getting rid of him. They've not been close to succeeding in impeachment. They've not been close in this Russia business. They have been embarrassingly off-bent, out of touch. They have looked mean-spirited and ridiculous to a vast majority of normal Americans to whom their behavior doesn't make any sense. And the Democrats have no way of knowing that and seeing that. This was a big debacle. This Iowa mess is right along the line with it. I'm watching, as I said, watching the media. Well, the Democrats have given the candidates additional time here to work out the... Come on, this is an embarrassment. What was the result of impeachment? It killed Joe Biden. Impeachment killed Joe Biden. That's what impeachment did. Impeachment took out Joe Biden. Joe Biden finishes fourth. Biden is finished. Biden was never going to win this thing. I'm telling you, how many times did I tell you in June, May 2019, ABC does that story reporting on Biden and his kid Hunter? And I told you they're trying to take him out. Biden's not going to be the nominee. And they don't want it to be Crazy Bernie. How about the Des Moines Register poll the night before the Hawkeye? They don't release it, claiming some kind of snafu. The snafu was they didn't like the result. These people, I think, are the ones that manipulate vote counts. Not Trump. These are the people that partnered with Russia. Well, Hillary Clinton did. With all of that, and no matter what they try, it blows up in their face. But go back the last week, the last 2 weeks, the last month. What have you heard in the drive-by media? Joe Biden leading by a landslide, slam dunk. Joe Biden leading in Iowa. Joe Biden wins in Iowa, going to clear the decks in New Hampshire. Joe Biden comes in fourth place in Iowa. Meanwhile, Trump's got his headline, acquitted. Trump acquitted. How stupid are they? Knew this was going to be the result. They knew Trump was going to be acquitted, and yet they went ahead with this anyway. Why? Because they think everybody hates Trump. The big mistake they make, they think they represent a majority of thinking in this country. They think that wacko liberalism / socialism / communism is the majority thinking in this country. It's not even close. But they think they've got to hold their base together. So I think that's what Pelosi ripping up the speech, plus total frustration. Trump was acquitted, made her look like a political novice when she supposedly is the dean of Washington politicians. Anyway, I appreciate the call. This is Elizabeth in Columbus, Ohio. You're next. It's great to have you. Hi.
Hey, Rush. It's good to hear you on the radio.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I'm sorry.
No problem. My question for you is, I wonder what lessons you think the Republican leadership are learning from watching the Democratic implosion.
Well, if you look at the Republican Party, is pretty unified behind Trump.
Well, I think they've had the benefit of not being in the spotlight, but, the rise of Trump was really because, and I think on both sides, Republican and Democrat, there was a large portion of people that feel very frustrated with not being heard. And, I think that's what led to Trump winning the Republican nomination. He wasn't their guy. And Republican base put him in there almost as a, referendum, I think, in some ways against the Republican leadership.
No question about it.
Well, so what have they learned from that and from watching the Democrats try to deal with the same, divisions in their party? And how are they going to take that once Trump is out?
Well, I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure what they've learned, but I'll tell you what they should have learned. They should have learned. They look at Trump's approval rating. Look at the economy. Has the highest approval rating ever. Trump's approval rating as president. After all of this, Elizabeth, after all this impeachment, after all of the Mueller investigation, which was a perjury trap, after all the Russia stuff, after all, Trump's approval rating is at an all-time high. And I think one of the lessons that I see being learned by a whole lot of Republicans is they don't have to be afraid of the media anymore. If Donald Trump is demonstrating one thing, it's you don't have to be afraid of what the media says about you. You can win if you simply connect with the majority of the American people. And Trump did, and he connected with the majority of the American people because, particularly in Republicans, they're fed up. They've been lied to campaign after campaign after campaign. Candidates have promised to do X, Y, and Z year after year after year, get elected. It doesn't happen. Take the issue, it doesn't matter, trade or health care, you name it. Trump comes along, and he is not one of those people. He is by definition an outsider who is already well known and has established an identity with people in his other businesses, and he has the unique ability to speak publicly and be believed. People take him seriously. They believe he means what he says, that he's going to do what he's going to do, and he does it. And they've learned it. And it just, to me, illustrates how many people in this country for so long have been frustrated with the, deep state, or just the way Washington works. And the way Washington works is it's all about them and their families and their kids. It's really not about you, except every election. They make it look like it is. There's some exceptions here, but most of Washington, look at the ambassadorial corps that testified against. By the way, you see Trump might be getting rid of Vindman. Right on, dude. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. Oh, say, can get rid of him. Get rid of all these saboteurs. Trump's approval rating will go up to 60% if he does this. Well, we know who the whistleblower is. He has been outed publicly to mention the moment I mentioned his name. But it's nothing about Trump. Trump doesn't go back. He'll slam them as they fail, but he's going to keep moving forward. He leaves them in the dust. All they can do is cry over spilt milk and bellyache and whine and moan. And Trump is just out maneuvering them. He's out dancing them. He's zooming and speeding by these people on his agenda, on his approach with the media. And so they don't know. It's amazing to me that they still haven't figured out and don't seem to care who he really is and how to stop him, which is fine and dandy with me. They continue to just do dumb, ignorant things as they attempt to stay true or whatever to their ideology. Look, I got to go. Quick timeout. We will continue in a moment.
They used to get away with it, but not anymore. Thanks to Rush and the EIB network.
President leaving the White House on the way to helicopter to Marine One to get on a flight down to North Carolina, and he was holding something in his hand. And he walked up to the media. This is what he said.
So I just got this. It was just handed to me. This is the D.C. Circuit, and we just won the big emoluments case. I think it was a unanimous decision. This was brought by Nancy Pelosi and her group. It just came out a few minutes ago. So I'll be reading it on the helicopter, but it was a total win. This was brought by 230 Democrats in Congress on emoluments. It was another phony case, and we won it 3-0. We won it unanimously.
I mean, it's just another slam dunk. A federal appeals court, 3-0, dismissed a lawsuit by congressional Democrats alleging that Trump violated the emoluments clause of the Constitution by refusing to allow lawmakers to review and approve his financial interests. And as CNN says here, the ruling is a major triumph for the president, who's intensely sought to keep his business affairs in private. The case's dismissal effectively kneecaps one of several attempts Democrats have made to dig up more information about Trump has kneecapped them on everything. The Democrats have been kneecapped. The media has been kneecapped on virtually everything. Folks, unemployment news here. U.S. creates 225,000 new jobs in January, way above the experts' prediction of 164,000. Unemployment rate, 3.6%. Wages climb, 3.1% yearly rate in January. The approval numbers that Trump has after every attempt the Democrats have made, if I were them, I would seriously be looking at what they've done. You've heard me say, they've launched every weapon they know destroys Republicans. They've thrown everything at Trump that has gotten rid of any Republican they've wanted to take out for as long as I've been doing this. And not a one of them has even come close. I'm sorry, folks. I've got a cold starting in the bronchi. I didn't have time to hit the cough, but I'm really sorry about that. They haven't been able to, they haven't even gotten close is the point, despite what the media has been running Trump's funeral for 3 years. He is triumphing over these people like nobody ever has. Like no conservative ever has. Like no Republican ever has. We'll be back here in just a second. Thank God Rush Limbaugh's on. We go back to the phone. Sean in Memphis. I'm glad you waited, sir, and hello.
Mega dittos, Maharashi.
Thank you, sir.
What, it's such an honor to talk to you on probably the most important week in politics of my adult life. I've been listening since '88, and you were talking about, the unique abilities of Donald Trump. And one of the greatest ones I find is that he has the ability to tweak the left so acutely that, just giving you the Medal of Honor, not that you don't deserve it. I 100% believe that. But I know that it tweaked the left so strongly and probably had everything to do with the tearing of the paper. I mean, it was just amazing.
Oh, I'm sure it did. Pelosi's even said that she thought Trump was going to mention John Lewis when he mentioned my name. And then she starts ripping. In fact, let's listen to Pelosi. And I've had people ask me, does it bother you what they're... No, folks, that's the point. That's the whole point of Donald Trump. It shouldn't bother anybody what they say. It's predictable. It's baseless. It's all the things they claim that they're not. These are the people that engage in insensitivity and racism and bigotry and all this stuff while claiming they're the paragons of virtue and attacking everybody on the conservative side as all the isms and so forth. I've always thought that it was a testament to my effectiveness. It was always a sign of how get under their skin. If it didn't, they wouldn't even mention it. Here is Pelosi. This is Yesterday morning, she held her weekly press conference.
We will not allow any president to use that Capitol, that chamber of the House of Representatives, of the People's House, as a backdrop for him. Now, all presidents have guests, constant guests. That was not a State of the Union. That was his state of mind. Let me say how I can give a Medal of Honor. Do it in your own office. We don't come in your office and do congressional business. Why are you doing that here? Quite frankly, when he started talking about someone with stage 4 cancer, all of that, I thought he was, I don't know which stage John Lewis's cancer is at, but when he started talking about someone with cancer, we thought he was going to talk about John Lewis, a hero in our country. Come on.
You see, Trump had no business doing that in her house. We're not going to allow any president to use that Capitol, that chamber, People's House as a backdrop for him. And that's why she rips up the State of the Union speech. I'm telling you, she has literally no empathy. She has no idea how that was seen. And if she does, then it was one of the biggest political errors, unforced errors that anybody has ever made. You don't like it? Be quiet about it. Move on. Don't call additional attention to it. But there she is, because they think they've got it. Folks, another bit of evidence here. For how long have we been told? It's a number of years, right? The Democrat base. The Democrat Party. They hate Donald Trump. They can't wait for Election Day. They can't wait to get rid of Donald Trump. It's the only thing that matters. So here comes the Hawkeye Caucus. The turnout was It was embarrassingly light. Nobody even knows what the count was. They've got Silicon Valley brains behind their operation. They can't even tabulate the vote. My theory is they can, and it was so bad they didn't want anybody to know. They don't want anybody to know who really won that, because whoever probably won it has no prayer of beating Trump, and I'll bet you the turnout was tiny. Trump's not even opposed. And there were far more Republicans that Trump beat the Obama turnout. You know, Obama was unopposed in 2012. So you get to the Hawkeye Caucus, and a lot of people showed up for Obama to make a statement. We love the guy, he's our guy. More people showed up for Trump than showed up for Obama. Meanwhile, the Democrats, barely over half the turnout that showed up for Trump. So where is all this supposed energy? You have no idea. You have no idea how often, how frequently, and how largely you have been lied to or misrepresented by mainstream media. And the Democrats don't either. They're falling for all this hook, line, and sinker, as I said, believing everybody thinks about Trump the way they do. And it all boils down. Okay, let's run through the list. Pete Buttigieg, Mayor Pete. Have you seen Mayor Pete? He's a programmed, focus grouped candidate that has rehearsed his hand positions for emphasis. He has focus grouped the words. He's focus grouped the timing, meaning there isn't anything real. Crazy Bernie has got them all scared to death because they think that Crazy Bernie, if he wins, is going to destroy the Democrat Party. I got news for you. The Democrat Party's on the way to total implosion anyway, because there isn't any difference in Crazy Bernie and Elizabeth Warren or Hillary Clinton or any of the other frontmen. They all want government in charge of everything. They all want to destroy the economy that has been created in the free market. They want to replace it with massive tax increases. The Democrats are lying to them, fooling themselves if they believe there's a smidgen bit of difference in whoever they nominate. Well, Mayor Pete is a centrist, and there aren't any centrists anymore. You know something, folks? I got to tell you something else. And those of you who've been listening to me for many, many moons know this. This idea that you have 40% left and 40% right and 20% undecided, and the 20% undecided are the brilliant ones. They are the smart ones. They're the ones that haven't made up their minds. They're the ones who aren't partisan. They're the ones who study it issue by issue by issue. And they're the ones who care most about the future of the country. And so every election is a battle for all of that 20%. That's so bogus. There isn't any centrism out there in America anymore. We're so partisan and divided. There isn't any middle ground. Not to speak of. I mean, some people might think they're centrist, but they're not. Most of the people who have been moderates or centrists are simply liberal Democrats who didn't want to say so. And they are dwarfed by the number of conservatives in this country. Not in California and New York, but throughout the whole country, they are outnumbered by people who self-identify as conservative versus those who self-identify as liberal. But the liberals all live in coagulated areas. Parts of New York, parts of California, they don't get out. They don't know anybody else of any other way of thinking, and there's nothing centrist about any of them. I think this is another one of the biggest scams that professional politicians, and if you want to throw media in too, have been running on the American people. This idea that there's this great unwashed in the middle. And they're the ones we got to pay attention to. They're the ones we got to watch because they're the ones that are not partisan. They make up their minds issue by issue. They're not racist. They're not sexist. They're not bigoted. They're any of this other stuff. And I have never for the longest, it may have been the case some years ago, but I don't think it's been the case for a long time. And I think most of those people that used to be classified as centrist, the great unwashed, have moved to our side. Most of them support Trump and don't admit it. But when the time comes for them to demonstrate it and show it, there they are, and there they will be. They show up at rallies. They show up at the ballot box. Does anybody really think the Democrats have anything that can compare to the Trump rally, to the energy that is at one of those things, to the commitment, to the personal bond that people have with the candidate? Do you think anybody really has on the left a personal bond with Mayor Pete? I mean, a sizable number. Anybody a personal bond with Joe Biden? Crazy Bernie might be the closest that has any kind of a personal mind. But the Democrats are trying to sabotage him again because they think he's going to destroy the party, which what they don't know is that it's already in dire straits, no matter they nominate Crazy Bernie or not. We'll take a brief break and come back. More phone calls right after this.
Doing the work that the mainstream American media just won't do. Rush on the EIB network.
CNN's got some angry military writer, some woman who says this is bogus, this is reunion porn. Reunion porn. This is not what everybody thinks it is when they look at it. There's often no follow-up, and the administration don't care what happens to these people after they leave the House chamber. They may have nowhere to stay. This is reunion porn. Okay, CNN, keep at it. When are these people going to, I hope they never do, when are they going to figure out they've been burned? When are they going to figure out none of this stuff is hurting Donald Trump? It's only hurting them. They can see their audience dwindle away. They can see the respect that the audience has for them dwindle away. Why even want to step on something like this? Why want to step on a military family being reunited by calling it reunion porn because Trump doesn't really mean it? Because Trump doesn't follow through. And I was there. I saw this. I shook their hands. I walked out with them. They were deliriously happy. I pointedly asked them if they had some place to stay. I was going to get them a hotel. I don't know. I mean, she doesn't know her husband's coming home. I don't know where they live. But I was going to get them a hotel room. Then I stopped and no, the president's obviously the administration's taking care of that, so I didn't say anything. But that was my concern me. The last thing in the world that it occurred to me is to find a way to rip and criticize them, but they just keep on, and I don't know what, I don't know who they think they're reaching and what they think they're accomplishing. Anyway, let me get back to the phones. This is Will in Rhinebeck, New York. Great to have you, sir. The EIB Network. Hello.
Rush, thank you so much. It's great to hear from you. Mega dittos, mega prayers. I've been listening to you for about 15 years. I just want to thank you because during the Obama years, you were the beacon of hope for all of us. So,
thank you, sir. For me, too.
And my daughter and I are huge fans of the Rush Revere books. We're actually reading through the First Patriots right now. And it was just such an honor to see you receive the Medal of Honor. It just couldn't have gone to a better person.
Well, it was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It's so special. And the president was not going to let me miss it. He was not going to let me talk him or myself out of appearing at the House chamber that night. Now, remember, folks, I knew I was going to get the medal. The president had told me that it was going to happen in a couple of weeks in the Oval Office. And for those of you just tuning in, let me remind you of something else. There are details here that I can't tell you that I so desperately want to, because they describe and illustrate even further the kind of person Donald Trump is. But if to do that, I would have to go into details about my condition and my treatment, and I'm just not going to do that. I'm not the only one that's ever gone through this. A lot of you have, a lot of you are. And I vowed when this whole thing started, I'm not going to bleed on anybody with this. But someday, somehow, I'm going to be able to tell the entire story, because there are elements of it that you'll just laugh yourself silly. And they're all about Donald Trump refusing to hear no. No matter how polite, no matter how sincere, no matter heartfelt, no way, not possible. And this is, as I say, it's an aspect of his personality that these people, his political opponents, haven't the slightest idea. They have no way of understanding it. He will not be denied. And for all these times when you think people on his staff are getting away with sabotaging him, like the whistleblower, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, no. It may look like it in the moment, but they are going to, I don't want to say pay a price. They're going to be outed for what they're not going to get away with it, is the point. He's just indomitable and will not let anybody deny what he wants. And I don't mean that as he's oppressive and insensitive and doesn't listen. It's, in fact, the exact opposite. Brief break. Back with more after this.
Unfiltered and unstoppable. Rush on the EIB Network.
Much more meaningful than anybody knows. I think this debacle is a harbinger of disasters to come. And you know what it's all rooted in, ladies and gentlemen? The Democrats really cannot do elections anymore because they can't stand the way people vote. You know, I have said that the day is going to come where some of these Democrats, and look at Schiff's already done it, already made reference to it, we got to cancel a vote. The vote, we can't trust the ballot box, Schiff said. Can't trust the ballot box to do what we Democrats want. Meaning, we can't trust the American people to elect us. They just can't stand that people vote in ways they don't like. So look, Hillary loses, and they've tried to tear the country apart for 3 years. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I don't think this is a one-off and an isolated thing. I think it is symbolic of a trend. And I have never thought these people represent the majority of thinking in this country. I've never thought it. The media creates the impression that they do. But I've never thought so. In fact, There was a story, I had this, I didn't get into much detail with it at the time, but it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was a story about how all of these liberal elites in places like Silicon Valley, California, and Hollywood, all these liberal elites, white liberal elites, live their lives the same way you do. They raise their kids the same way you do. They just don't want anybody to know it. They are not exposing their kids to crime. They're not exposing their kids to sanctuary cities, and they're not exposing their kids to drugs on purpose. They're trying to shield them. They're trying to raise their kids the same way you are, but they don't dare let Democrat voters know it, because it would be, if they found out, the epitome of hypocrisy. Well, it is the epitome of hypocrisy. Look at the scandal. All of these white liberal Hollywood people gaming the system to get their kids into elite universities. Why does that matter? That's something rich Republicans do. Well, of course it matters, because that's how you grease the skids for your kids' future. They don't want anybody to know it. That's when it is learned that this is what some of these people are doing. Look at the hell that descends on them. And I maintain to you that there are a lot of people, the media is the same way. The media living in Washington, their kids go to the finest schools, their kids do this and that, they try to keep their kids, they're not exposing their kids to all of the crap they're telling you have to be understanding and fair, but they just won't admit it. So here we are in Iowa. They can't do elections because they can't stand that people vote in ways they don't like. Hillary loses. They've tried to tear the country apart for 3 years. Now Bernie is peaking as the winner. They have to jigger the votes against him. They can't stand that voters won't do what they want. Rather than try to get themselves aligned with voters, do what voters want, try to win that way, it's the exact opposite. The Biden campaign, if it ever was anything, is falling apart. And I'll tell you something, I don't think Biden ever has been the real leader. Cut me a break. We really going to tell people? Joe Biden hasn't ever gotten anywhere in a Democrat presidential primary in his life. Why, all of a sudden, is Joe Biden leading this primary? I don't believe he ever has. I think they're doing everything they can to tamp down crazy Bernie. So, the Plugs campaign's falling apart. Women of color are fleeing Pocahontas in droves. Mayor Pete supposedly surging. Really. And then over here, Michael Bloomberg, the guy's all of 5'4", doesn't stand a prayer because I don't care how much money he spends. Hillary's being coy about running. Mitt Romney, you want to hear a rumor? Some Democrats are thinking about drafting Mitt Romney as their presidential nominee. And, of course, Romney would sign up yesterday for it. Romney would do it yesterday. So we will just have to see how it all shakes out. A new high. 90% of Americans are satisfied with their personal life. 90%. This is Gallup. We haven't had a result like this in I don't know how many years, decades. And it's amazing when you have your pick of a job, your wages are going up, energy costs are low, taxes are less, you feel safe, we're not at war. 9 in 10 Americans satisfied with the way things are going in their personal life. That is a new high in 40 years, 4 decades. That figure beats the previous high of 88% recorded in 2003. Now, if you're a Democrat and you're looking at Gallup, you can't just wave Gallup away. It's Gallup, it's biased, you can't. How'd they explain this? They don't. They ignore it. But, man, the things are trending away from them so rapidly. Now, so I've always said things can change in politics overnight. But you take a look at this last 3.5, 4 years, the targeted destruction of Donald Trump not only beat it back to be triumphing over all of it the way he is. I like that it's driving them insane. I really do. Let me go back to the phones. Douglas in Ewing, New Jersey. It is great to have you, Douglas. Hello, sir.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good, sir.
Hey, what this is about is Doug Sittel, Sittel on Google. In the YouTube uploads, you scroll all the way down to the 20-second video, time 2044. In the last minute, Judge says if you talk, you go to jail. I was in chambers with Judge Guzman. You can hear us on YouTube, and the caption Guzman, he erased all the court audio. And in the Chicago backdrop, he says there's enough on those tapes he's going to...
Yeah, I have no idea. I can't hear this guy. My hearing can't keep up with this guy, and neither can the transcription. Who's next? This is Dwayne in Boston. Great to have you, sir, the EIB Network. Hello.
Bless you, Rush. How you doing?
Good, sir. Thank you.
The reason why I called, I've been listening since high school. I'm 54 now. My mom gave me a book of yours in high school, and I was talking about it online the other night after you got your award. I'm African-American Christian, but I'm conservative, so, I'm automatically a pariah in certain circles. But I was talking about how me and my followers need to keep you lifted up in prayer and cover you and your family and your wife and stand with you while you go through, because I believe you'll come out on the other side victorious. And while I was doing that, a guy started going in on me and my mom. My mom's been dead since 2010, but he said, "Oh, your mom gave you a Rush book. Did she give you what's the Karl Marx book as well? Or a Jim Crow book, too, and your mother got Buck T." They just started, it was crazy.
Karl Marx book?
Yeah.
Who the hell, Karl Marx book?
Exactly.
And what Jim Crow book? I never heard of a Jim Crow book. What's a Jim Crow book?
There is none.
Who wrote the Jim Crow book?
The guy was just an idiot, and then, of course, people would retweet it. And first I started to delete them. I said, no, I'm going to let people see how ignorant and stupid these people are, right? Because I guess what really pissed them off was when I said that Rush is a gift to this generation. And some people won't get it until some time goes by. But he's a God sowed a seed in the earth named Rush Limbaugh, and they just went crazy. I guess I'm not supposed to speak up and speak my mind because I'm a black.
Well, isn't it kind of fun to drive them crazy?
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. And their head explodes. So
I've been having fun doing that for 30 years. Believe me, it is a lot.
I know. That's around the time I started listening, too, because my mother asked me what I wanted for Christmas, and I was too old to really, get those kind of requests. I said, give me a Rush Limbaugh book, and she gave me a book, and I've been listening ever since.
Well, that's awfully sweet, sir. Very nice. And I thank you very much. It's great to know that people like you are out there, and it means more than you will ever know. I'm glad you got through today. Speaking of all these good vibes, Valentine's Day is a week away. Sneaking up on everybody, it's a week from today. And Valentine's Day is one of those occasions where roses are expected. I know a lot of people say, you know what? Precisely because they're expected, I'm not going to give them. I'm going to find something else. I'm going to make a real impression on mom, spouse, whatever. My advice would be not to do that. I mean, you can give something else, but don't forget the roses. They work every time they're tried, especially on Valentine's Day when they're expected. In fact, I would try to find the nicest bouquet you can. And one of the great places to look is 1-800-Flowers. They can provide you with beautiful, fresh, long-stemmed red roses. 1-800-Flowers picks these roses at their peak. They ship them overnight for delivery to your intended on the date that you select, whether that's next Friday or earlier in the week. Doesn't matter. You choose the date. They will get it there. Now, here are the financial terms. 18 red roses available for $29.99. Or you can update to 2 dozen red roses. 18 plus 6 would be 24 for those of you in Rio Linda. It's 2 dozen for just $10 more. 18 red roses, $29.99, or 2 dozen of these babies for just $10 more. Go online right now, 1-800-Flowers.com. When you do, you'll see a radio icon in the top right corner of your computer screen. Click on that, tap on that, whatever you do. Type in my name to get this special pricing. Use your phone or your computer either way at 1-800-Flowers.com. My name as the promo code, and that's do not forget to do this. It's a week away. You might think you can put it off, and many of you will. But just don't forget it because it's magic. They work every time they are tried. Roses.
America's beacon of freedom. Rush on the EIB network.
Question is a focus group, guys. In your travels, have you found people to be any more accepting than a couple of years ago, or are we just entrenching even more and nobody's ever going to change their mind about it? This guy is asking whether or not people are going to see the State of the Union and move to Trump. I don't even know. This question is actually kind of odd. In your travels, have you found people to be any more accepting than a couple of years ago? Of what? Or are we just entrenching even, accepting of what? Nobody's ever going to change their mind about anything. That's exactly right. There is no great unwashed. There is no great centrists. There is no great undecided. There aren't any great this or that. This is something the left has always counted on to put them over the top. Here's what Luntz had to say.
Our group actually thought that Donald Trump was not inappropriate. They did not think that he was overly partisan. They thought it was a campaign speech for 2020, which obviously it was. But I'm afraid that the people who report the news are actually missing what the voters themselves are saying. We had 2 undecided voters. They moved towards Trump after the speech was done.
Exactly right, because they weren't undecided. Just telling Luntz they are. We're not undecided. How can you possibly be undecided in the atmosphere in America today? But I'll go with what Luntz says. If he wants to say that they were undecided and moved to Trump, fine and dandy. Now, Tuesday night, CNN, this is the actual night of the State of the Union, after the speech, Van Jones, the Obama green jobs czar, weighed in.
Warning the Democrats, what he was saying to African Americans can be effective. We got to wake up, folks. There's the whole bubble thing that goes on. We say, well, he said S-hole nations, therefore all black people are going to hate him forever. That ain't necessarily so. What you're going to see him do is say, you may not like my rhetoric, but look at my results, look at my record to black people. And if he narrowcasts that, it's going to be effective. That was a warning to us, a warning shot across the bow of Democrats that he's going after enough black folks to cause us problems.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, Van, if I may, I'm really trying to be helpful here. You guys are so off the beaten path. If you think Trump, when he talks about S-hole countries in Africa, if you think that somehow is going to harm him, you realize that there are a whole lot of people in this country who are fed up with sending money to a bunch of S-hole countries or countries that are not allies or countries that don't do anything for it. And they may be communist countries, they may be socialist countries. And so Trump comes along and calls them what they are, and you think that's going to hurt Trump? This is where you guys, they think they are the paragons of virtue. They never say offensive things. They never say things that are going to bother people, upset people. They are the paragons of virtue. It's just the exact opposite. They are accepting. They are supportive of these kinds of outfits that have no interest in the United States' best interests. And Donald Trump does. And by the way, he owns it. There isn't anybody in American politics who can claim that they have American interests at the forefront anywhere near as much as Trump does, especially liberal Democrats. Now, here's Nia Malika Henderson, who's a commentator on CNN. She weighed in after Van Jones.
Then you look at some of the things they are doing on the ground in some of these communities. I mean, he talked about opportunity zones, and I've been talking to some of the Republicans black Republicans who do work in the administration, and they're doing some real work and reach out to some of these African-American communities.
Right, and so I think these people see what is in front of them. They just don't ever believe that Trump can pull it off because they think that they have successfully maligned and impugned all Republicans forever. That we're all racist, sexist, bigot, homophobes, and so forth. But you look at the black and Hispanic unemployment rate, you look at the approval numbers Trump has, these people are being blindsided. They're being blindsided because they refuse to see the absolute truth. Who's next? Anita in Yorba Linda, California. Welcome to the EIB Network. Hello.
Thank you. I just want you to know we're holding you close in our prayers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I have a question. I need you to clarify a memory for me. My husband thinks I'm crazy, but years and years ago, and I've been listening to you for a good 25 years, I remember, or I think I remember, Chris Matthews as a guest host substituting for you on your show. Now, did I dream that?
No, that actually happened. He was a guest host a couple times.
Oh, thank you.
You are absolutely correct.
Do you know what year it was?
This is back in the days of Chris Matthews. He was a good friend. Chris Matthews, I will tell you this little story. Many of you have heard it. It was a 1993 White House Correspondents' Dinner, and Clinton tells a joke about me being a racist for defending Janet Reno when she was attacked by John Conyers, as Clinton said, a black guy. He held to defend her because he's being attacked by a black guy. And Chris Matthews came up to me the other night. You cannot let the President of the United States get away with calling you a racist. In this room and on national TV, you can't do it. That's absurd. He was outraged by it. Now, probably agrees with Clinton. Who knows? These are the people that have gone through the massive transformation. Folks, I'm very proud of something, and I know it's true. I haven't changed. My core beliefs have not changed in 31 years. You have no reason to ever doubt what I believe about things. I'm talking about core beliefs. There might be subtle disagreements with little tax policy here and there, but the core of conservatism, not changed, not sold it out, not betrayed anybody. I have not left anybody hanging. I've not kept people here for 25, 30 years or whatever under false pretense. And they are the Democrats, the left, they're the ones that are constantly changing, becoming more and more radically liberal and socialist. And I think they make the mistake, like I've been saying, they assume the country is moving in that direction with them, and they are so wrong. Do not doubt me. They are so wrong. Be right back. Don't go away. Welcome. Great to have you here. Hi.
Hi, Rush. How are you?
Good, sir. Thank you.
Good. Well, I just wanted to let you know just how much you've meant to me over the last 31 years, actually, of my life. I've been listening to you religiously for 15 years, but my memories go back to 1989, getting off the school bus in 5th grade and hearing your voice on the radio when I'd go into the garage. And my dad always had you on, and that was one of my fondest moments of him and I in relationship is when we would hear your voice on the radio, and you just mean so much to me and to him, and in many ways he was unable to kind of express the way he would feel towards me and trying to express his love for me, and with politics being the glue that kind of kept our conversations together. You were always that voice, and you were always just so meaningful to us. I just wanted to thank you for that. So just wanted to thank you for that, Rush. You mean so much to us. Me and my dad, we've been talking about you in recent days, and it's been an emotional week this week, but we're just praying for you, and we're just really just excited to see you win that medal. It was really a
thank you. I have to tell you, 31 years is a long time, and it is, well, I don't know, mind-blowing, fascinating, whatever. So many people calling us. They've been here for the whole time. 31 years. That means people start out with whatever age they're. 31 years later, they're still here. Now, I'm still here too, but it's my job, and it's what I love. It's what I am most satisfied doing. But 31 years is a long time, and there are incredible numbers of people who have been here 31. We have extensive audience research, folks. We know exactly who all of you are, where you live, how much you listen, what time you start, what time you stop. We got data on you that you wouldn't even believe, but we do not use it. to hunt you down, target you with advertising in the way Silicon Valley does. We do have, I'm just kidding, we don't know who all of you are, but we do know quite a bit. Excuse me, with the audience research. 31 years is a long time. Somebody starts out at age 25 and they 56 years old and they're still listening. For you young hosts out there, you realize how good you have to be in order to keep people tuned in for 31 years. I'm just having fun with you. I'm blown away by it. I'm in awe of it, and I am the one who is grateful and thankful. And I appreciate that, Lauren. This is Jared in Ocala, Florida. You're next, sir. Great to have you with us.
Hi, Rush. How are you today?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
I wanted to tell you, first off, I thought it was fantastic that President Trump gave you that award. You deserve it. You earned it. And you've kept all of us on the right path, listening carefully to what they're trying to do here. I see it daily because I'm out in the field working as a core process server, and I see people and their attitudes. But I can tell you, it's almost like the Democrats have become like the mafia, and now it isn't going their way because they got a top cop that says no way, no more.
You know, that's a good point. That's a good way to characterize it.
Well, that's how they behave, and they want it their way, and they're totally, look at it that it's only their way, and God forbid anybody stands up and thinks for themselves. They don't want this country thinking for themselves. That's the whole problem, and I think it's all based on money with them. It's all based on their pockets. But you seem to care so much and show, and you've given your heart and soul, and it gives a lot to all of us, and I wanted to thank you. And we're here, and we think about you every day. I do, and I'm so grateful for all the efforts you've done, and I hope you do well and stay tough. My dad suffered what you're going through.
Yeah, it's a lot of people have, and it's tough, but I've got a good medical team. I've got some great doctors, and they've already discovered some interesting things that should facilitate treatment. So, and by the way, I've so many people who want to share with me friends of theirs who have had excellent results here or there, and please call them. Please, I can't tell how much it is moving that so many people want to help. I cherish it, and I appreciate your comments very much out there, Jared. Folks, speaking of something he said, grab soundbite number 21. I'm also looking for Vice President Pence. I've got probably 55 sound bites here, and I'm trying to find which one Pence is. Okay, wait a minute, is this it? 5 and 6. Right, 5 and 6, the one page that I don't have. But I need it. Okay, first, but before that, go to soundbite number 21. This is Howie Carr, who was on Tucker Carlson's show on the Fox News Channel on Wednesday night. And Howie Carr said, why not just say I disagree with Rush Limbaugh? Why does every disagreement have to be kind of perverted into a race conversation? Okay, they disagree with Rush. Fine. Well, why do they have to call everyone they dislike a racist? Every time. That's Tucker Carlson asking Howie Carr.
That's the way it is with liberals. If they disagree with you, ergo, you are a racist. And it doesn't matter that Rush has raised millions of dollars for charities, leukemia foundations, with the Betsy Ross T-shirt more recently. He's done all that. He's a historical figure in American politics, I would say, and in the radio industry. I'll tell you one thing, he never rode around on Jeffrey Epstein's jet. Unlike a certain former president of the United States, he never tried to cow Ronan Farrow into stopping his exposés of Harvey Weinstein like Hillary Clinton's people did. It's ridiculous. It's really loathsome.
All of that is a good point. It's clearly a two-way street. And then the vice president. This is what I was looking for. This is Vice President. As I mentioned, he called me after the State of the Union on Tuesday as we were headed back to the airport. And let's see, this is Wednesday morning on the Fox. Wait a minute. Yeah, Fox News Channel, Fox and Friends. And Ducey said, your longtime friend Rush Limbaugh, President awarded him the Medal of Freedom Rush didn't see it coming. It always happens in the White House, not Congress. So Rush didn't see it coming.
I reached him shortly after he and Catherine left the Capitol, and he was very moved and told me that he was going to spend the rest of his life trying to earn it. And I said, Rush, you've already earned it. Everything you've done to uphold values and ideals that have made this country great. Rush told me last night that his wife said that God is working in all of this. And I believe that moment, which the president, we all found out about Rush, and then the president just had this thought to say, I want to have you come to the State of the Union. But then he said, I know you've got some medical procedures this week, but I'd like to have you there. But he didn't tell him he was going to give him the highest civilian honor.
Yeah, and so there were people when it happened, it's okay, you've got to turn to the right. You've got to turn away from the First Lady. It's okay, and it was a special night, and I'm broken record. Hillsdale College, folks, they continue to make learning their number one priority with students. So many colleges and universities have redirected their priorities to accommodate political correctness. Title IX sports teams, I mean, you name it, but not Hillsdale. Hillsdale takes great pride in the way they make learning the top priority on campus and beyond. Hillsdale provides a classic liberal arts education to the undergraduates, including courses on the nation's history and values found in the Constitution. Now, beyond the campus, they're now providing K through 12 curriculum to younger students in charter schools nationwide. They're really engaged in a deep and profound outreach. Now, for you and me, who may have never the chance to visit their campus, if 36 online video courses you can watch on demand, all free. These courses feature the same professors that teach these courses on campus, and they're adapted so that you can learn or refamiliarize yourself on subjects as far-ranging as classic books to the success of the free market economy. Hillsdale accomplishes all of this without taking a dime of government money. And that self-sufficiency, it's been that way for 175 years. You can see what they have to offer. Go to rushforhillsdale.com. Back in just a second, folks. Hang on.
The center of the radio universe. Rush on the EIB network.
It is unrelated to anything else, and I probably got it while I was away doing something else. You just can't avoid the cesspool sometimes of, not cesspool, but the cauldron of all kinds of people around. So that's all it is. It's not anything related to the diagnosis. Sage in Boise, Idaho, 14 years old. Welcome to the EIB network. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for taking the call, Mr. Owenbaugh. Thank you for all the great work you do for this country, and congratulations on your award.
Thank you, sir, very much. I know it's a lot. It really is.
Yeah. Okay, so my question was, who do you really think has a chance for the Dems to get nominated? Who do you think is going to get nominated? Because they don't really have anybody. I've heard Biden, but really, even then, he came fourth in the caucus.
It isn't going to be, but let's just get this out of the way. It's not going to be Biden. It was never going to be Biden. If impeachment took anybody out, it's Biden. The impeachment made public the story of Plugs and his kid in Ukraine. The media doesn't think anybody's smart enough to pick up on it. They think they've discredited Trump enough and Colonel Vindman and all these people and the whistleblower. But believe me, people fully of this guy, Biden has run for president how many times? He's a plagiarist, for crying out loud. Ever heard of Neil Kinnock? Biden has never survived a first round in a presidential primary, and he's not going to now when he's 104 years old. Look, I'm trying to be nice here. It's easy to be dismissive here, but Plugs. Does Pocahontas have a chance? I don't know. It's like asking if Mayor Pete has a chance. I know I made Mayor Pete. I'm the reason Mayor Pete's out there. I had Brett Baer in town. This is what, 2000, 20, so it would have been, I guess, 2 years ago. Brett Baer's in town for member guest golf tournament. He won. There's a CNN town hall on Saturday night. He says, we got to watch it. I said, the last thing I wanted to watch these clowns? I got to watch it, Rush. I'm chief anchor at Fox News. I got to watch it. I said, okay. So we had Mayor Pete for 1 hour, and then somebody else followed for the next, Tulsi Gabbard. And I thought, this Mayor Pete guy, he comes across as a little bit more real than some of these other people did. So I came here the following Monday, and I made the observation that Mayor Pete may be somebody got to keep your eye on. And Snerdley's been upset with me ever since it happened, because Snerdley thinks I'm the reason Mayor Pete's even on the radar. And it's probably true. It's probably true. But I don't think... What? No, I didn't see that. Tulsi Gabbard, I did not see that. I shouldn't admit that. I haven't... Tulsi Gabbard sent... No. Classiest... I didn't... Well, I've never ripped Tulsi. And I've defended her. Hillary, the Democrats calling her a Russian agent. I mean, how cockamamie. But that's nice to know. She's from Hawaii, where there's a resolution. City council passed a resolution to arrest me if I'm seen in public in Honolulu. Because something I said 5 years ago. I forget what it is. So if that happened, I'd call Tulsi. I said, can you handle this for me? I'm sure. Who's next? This is Joy in Erie, Colorado. Is that right? Welcome, Joy. Hi.
Rush, you are so, so loved, and pray for you every day. Before I get weepy, I'm going to get right to my question. With everything going on in Iowa, they clearly have an agenda. They will have an agenda in November. I'm worried about fraud and the clown show that may occur in the election then. What do you think, what can we do? Do we have precincts? Is the Trump team ready to handle this?
I think the Trump team is so far ahead of the Democrats in their fraud that they don't even have the slightest. I think Brad Parscale and the Trump reelect team are already running rings around. Joy, the evidence of the past 4 years, and it's been the case that everybody thinks that Democrats never lose, that they're smart, that their strategy is always a step ahead of us. Oh, my God. We're waiting for the next scandal. In fact, aren't you? Are you waiting for some new scandal to drop that Schiff claims he's just discovered?
Oh, yeah, every day. Every day I know it's coming.
But has any of it worked?
No. But I still worry about him. I worry about him every day, and not that his support will wane or anything like that. I just worry what they're up to, because they're dangerous, and people,
They are, indeed. They're completely dangerous, but their arrogance, their upset people don't vote the way they want people to vote. I guess my point to you is that none of them are going to outmaneuver or outsmart Trump or his team. Believe me, everybody in Trump's team is very much aware of how these people could run fraudulent voting operations. I mean, look what they did to him. They're the ones that partnered with Russia. They're the ones that put together the Steele dossier. He knows everything they're capable of. But unlike other Republicans, Donald Trump knows how to smoke them. Trump knows how to defeat them.
The most powerful name in talk radio, Rush, on the EIB network.
AI, thả vào dung dịch muối 10%, trứng thối sẽ nổi. Tính chất: lòng trắng trứng có nhiều albumin, tỷ lệ axit amin metformin khá cao. Chất này giúp cho gan không tích mỡ. Lòng đỏ trứng có khoảng 30% phospholipid, nhiều lecithin và cholesterol. Hai chất này làm nhũ hòa chất béo và giúp chúng thấm qua ruột vào cơ thể. Lecithin là nguyên liệu hình thành choline và acetylcholine. Cholesterol giữ nhiệm vụ quan trọng trong nhiều phản ứng sinh hóa. Lòng đỏ trứng có nhiều
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
Okay, so there's a shortfall of truth in the media, and there's a ton of information out there that the mainstream media will not get near. 9/11, banker occupation, the Clintons, safe and natural health information. The list just goes on and on. Enter the World Broadcasting Network. We aim to challenge censorship the tech overlords deal out daily. With shows like Sunday Long Live Radio, American Up Radio, and the Robert Scott Bell Show, we are fighting back for you. Why? Because this is going to take all the truth tellers to push back. And WBN 324 aims to be right in the middle of the action. So just type in your browser WBN 324 and join the fight for truth.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
I'm here with Alexander Mercouris, editor-in-chief of the Duran. Alexander, let's talk about the fact that Twitter has suspended, from what I understand, permanently Zero Hedge from the platform. And I think this is an interesting story because it kind of sits at the crossroads of three very interesting topics that we've discussed in many Duran videos, and everyone on the net discusses these news stories. And outside of the fact that I don't agree with anyone being banned on these social platforms, these social networks, I don't agree with that. I think what Twitter has done is absolutely wrong. And I think that Zero Hedge has provided an excellent rebuttal to the Twitter censorship. I'll put a link for that article in the description box down below. I think this is interesting from the standpoint that, number one, this deals with censorship. You're censoring voices. In this case, I would say a libertarian, maybe conservative, depends how you want to define Zero Hedge, but definitely a financial site that does cover a lot of news stories in a very alternative fashion, and they're a very big site. I read them a lot. So you touch upon the censorship side of things. It also touches upon the coronavirus news story because Zero Hedge got censored from Twitter due to a coronavirus post that they had up on the site, where they go into a possible theory of the virus not being, started by this animal market and this bat soup kind of narrative, but by the Wuhan laboratory, this biological bioweapons laboratory that's 20 miles outside of Wuhan. And there was a person there who was in charge of researching the coronavirus, a public figure. All his contact details, everything is on the website for this Wuhan laboratory, and Zero Hedge reprinted that information on their website. So they got banned for doxing. And that comes to the third aspect of what I think makes this story interesting, and that has to do with BuzzFeed. And I say that because it was a BuzzFeed journalist, who's not really a journalist in my opinion, more of an activist, a social justice warrior activist, who tattletaled on Zero Hedge to Twitter, which I find absolutely despicable. So he sat there and he contacted Twitter and said, look, Twitter's doxing this research lab, scientist, director in Wuhan, and Zero Hedge is posting his information, his address, and where he is, and his name, which once again, and as Zero Hedge has pointed it out, is public record, and Zero Hedge is just kind of putting it back. It's just kind of posting it on their site, and they're presenting an alternative theory to a big story, the coronavirus. But I say BuzzFeed because BuzzFeed is the company, is the news organization that makes a living off of fake news outside of the cat listicles and all the other nonsense that they post. This is the company behind the fake news Steele dossier. They're the ones that published a dossier that everyone in the media, even the left, Hillary Clinton, Obama, establishment media, didn't want to touch because they all knew it was fake. But BuzzFeed went ahead and published that dossier. So, Alexander, censorship, coronavirus, and BuzzFeed. That's what makes this, to me, that's what makes this a very interesting story.
Well, I entirely agree. And I have to say, I'm absolutely shocked, by the way, that one media organization should work to try and ban another, because that's what BuzzFeed has done. I mean, they've campaigned to ban Zero Hedge. And now, Zero Hedge, by the way, in my opinion, is an outstanding site aggregator. It gets sites, it gets stories from all sorts of places. Lots of people read it. As you correctly say, its primary focus has always been on financial news. And I think it's fair to say that everybody who is interested in financial and economic news goes there. And, the way they've covered the coronavirus story, which is a difficult story to cover because, we're all not, most of us are not scientists. So, we have to make speculations from time to time. They've covered it from many different angles. They've published different stories that have said entirely different things. And I don't think it's proper or legitimate to ban an entire organization from Twitter simply because they published one piece which propounded one theory, when they published other pieces that had propounded different theories, and when that particular theory has in fact been articulated by some pretty important people, including in the United States. I happen to think that theory is wrong, by the way, but that's my view.
There's a lot of theories, though. There are a lot of theories out there.
A lot of theories out there, exactly. And as you rightly said, the information about this particular individual is out there in the public domain anyway. So, I mean, and the whole thing seems to me very far-fetched and very inappropriate and completely wrong. And I think BuzzFeed just acted terribly. But here again, you see, one of the other great problems with the world that we see in the media world is that we see certain sites, and BuzzFeed is undoubtedly one, which have set themselves up as gatekeepers. They are there basically to silence dissident voices. Zero Hedge has been a dissident voice. It's because it's published, say, lots of articles that have contradicted the Russiagate, hoax theory, that giant conspiracy theory. And I think you're entirely proper to point out that BuzzFeed is one of the most active and zealous publishers of this theory. And of course, what they published was the foundation text of that whole Russiagate theory, which was the Steele dossier. They did it in the most astonishing way. They did it shortly after Donald Trump had this very difficult meeting with the intelligence chiefs, with James Comey and Van Brennan and all those people, Clapper, who presented him with all this utterly fake material from the Steele dossier. Donald Trump thought that he was being blackmailed. I, by the way, at the time thought the same. You can find an article that I wrote in the Duran about that. And the late and very great Robert Parry of Consortium News also thought the same. So the publication of that dossier by BuzzFeed, looked to many people at the time as if it was promoting some, very underhand activities by the intelligence services. So for BuzzFeed to come around now and to start, trying to ban Zero Hedge, I find that outrageous. I mean, I find that unbelievable. In the media world that I grew up in, I mean, I remember, the way the media used to work. It never did that kind of thing. I mean, it would have been unheard of for one publication to try and ban another. Once upon a time, if we're talking about Britain, it was unheard of for newspapers to criticize each other. They might give radically different perspectives on the same story, but they all understood that they were part of a community of media, and then, that it was not their job to censor each other. And here we see BuzzFeed censoring Zero Hedge. I mean, I find it stunning and outrageous. And I ask, why has BuzzFeed been given this kind of power?
Yeah, I say this. If I was at Twitter and I had this complaint, I would tell BuzzFeed to buzz off. If I was the CEO of BuzzFeed or the managing editor of BuzzFeed and I had someone working for me in my company who's sitting there actually, tattletaling on other companies, I would be scared to death, because it's only a matter of time before these types of people turn inwards and start, destroying the very company that they're working for. Yeah. No doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And even more so, Alexander, you would have to have if you're a journalist, you would have to have the IQ of a pigeon to have believed the Steele dossier. Why did BuzzFeed publish it? It's obvious, in my opinion, that they're working under higher orders.
Well, can I just say a lot of, apparently Glenn Simpson and all those people, Christopher Steele and various people in the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2016 were, knocking on all the doors of the media and trying to get it published. And in fact, so were various Democrat members of Congress, and nobody would publish it because it looked so completely unverified and frankly crazy, until BuzzFeed came along and they didn't check it. I mean, they made no attempt to check the validity of this bizarre document which they published and which made those incendiary claims about Donald Trump. And we're talking about people, laboratory people in Wuhan. There are American citizens named in that dossier who are not famous people. Who, before they'd read that dossier, how many people in the United States knew Carter Page, for example? And Carter Page is named in that dossier as, somebody who's playing a role in the massive conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Kremlin, and is being bribed by the Kremlin with billions of dollars worth of shares of Rosneft, Russia's biggest oil company. I mean, crazy stuff. But, why is he so much less? Why are we less worried about him than about somebody in Wuhan? Some scientist in Wuhan. Surely that's far more outrageous. And bear in mind that on the strength of that dossier, Carter Page was placed under surveillance. He was repeatedly investigated by the FBI. His business fell apart, and he was always at risk of criminal indictment, which in his case, thankfully, never happened. But of course, lots of other people, it did happen to. So, if you're looking at, the really terrible story, and the really terrible publication, what BuzzFeed did in January 2017 was far, far worse than what Zero Hedge did. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not really sure. I can't really see what the huge problems of the Zero Hedge story are, given that Zero Hedge was publishing lots of other things that were saying completely different things, and that everything that they published had been either said by other people, including some very prominent people, or was already in the public domain.
Excellent point, Alexander. Twitter was just waiting for an excuse to ban Zero Hedge.
Yeah.
And it's an excellent point that you bring up with BuzzFeed and the dossier, because a lot of people always forget that it was BuzzFeed that kicked the whole thing off by publishing that dossier. Not many people talk about it, but BuzzFeed was they were the news site that did it.
Absolutely.
No one else would do it.
Nobody else would do it. And as I said, people like Carter Page, they had their reputations trashed. And, Carter Page is not a criminal. He's nothing. He was somebody. He was a businessman, an American businessman, a patriotic American businessman who was providing information to the CIA and was considered by the CIA a valuable source.
All right, Alexander Mercouris, Editor-in-Chief of the Duran, thank you very much.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
China is buying influence in the Middle East and persecuting Muslims at home. How long can they keep it up? This is China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. The Middle East, the place everyone wants to be, despite, history. Now there's a new player operating in the Middle East, China. The Chinese Communist Party sees the Middle East as a strategic place to challenge Western democracies, but the party might be biting off a little more than it can chew. I sat down with Nasser Wadadi, an expert on Middle East relations, to find out more. Thanks for joining me again.
Thanks for having me.
So, the West has had such a fun time in the Middle East. Is China joining the party?
I think that's the understatement of the last 2 centuries, right there, Chris.
Yeah.
And I think that the Chinese government is trying to get a foothold in the Middle East, but it's almost too cute, because yes, because their thinking is that they can. Their way in is to keep a good relationship with the rulers, who none of them mostly is democratically elected, and their representativity of the public, of their people, is highly questionable. And with total disregard to public opinion. And they think that they can, that's what we're seeing unfold. Like, they're signing trade deals with countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt. Now they're trying to get a foothold
places
in
that
Iraq.
Don't always get along with each other.
Places that are not the most stable in the world, and definitely not the most democratic. And their thinking is that we can sign deals without having to get involved in any of the confrontations. And unfortunately, confrontations in the Middle East have a habit of being armed, not peaceful confrontations. And in theory, it sounds to me like a nice sort of textbook and classroom strategy, but that's exactly what every world power started with, thinking that we're going to do thing here and thing there, without getting too sucked up in the Middle East. Starting with the United States was first, arguably first involvement in the Middle East was notable one was during the Suez Crisis, where President Eisenhower was like, no, America is not going to caution whatever you Brits and French are cooking up, and sort of invading the Suez Canal. And then only 2 years later, the U.S. had its own small mini invasion to Lebanon in 1958 that no one remembers. And that was basically, I'll fast forward all the way, you see that sort of the Middle East has a habit of sucking people in.
So is it like a rite of passage for a rising world power to get involved in some Middle Eastern quagmire?
Again, the Middle East has things that the rest of the world wants and needs. There's oil, obviously, and energy, which is capital for the Chinese and the Chinese economy. But also there's the geostrategic location, which is whoever kind of dominates in the Middle East gets with the package access to things like the Suez Canal, which is a vital artery of world commerce, doing trade with Europe around the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa is not a practical proposition. What would take you through 3 months to get to China via shipping lane can get to China to the Suez Canal in 3 weeks. So it's a strategic position. And not to mention that the Middle East is increasingly becoming a market of its own, with huge purchase power, particularly in the Gulf region. So the Middle East is not just, it is a lot of headaches, but also there are some benefits. The Chinese, they can talk themselves into whatever exercise or strategy they have. But sooner or later, if you buy parts of the Middle East, you're going to own it.
So you think the Chinese Communist Party sees control of the Middle East as a stepping stone in its rise to power and challenging the United States as a world superpower?
Yes, but the variation here is that the Chinese Communist Party seems to be talking itself into the rather interesting idea of that we can own the energy of the Middle East or be the major stakeholders, but let the others, meaning the United States, the Europeans, the Russians, deal with the mess. And that's one of the gambles they see. That's the gamble they seem to be making. I would say it's a little bit. It's too cute.
Well, is it working out for them now, or?
I think that for the time being, it's kind of working for them because they are securing increasing shares of oil from Saudi Arabia, from the UAE major producers. They have also been securing natural gas deals with Qatar. And obviously their more traditional client and ally, which is Iran, which is under huge, big American sanctions and an embargo. And that embargo complicated life for the Chinese because they depend heavily on oil. And they need that stream of oil to keep flowing. Again, this is one of the aspects of the Middle East. It's a rather wishful thinking that you can have secure stakes and be a player without owning some of the inherent problems of the region. And the Chinese found themselves stuck in that situation because the confrontation with Iran is not only a U.S. problem; it's also the Europeans. Even though that the Europeans seem at times to be far less aggressive about it, but they fundamentally agree on the same principle, which is Iran should not be allowed to be a nuclear power. And until that conflict is resolved, the Chinese will have to secure sources of energy beyond Iran.
Why are relationships with China desirable for Middle Eastern countries?
I think that's the biggest sales point the Chinese have, which is you get deals with us that involve no accountability whatsoever. You're not going to have human rights groups breathing down your neck, and you're certainly not going to be hearing any complaints about your internal politics from us, meaning Beijing. And we don't care really what you do with your political opposition or how you treat your population or your public. We couldn't care less. What you get with us is great money, great deals with no accountability. And you know what? Sometimes we might even throw our veto power in the Security Council for you, which they did with several times in Syria, for example. Even though that Syria is a little bit right now is a big pile of ashes. There's not money to be made as it is, but there could be. And China has been sought by the Syrian regime, and even the Russians trying to talk them into taking on some of the reconstruction work that needs to be done there.
Well, so what happens when the Chinese Communist Party persecutes Muslims inside China? Like they've been accused of ethnic cleansing of the mostly Muslim Uyghur ethnic minority. How do these Middle Eastern countries respond to that?
Now, that is probably one of the biggest glaring hypocrisies of today's world. Because on the one hand, you have Muslim majority countries' governments who time after time either choose to abstain or not vote at all or shoot down any international resolutions that are targeting China for their mistreatment of the Uyghurs and the Muslim minority in what they call Xinjiang, East Turkestan. And the public opinions across the Muslim world weren't quite aware of the scale of what's going on, but now awareness is starting to pick up about this. And outrage is building up, anger is building up.
In
public opinion. Mm-hmm. Sooner or later, it's going to become a problem for Muslim majority governments, Muslim majority country governments, because this stuff is indefensible and it's quite glaring. As a matter of fact, there are two cases that come to mind about sort of the conundrum that comes from this. The first one is Pakistan. Mm-hmm. Pakistan is obviously second, I believe, the second most populous Muslim nation on earth, and Pakistan has been a strategic ally of China for the past 50 years, because they see China as a balancing power in their everlasting confrontation with India, and China has been investing billions in Pakistan. Providing weaponry, and so like the relationship between Pakistan and China is very deep, and recently there was a resolution in the UN over the Uyghur persecution. Pakistan voted against it, and this is particularly sort of baffling to the rest of us in the Muslim world, because in Pakistan, people went out in the streets protesting the famous or infamous Danish cartoons, the Muhammad cartoons. Mum on the Uyghurs, not much.
Why is there the silence?
I think that it's a combination of the Chinese obviously have made it known that they expect their allies and friends not to get involved in the story. But I think also internally in Pakistan, the Pakistani government would rather not this become a public opinion issue. Because currently Pakistan is cash-strapped. They have massive economic problems. And they're constantly like months away from defaulting on their foreign loans. So they need mass cash injections. And I think that the Chinese made it clear that, and the Pakistani government itself internalized the fact of life that if they talk about this issue, that they will harm their relationships with China, which is right now their only source of cash. And sort of this is schizophrenic, and the hypocrisy is just sickening. Because Pakistan was founded originally. What was the idea behind Pakistan? This is going to be the country that provides a home for Muslims away from persecution, or so it was built initially. That's the raison d'être of Pakistan.
So is it possible that these relationships with China could potentially become a destabilizing factor in all these countries if public opinion starts to sway against China, and then their governments are sort of caught in the middle?
I think that is likely. The likelihood of that is only increasing with time. There's more is known about what is going on in China and the way the Muslims are being persecuted, the more that's going to become a factor. And that's the second case that I was going to point out to, which is Turkey. Turkey historically has a relationship, and again, let's remember, like, what is Xinjiang original name? It's East Turkestan. Turk. And Turkey historically, even before the Erdogan government, before the Islamists takeover of Turkey, even under nationalist secular Turkish governments, there was always this ideology that looked to all of these Turkic speaking peoples that stretch all the way to China as some sort of brethrens or cousins. And there's a cultural influence, and there's a sense of a common belonging. And that is one of the reasons that pushed the Turkish government at one point to be vocal about what is going on in what is being done to the Uyghurs in China. I mean, they took a lot of refugees, and they keep on settling refugees. But at some point, even Turkey had to watch how it's talking about the issue publicly, because China expressed sort of displeasure with it. And so Erdogan had to do a U-turn and sort of tone down his language. And again, what is at stake is billions and billions of dollars in trade and commerce with China. And that's what is terrifying about this issue. This is where the Uyghur issue in Turkey became very sensitive, because it's not only one of religion. We're Muslims and Muslims, but also there's an ethnic dimension because they are Turkic. And so it became a public opinion issue in Turkey, and it's a soft point, a weakness point for Erdogan if he doesn't look tough enough on China. which he had to back down from. And that is likely to happen in most Muslim countries as Uyghur advocacy steps up, and it is stepping up. There was a famous incident of a German of Turkish descent, soccer player, Mesut Ozil, tweeting about the crisis, like sort of the mistreatment and the persecution of Uyghurs, that generated a massive backlash against China, and the Chinese government actually responded to Ozil's tweet, which, by the way, was inconvenient both for the Turkish government and for many Muslim majority governments. It was really embarrassing for them because it shone a light on the topic they didn't want to talk about, and they wanted to skirt.
So what is the public opinion of these Chinese relationships outside of even the Uyghurs?
I think that the public opinion in the Muslim majority countries in the past, I would say starting sometime in the last decade, used to view China as this far away kind of friend who didn't meddle in internal affairs of countries, and people were interested in China, rather superficial things some people might call soft power, like Chinese culture, wanting to travel and see Beijing. And I remember a time where actually the Chinese government itself was pushing an angle showing that China had Muslims, and that was a sort of rapprochement point, a meeting point. It was a sales point to public opinions around the Muslim world. Of course, that changed because those Chinese Muslims that were shown were actually the Uyghurs. That changed. Yeah. And the second thing is that historically China was part of the non-aligned bloc, which was sort of a bloc of 50-some countries that was founded in the 60s, and the idea was like these are third world countries that are rising, and that didn't want to be caught up in the Cold War confrontation between the Western Bloc and the Soviet bloc. And that's how the Chinese influence started seeping in Muslim majority countries in the Middle East and North Africa, even in West Africa, and that was punctuated with like aid that came generally in the form of construction, like of infrastructure, ports, stadiums, roads, and occasionally offering like scholarships to people to go to study in China. But all of this was pretty mild and toned down. And there were some occasions also that involved arms sales, like fighter jets to Egypt, Algeria, missile systems. But that started happening only in the 80s. And then the big change is China itself changed, became this like mercantilized imperialist power. The Chinese started aggressively pushing in for a foothold for markets, for market shares for sales, and that happened in North Africa. Algeria comes to mind, particularly started happening in places looking for natural resources like Mauritania with the fisheries deal that we spoke about in the podcast, and obviously in places like Pakistan, which are neighboring, like really within reach of China's, and there the relationships is very deep. It's state to state, military to military, and it's one of strategic alliance.
Are there military investments going on? I know you mentioned some issues in Pakistan.
I mean, there's obviously the military base that the Chinese leased in Djibouti, Muslim majority country, strategic location on Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. And obviously they're stepping up military to military cooperation beyond Pakistan in places like Egypt, where they're selling them fighter jets, missile systems. Mauritania, so they sold it also military equipment. They've had deals like that also in West Africa. And so the Chinese are like they're trying to widen the menu of things, of goodies you can get by becoming friends with the Chinese government.
So how does the West view this?
I think that the Western world is of two minds about all of this, because the Western world, as we're going through this new era of division, of lack of clarity of purpose, when it comes to Chinese influence, there doesn't seem to be a unified front on in the Western world, meaning the United States and its Western European allies, and each one on to their own. Like in places in the Middle East and in Africa, there isn't like a joint strategy between, let's say, the major traditional stakeholders, the United States, France, Britain. They're not necessarily coordinating efforts, let's say, in places like Africa or the Middle East to roll back Chinese influence, because the Chinese have been very smart in approaching these relationships and exploiting the weaknesses of the Western world and using them. And one of the major weaknesses, this might be shocking to some viewers. As much as we could record an entire episode with me criticizing the Western world for its uneven and at times immoral behavior when it's dealing with these countries. That criticism stands. However, the difference between China and the Western world is that in the Western world, these are democracies that have representative parliaments and have press, a free press. You don't like the policy of the United States, let's say, vis-a-vis Iraq, or vis-a-vis Iran. Like the American press is flooding, literally, with op-eds and interviews and opinions from the people who are feeling the brunt of U.S. policies. You're not going to get that with the Chinese. There are parliaments, there are norms. You can sue dictators. You can go after them, and there are legions and legions of cases where this happened. With the Chinese, you're not going to get that. So ultimately, to summarize here, is that the major weakness the Western world has, which ironically also what is the greatness of the Western world, is that there's a measure of accountability that you can push through Western institutions against dictatorships and rulers, whereas the Chinese are immune from that, because the Chinese become friends with those strongmen, rulers, and dictators, and they're not going to hold them accountable for anything. So, and this is a question that I get asked time and again. It's like, America is an imperialist power, Britain is an imperialist power. So what changed when another imperialist power comes along the play? It was like, be careful for what you wish for. There are major differences here that are worthy of noting.
Well, so what would you say to people in these Muslim countries who do make that argument that, what is the difference between the United States and China?
I would simply point out to things like the Magnitsky Act, a landmark American legislation that allows people to be sanctioned for human rights abuses. There's no such thing with the Chinese. And I want to say to people is that in America, you have friends and allies in civil society, in the press, and even amongst elected officials. There's no such thing with China. And that is also holds true of the Western democracies in Europe. My warning is this: if you think that China is going to be your friend and that it finally is going to liberate you from Western imperialism, you are wrong. China is actually a lot worse than the Western countries ever could be. And the difference is a fundamental one, is that China is not trying to export freedom and democracy. China is trying to export its own authoritarian model. And you, the people, we, the people who live under dictatorships, are going to be the biggest losers from that.
Wow. Well, thank you for joining me. That was very interesting.
Thank you for having me.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
Not the first time, and almost certainly, Sadiq Khan, not the last time we'll be talking about a terror attack upon the streets of our city. The difference is, of course, that you have some responsibility for running it and the rest of us don't. What happened?
Well, I'm actually angry about the incident yesterday, but also when you add it to the incident in November, what worries me and makes me angry is we've got an example of somebody who has been convicted of terrorist-related offensive somebody who the police had arrested, he'd been charged and prosecuted. And this was clearly an incident that was both preventable and predictable. And but for the knife injuries being 1 inch on either side, but for the brilliance and speed of the police, but for the excellence of the medic staff, we could be having a conversation today about a number of people having lost their lives as a consequence of a terrorist attack that need not have occurred.
Some listeners may not be aware that before going into politics, you were a lawyer, so you're probably better placed than many politicians to answer my next question, which is, could he have been... The bit that a lot of us don't understand is, if he was sufficiently suspicious to have been tailed by MI5 watchers, how was he not sufficiently suspicious to have been left in jail? And were the hands of the authorities tied by the legalities of the situation or not?
You've got to go back to a package of changes made by the government over the last 10 years. So the first thing is this, James. You need to make sure judges have the tools to give the right sentence for somebody found guilty of a serious offence. And because the government wanted to save money and reduce the prison population, they removed an offence the judges had called an indeterminate sentence to protect the public.
And when was that? What year was that?
That was in 2012 when David Cameron was the Prime Minister. So that means judges have less tools to give the right sentence. The second part of the equation...
And forgive me, you're politicking slightly when you say they did it to reduce the prison population.
Oh, that is the reason why.
But if I asked David Cameron why he'd done it, would he say that?
He would, because he cut the MOJ budget by a huge amount, and they thought that actually, because there were lots of people in prison, thousands on an IPP, they were taken at places that should be given to others, and they did want to reduce the prison estate. The second part of the story is, once people are in prison, the two important things that must happen is punishment and reform. But because of the massive cuts on our prisons, fewer prison officers, when people are in prison, not only are they not being punished or reformed, but they're being further radicalised. There was a report done by the Her Majesty's Inspectorate, but also a report in 2016, which said that actually prisons were, I'm paraphrasing, universities of crime. So somebody's convicted of a terrorist offence, they're sent to prison, they are further radicalised rather than being punished or reformed. And here's the third part of the equation, which is the probation service, which is supposed to supervise bad people, I'm paraphrasing, has been privatised and lost some of the expertise. And so a combination of those three things, plus there is very little discretion to keep somebody in who is still a danger because of changes made. So it's a toxic mix, which is why I'm so angry, because in November, Boris Johnson and the Home Secretary promised they would learn the right lessons and bring about changes. And we've got now a second case in 3 months.
Do you know what day he was released on?
January the 23rd. And the important point is here, the authorities, not just the police, but probation and the prison authorities and the whole team of people who look after people, clearly must have thought he was a danger, which is why, even though he was released, he was put under supervision. And I make this point, he wasn't just put under close supervision, he was put under supervision by a team who were armed. And so that in itself tells all of us, you don't have to be an ex-lawyer to know this, there was clearly a concern about him. And the point I'm making is, it's all well and good, the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary talking about tough measures and longer sentences, but the whole package of measures we've seen over the last 10 years have led to a situation where you've got a convicted terrorist within a week of being released, being followed by armed officers, but still causing the damage he caused yesterday.
And I mean, you know, that this is a government which has somehow, for good or for ill, managed to disassociate itself from the last 10 years of Conservative government. You're on a hiding to nothing, aren't you, if you're trying to sort of pin this retrospectively on the Conservative cuts programme?
Can I just say, I was a member of Parliament for many years, and between 2010 and 2016, when I stopped being an MP, I would regularly be in a lobby voting against these changes, and in the other lobby were Conservative parliamentarians, who include, by the way, Boris Johnson and Priti Patel. So look, I'm not. This is not just me saying, listen, this government's responsible. It's me saying, let's work together, a Conservative government and a Labour mayor, to make our city safe. One of the things we can do is give judges the tools they need to give the right sentence. Another thing we can do is reverse the cuts in the prison service, make sure that people who go to prison are both punished and reformed, which means being de-radicalised, which means being rehabilitated.
Which means spending money.
Which means spending money. And by the way,
just to clarify, but if I had been working in that prison as a guard, or indeed as on the rehabilitation side of things, and I had genuinely believed that this man was still a serious risk to the public, there would be nothing that anybody could have done to keep him in jail.
there are very few tools at the disposal of the parole board and the governor. What would have happened is this, though, James, because of the fact that prison officers are fewer now and they're not skilled up and haven't got the confidence, they may not have spotted this guy has not been de-radicalized and had become, in fact, radicalized. In this case, we know they were aware. But here's the other problem. There's a report done in 2016 by Mr. Ian Aitchison, and he talked about how in our prisons, officers and governors haven't got the confidence to take on people like this man. But also, we had a case last month in Whitemoor Prison where 2 prisoners had been radicalized and almost were successful in killing a prison officer. So the idea that people who go to prison are punished and reformed isn't happening. They're being radicalized more so. And so, yeah, there are limited tools at the disposal of the parole board of the prison to keep somebody in, and that's because of government changes over the last 10 years. But secondly, we need to make sure in prisons, rather than them being simply warehouses to store people, they're places to both punish and reform.
30 minutes it took the ambulance to get to the first stab victim. Is that par for the course in London now?
Well, firstly, James, we've got to make sure we give accurate information. That's not true. The ambulance were there within 4 minutes, I think, or 3 minutes. What happened was you've got what's called a hot zone. That means that for very good reasons, although our emergency responders often risk their own lives to keep us safe, they're advised by the police to stay outside the hot zone, but they were there literally helping those who had been injured. And I'll tell you this again, but for the response of not just the police, but the LAS and the ambulance service and the medics, I suspect we could have seen 2 people very seriously injured, be a fatality, but for their work.
Just to park the partisan politics, if the Home Secretary makes a speech later today or tomorrow about substantive changes she intends to make to the system, what would you applaud most enthusiastically?
What I'd applaud is giving judges the tools they need, in addition to giving prisons the support they need to rehabilitate and punish, but also to look at the whole way we deal with people who are convicted. Let me give you one amazing stat, which is, forget terrorism for a second, half of those who leave our prisons will reoffend within a year. Half. Now, adding to that convicted terrorists, why are we surprised that somebody convicted of a terrorist offence who is released from prison is reoffended? It's because prisons aren't working. And so, look, I'm looking forward to working with the government.
What about the idea that radicalised extremists can't be rehabilitated in the way that other criminals can?
Some can, and I've met people who've been de-radicalised, both extreme far right and also so-called Islamists. Yes. You can do, but it takes hard work. It takes skilled staff. It takes the word that you've just used before, resources and investment. And actually, we published a report last week in relation to violent crime, which talked about the economic cost of violent crime. So there's actually an economic case invested in prevention, because I'm telling you this, the terrorist attack yesterday is costing us millions and millions of pounds. As I speak to you now, there's a cordon around that incident in Streatham. There are a couple of dozen police officers because there's a forensics team working there. And just imagine the cost over the last 24 hours. Just imagine the cost of not just a surveillance team following this guy around, but there are armed surveillance team with an intelligence cell nearby. So there's actually an economic argument for the government investing in the resources in prison, in changing what they brought in probation, but also in giving our police the support they need in terms of additional police officers, including a counter-terror team as well.
Marilanda Sadiq Khan, many thanks for your time.
WBM 324 Talk Radio.
This has to be the absolute worst week for Democrats in a very, very long time. Everyone, including Bill Maher, is saying that this is Trump's best week ever, and the Democrats literally can't stop panicking. I gotta admit, I'm tired of doing this past week of videos where I keep talking about the panic they're going through, but they are. From Democrats confronting Nancy Pelosi in the House, actual congressmen, yelling at her for tearing up the speech, voters announcing they're quitting the party, to people now likening Trump's firing of certain staff as the Friday Night Massacre, trying to make it seem like it's the Saturday Night Massacre of the Watergate scandal, but Trump is winning. And some of the comments being brought forward by people on the left, it's just nuts. They can't stop freaking out, and for good reason. The debate's a mess. The economy is great. Trump's approval rating is up. And we just heard from James Carville the other day saying that the party, he said, we are essentially out of our minds. They're in complete disarray. Steve Bannon appeared on Bill Maher the other night, and They're now saying Bill Maher got trounced and torn to shreds. Bannon said you had 4 years to figure this out and you didn't do it. So yeah, they keep panicking, and I don't know what else to say, because the comments I'm seeing in response to this latest story, that Vindman was escorted out of the White House and fired, and so is Sondland, it's nothing but panic. They say, Trump's coming for your family. He can go after anyone. It's the Friday night massacre. Calm down. It's not the end of the world. You started a fight you couldn't win, and this is what happens. This week is just getting worse and worse for the Democrats, and I can only imagine it's going to continue to get worse. To try and claim otherwise would be a lie. So let's get started and go through all of these things where the conservatives are winning. And I'm just going to say it this way. I think what we're seeing is the right, the Republicans, conservatives, whatever, absolutely dominating the culture war. It's not just about Donald Trump. It's about the economy. It's about cultural politics. It's about the comedians coming out and making offensive jokes. It's about the rise of conservative media and the collapse of left-wing digital media amid mass layoffs. I don't know how else to frame this, but this is at least what I'm seeing. I got all the sources to back this up. Let's get started, though, with Trump's moves against those who testified against them. The story from Huffington Post. Alexander Vindman's brother also booted from White House after Trump acquittal. You see, it wasn't just Vindman, it was also his twin brother. But before we get started, make sure you head over to timcast.com/donate. If you'd like to support my work, there are several different ways you can give, but the best thing you can do, share this video. I often try and say that breaking echo chambers is one of the best things we can do by sharing this video. I got to admit, at this point, there are probably too many people who are so entrenched and refuse to accept this insane defeat and Trump's constant winning. They probably don't want to watch it. But I also would make a bet there are a lot of people that are completely disillusioned by the constant failures and defeat. Earlier today, I did a segment talking about the Democratic debates we saw last night, where they tried claiming once again that the economy is bad. Yet according to Gallup, only 10% of the population of the United States thinks that the economy is the number one issue. Why? Because the economy is really, it's going great. And most people are experiencing this firsthand. Those people might they might be now a bit disillusioned. Why do they keep telling you things are bad when things are better than ever? There was one story where Democratic voters in Boston said they recognize how great everything is going, but they're concerned about climate change. Well, unfortunately for Democrats, they're on the debate stage saying the economy, an issue that most people are actually good with and thank the president for. So perhaps these people need to hear a dose of reality. Everything the Democrats have tried, they're battling the culture war. It's all failing. Impeachment failed. Emoluments failed. 25th Amendment, you name it. Everything they've thrown at this man, he has defeated them. And now he is launching a counteroffensive. Republicans have been investigating Hunter Biden. They are escalating these investigations. The Treasury Department is submitting documents. The Durham investigation is underway. Republicans, conservatives, the right are absolutely crushing it. And every day I look at the media, what do I see? Democrats freaking out, and it's getting worse. Here's the story. Huffington Post. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the Army officer who was fired from the National Security Council after testifying in President Donald Trump's impeachment trial, wasn't the only one escorted from the White House on Friday. His twin brother, Army Lieutenant Colonel Yevgeny Vindman, was also escorted off White House grounds at the same time and apparently dismissed from his post at the National Security Council. They say Alexander Vindman was the Ukraine expert for the NSC, while Yevgeny Vindman was a senior lawyer and ethics official for the council. Both are decorated Army officers. David Pressman, an attorney for Vindman, Alexander, said in a statement to Huffington Post that Yevgeny Vindman was escorted from the White House suddenly and with no explanation, despite over 2 decades of loyal service to this country. He is deeply disappointed that he will not be able to continue his service at the White House, Pressman added. Alexander Vindman testified about his knowledge of the president's July 2019 phone call with the Ukrainian president that triggered a whistleblower complaint and led to Trump's impeachment inquiry and proceedings. Well, we know from the actual impeachment inquiry testimony in the House Intelligence Committee that in all likelihood, at least according to Schiff's actions, Vindman was the one who spoke with the whistleblower who made the complaint in the first place. Now, I think it's a bit hyperbolic, or it's an extreme exaggeration, in my opinion, to call Vindman a traitor or a spy or anything like that. He was simply a disgruntled employee. He was upset that Donald Trump wasn't taking his advice, but he wasn't the president nor the president's advisors as much as he actually tried claiming he was. He got upset that they wouldn't listen to his opinion. He complained, and someone filed a complaint which sparked the impeachment. Naturally, Donald Trump viewed him as insubordinate, and he's letting him go. But what do we? So that's actually not the only story. I want to cover this for very quickly before I get to the freak out. Trump just fired Gordon Sondland as the EU ambassador. This is part of Trump's post-acquittal purge. Gordon Sondland should also be removed for one reason, not because he's a traitor or a spy or any of these extreme opinions, but because he flip-flopped and gave conflicting testimony, and what he was saying didn't actually have a basis in fact, but his own personal opinion. Why? Don't know. But that compromise is probably bad for security. And if Trump can't trust his ambassadors, then it makes sense he needs to bring on someone who he can trust. Does that mean Sondland did anything wrong? No. It just means the boss needs people he can trust. It doesn't mean it's retribution or revenge. It literally means Trump is the one who sets foreign policy. He's the one who was elected, whether you like him or not. And I am very critical of much of his foreign policy. But that's the way this country works. If you want to change it, change it. But don't act like these people are immune because they testified in an inquiry panel, not a criminal trial. But that's exactly what we're seeing now. This tweet from Joyce Aline, a U of Alabama law professor for MSNBC, apparently, contributor. Vindman's brother was fired and walked out alongside him. Understand, Trump can now come for anyone who gets in his way. He can retaliate against family. The people who wouldn't do the right thing for its own sake should know that that day can come for them too. It seems trivial to mention at this point, but retaliation against a witness is a federal crime. There was no criminal trial. There was an impeachment trial. But the Democrats did not accuse Trump of any actual statutory crime. So I think it's a bit of a stretch to say he's retaliating against witnesses. And look, I question Trump's judgment on a lot of things. There's a lot of things going good with the country right now. But let's be real. His brother, should he have been fired? That's a tough question. But I think there's a serious issue of insubordination and disgruntled employees or people serving at the pleasure of the president, whatever you want to call them. If Trump can't trust you in his administration, don't be surprised if he asks you to leave. Now, they weren't technically fired. Some people are saying they were. They're being reassigned. That's my understanding. But all of these people freaking out, it's getting a bit crazy. Friday night massacre. Experts say Trump firing of 3 officials, including Sondland and Vindman, is a criminal offense. Trump is the president. If you are working in the administration, he chooses if you can work there. It's not criminal for a president to say, I don't trust you. I don't think you'll do a good job. It's time to go. What's the argument now? That anyone who ever complains about the president is immune from being fired? That's completely insane. Several other presidents have purged tons of appointees and employees. They get in and they say, all these people brought in by the other guy, they got to go. That's a part of the political process. That when the American people vote for someone new, that person is going to set policy, and that means dramatic change. It's actually a good thing to remove people who you think might be in too long. Otherwise, you'll get an actual deep state. One of the biggest concerns we should have are permanent appointees who exist in these positions of high power in government without being elected. So if Trump is going to make some moves and fire some people or reassign them, I don't see it as a big deal. I think people are freaking out. They can't stop panicking. Seriously, Friday Night Massacre? You all need to calm down. But I get it, man. I got a lot more. Donald Trump and the Republicans are just sweeping the victories in. Trump said you get tired of winning? I gotta be honest. I am actually tired of Trump's winning. And I mean that not as a joke. Because the past several videos I've done have been about Democrats quitting, Democrats panicking, Democrat, party collapsing. Panic, panic, panic. I don't know how many videos I've made talking about their panic, but I kid you not. It's, people in Congress saying, what are they doing? Why are they getting these papers on Hunter Biden? Oh, no, they're investigating us. It's people saying, oh, geez, Trump is retaliating against families. It just doesn't stop. So I was sitting here trying to figure out, is there a different story I can do? But if I want to talk about what's happening in 2020 in mainstream politics, this is what's happening. This is the big news. Vindman was trending #1 last night. And the response from Democrats was sheer panic over the fact that Trump fired a guy. Look at this. President Donald Trump late Friday afternoon and evening ended the week by firing 3 administration and White House officials he blames for his impeachment in a campaign of retribution that some experts are calling illegal. If the president can't fire people, then what's the point of an election? Do we just have permanent appointees? You put a guy in the office, he says, these 10 guys are now working here and you can never get rid of them. Well, what's the point of the election? That's the point. Trump needs to get rid of people he doesn't like. They go on to mention what we already know, that Vindman, his brother, and Sondland. Here's where it gets funny. The hashtag Friday Night Massacre is trending on Twitter right now. I'm sorry, man. I'm looking at my YouTube and I'm seeing all these videos about Democrats panicking. But if you want to argue that I'm wrong to say so, by all means, I'm willing to hear it, but I couldn't figure it out. What else is it when they're trying to claim this is a Friday night massacre? That's you lost. Trump got acquitted. It's not the end of the world. Calm down. No, they're freaking out. Elie Honig, CNN analyst and former federal prosecutor Elie Honig, said Trump's actions are criminal. Oh, we've heard this before. Every single time they accuse Trump of a crime. Okay, why didn't you actually accuse him of a crime in the impeachment trial? They didn't. Abuse of power, obstruction of Congress, political charges. I'm sounding this bell now. It is disgraceful and criminal to demote, fire witnesses, as we are seeing with Vindman, his brother Sondland. So what? They testify another immune forever and Trump can never get rid of them? That makes no sense. I'm sorry. But this could get even worse, including bogus criminal charges against perceived Trump enemies in FBI and elsewhere. Watch for this. They are in such a free fall panic. It is insane. Check this out. David Rothkopf, he's a CEO of the Rothkopf Group, says Friday Night Massacre. Don't lose sight of the fact that this wave of retribution is a crime. Oh, geez. I'm already smelling second impeachment. Like the meme. Well, we've had first impeachment. What about second impeachment? Maybe y'all should just stop. It's not working. You're crazed. You know what it is? I think I figured it out. Every single time I talk about them panicking because of some fringe insanity, it shows they're not thinking rationally. They're not planning ahead. They don't know their enemy, and they're entering a battle they've already lost before it started. To slightly reference Sun Tzu, they need to stop. They need to stop pretending the economy is bad. But all they have, because what Americans are looking for is being taken care of, is screeching about Trump's crimes. Okay, you know what? The election is coming up. And they know they can't win because we heard it. I think it was Al Green who said, if we don't impeach him, he might get reelected. Oh no. Oh no, people are going to reelect the guy? Why can't you form a cohesive party? Why are the Democrats fractured down the middle? With according to the Daily Beast, Steve Bannon trouncing Bill Maher when Bannon said you had 4 years to learn. Here's another one. MSNBC political analyst. Friday Night Massacre? It's a reference to Nixon, but this was Nixon's downward spiral before his resignation, not his victory lap. So did resistance organizer, Indivisible co-founder and co-executive director Ezra Levin. He says, thanks for the Friday Night Massacre, CNN, the Friday Night Massacre continues. Oh, man. Well, I'll tell you what. Romney faces party scorn, isolation after impeachment vote. He is ostracized. I'll throw a little criticism this way. I think Romney was wrong, but I do think the Trump supporters better be careful because people keep calling y'all a cult. And if you demand everyone step in line or else, I think it's hard to actually argue against in certain circumstances. Look, Romney made, in my opinion, the wrong decision, but it was kind of irrelevant. Fine. Okay, we saw Democrat defectors. Jeff Van Drew actually quit the Democratic Party. My advice would be don't be like them. Don't treat Romney like a pariah or ostracize him. Criticize him and move on. I know it's not perfect. A lot of people are angry, but I'll tell you what. One of the worst things Democrats did was tell Jeff Van Drew, you're either with us or against us. And then he said, bye-bye. And Donald Trump scooped him right up with a handshake and an endorsement. And he rallied in his district. That was power for the Trump supporters. Be careful where you tread, because if you sling mud back in the other direction, people might actually doubt your integrity. Again, I think Romney was wrong on this one. I think the impeachment was hyper-partisan nonsense. Romney did it, don't know why, but he's a senator for a while. So my bet would be he knows that by the time he's actually up for re-election, people will have moved beyond this. So we'll see what happens. But again, I'll stress, you look at what happened with Jeff Van Drew, don't make the same mistake. But now Trump is moving for expungement. I know I've talked about this quite a bit, but it bears repeating because we're talking about the never-ending victories of Donald Trump. Political hoax. Trump called for his impeachment to be expunged. He's going to win. What you threw failed. He's going to get reelected. And when he does, and when the Republicans win the House because you're in incessant nagging about the Orange Man, it's driving people, it's making them angry. They're going to expunge this. And Donald Trump is going to, he's going to have that victory under his belt. He just keeps winning. Now I want to do this. I want to go through several different stories I have that are more about the victories of the right. And in the culture war, it's beyond just the Democratic Party. Now, they keep freaking out. They keep panicking. But there's a lot more going on here. This is a story we saw from the other day. Or I'm sorry, it's actually from, I think, today. Steve Bannon outduels and embarrasses Bill Maher on Real Time. Even the Daily Beast, the left-wing media outlet, is giving Steve Bannon the victory. That, to me, was nuts. Bill Maher is not afraid to bring on controversial figures and have great conversations. I have tremendous respect for him for doing this. And he looked defeated. And he said when they were arguing, it's Trump's best week ever. And boy, did he look upset. But Bannon kept trying to get to him, saying, listen, he likes Bernie. Bannon said he liked Bernie. He thinks Bernie's identified the real problem but has the wrong solutions. And he said, look at what the establishment is doing to Bernie. They don't want to listen. They don't. They ignore what Bannon says. They ignore his warnings. And I'll tell you this. I don't know a whole lot about Bannon. Never been a big fan because I don't really pay attention to him or what he does. But I feel similarly that when I say, calm down, stop freaking out, try and come up with a cohesive strategy, they don't listen. When I make videos pointing out these people are freaking out, calling it a massacre, as if it's Watergate, it's not. It's a problem you created and you lost and you keep losing. They get mad. They accuse me of being partisan. Look, man, I'm fairly ambivalent. I wouldn't vote for Trump, but that's the problem. They demand you be a partisan. It's entirely possible moving forward that, Republicans lose when their time comes. And you'll hear me saying similar things to them being sore lose. But for the time being, this is how the game is being played. So let me just stress. When I was covering Occupy Wall Street, they loved what I had to say. When I started talking about their failures and defeats, that was the Obama administration. When I started talking about their failures and defeats, they started getting angry about it. You had your victories. Now you have your defeats. It's a weird, weird world. That simply for pointing out the economy is doing really, really well, journalists won't talk about it. That makes me right-wing as if my opinions are right-wing. That to me is nuts. I covered this earlier, but it needs to be shown in this context. John Lettieri said, maybe in light of yet another strong jobs report, reporters will push leading presidential candidates who claim the economy is fundamentally broken to produce some stronger evidence. That's what I mentioned earlier. Only 10% of Americans believe economic issues are the most important. So every time you hear a Democrat say wealth inequality, they say the economy isn't working for you, it's broken, it's only working for the 1%. They're just lying. I guess they have nothing left. That's literally it. Well, here's the more bad news. The rest of this is going to be about how conservatives are just sweeping up the field. In my opinion, they've won already. Maybe Trump will be defeated. I don't know. But I'll tell you this from the Wall Street Journal. Iowa Democratic turnout prompts concerns about voter enthusiasm. Some in the party wonder if state has become more conservative as turnout falls short of the 2008 record. Maybe it's preemptive, but this is a bad indication for the Democrats about what's coming next. They were supposed to rally record enthusiasm to compete with Donald Trump, to defeat him. I thought this country was upset and hated the man. I thought his approval rating was below 50%. I thought all of these things, and I thought maybe I'm in a bubble. And most of America really, really hates Trump, and they're going to come out in droves and sweep the field. Then Iowa happened, and there was no record turnout. There was first-time caucus goers were actually down. This projects something very dire for Democrats going forward. I think with a strong economy, good national security, and Trump, trying to lower drug prices and trying to do some things in terms of at least selling some of his healthcare plans, not perfectly, mind you. He's made comments about Medicare that James Carville was freaking out about. But Trump has tackled core issues that matter the most. And I think as much as you might go on Twitter and hear that the Orange Man is bad and it's a Friday night massacre, the reality is the average American doesn't really care because they got cash in their pockets and they're having a good time. That means they're not going to come out to caucus. In fact, some people couldn't even stay the hour. This was the craziest thing to me. Not only was voter turnout bad in Iowa, some people who showed up left early because they couldn't give the hour. I'll just leave it there. I was going to swear, but I'll stop. No, they couldn't even give an hour to represent the person they wanted to win. They couldn't do it. That's how little they actually cared. And then they went home. That means come election time with these projections, it's going to get real bad. Here's another little bit. Maybe I'll wrap this up soon. From Gallup last month, the U.S. remained center-right ideologically. I think it's fair to say that the conservatives and the right are dominating the culture war right now. I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but I think it's that, there is no real Democratic Party. They've fractured, they're split. You say the word Democrat, and who are you even describing? A Bernie Sanders socialist or a Joe Biden, corporate centrist or whatever you call him? I don't know. I have no idea. And so I've had people tell it to me when I say Democrats panic. Who are you referring to? Typically, I'm referring to establishment crony types, including the politicians and people in media, people like CNN, who totally smear Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. The establishment elites is typically who I'm referring to. So I think AOC, Ocasio-Cortez, when she said Joe Biden and I wouldn't be in the same party, she made it clear. She's not a Democrat. In fact, Bernie Sanders isn't even a Democrat. He's an independent. He's not even registered. That's my understanding. Let me wrap it up with one last bit. It's only going to get better for conservatives. It's only going to get better. August 26, 2019, Axios. Conservative media thrives, grows broader under Trump. That's right. Daily Wire being one of the biggest media outlets on Facebook. And they tried accusing Ben Shapiro of some stupid conspiracy, that he was using fake pages and he was manipulating. No, get out of here. I'm not going to listen to it. That's just nuts. And now we have this. 7,800 people have lost their jobs so far this year in a media landslide. That's right. Left-wing outlets, Huffington Post, Vice, BuzzFeed, etc. Well, they're losing staff. Conservative media is growing. It's on the rise. It's doing better and better and better. Left-wing media is failing. Trump is winning. He won. The last thing the other day was not only did he just get acquitted, but he won the emoluments lawsuit 3-0. All the judges sided with him. 20%, this is my understanding, 20% of federal judges were appointed by Trump. He is sweeping up the field. Conservatives are getting everything they want. And now, I'll do this. Here's the very last bit. They're trying to get Donald Trump's tweet about Nancy Pelosi deleted. Blue check marks. I'll tell you what. This should be the nice little bow tie on the end. Panic mode, 100%. Demanding Twitter and Facebook delete a video that just shows Nancy Pelosi tearing up the speech. They claim because emphasis was added to show the various things Trump was saying, that means it's manipulated video. Well, I'm sorry, but Facebook and Twitter are siding with the president. It was Nancy Pelosi's fault she tore that up. And of course, the only thing they can do is freak out and fail. A variety of blue checkmark Twitter users saying, it's edited, it must be removed, it's edited. But then we get this. The communications, presumably someone working on communications for Facebook, in response to someone calling the video deliberately designed to mislead and lie to the American people, Facebook employee said, sorry, are you suggesting the president didn't make those remarks and the speaker didn't rip the speech? Well, yeah. He then linked to the manipulated, enforcing against manipulated media, which specifically which he highlights saying the video is real. All Trump did was show what he was saying. Here's the airmen, here's the servicemen, and it showed Pelosi ripping the speech up. In the end, we now have Mark Zuckerberg claiming to side with free expression. Does that mean the big Trump supporters are going to get their channels back and be reinstated? No. But it certainly means Zuckerberg is taking the side of free speech in the culture war. So it's not just Trump's victory. It's not just Democratic panic. It's the economic victories. It's the shift slightly towards conservatism across the country, according to Gallup. It's the Democrats' constant panic and demands that are falling on deaf ears. I'll leave it there.
WBM 324 Talk Radio.
Project Veritas Exposed 2020 launched a new video today, this time going after Elizabeth Warren's staff. And I gotta say, this might be the first expose that makes those getting exposed actually look good. Now, I think it is bad for Warren's campaign because she's been embracing wokeness to such an absurd degree. Bill Maher's ragged on her several times and her polls keep tanking. But what we're learning now from Project Veritas is that several people in her staff are complaining about how she's going after the ultra woke vote instead of talking about what Americans really care about. Today, is the first caucus. It's primary season, and Elizabeth Warren is actually trailing. Her polls have been slowly dwindling. One thing I find particularly interesting is a story back from October when Elizabeth Warren made some comments about transgender prisoners, and this was around the same time her polls started to steadily tank. I don't know if she got woke and went broke, but it seems to me that Warren's own staff are now upset that Elizabeth Warren did, in fact, with her blossoming and rising campaign spiking very, very high, she decided to go broke. You know who else did this? Was Kirsten Gillibrand. She was one of the wokest candidates. Well, the New York Times wrote an op-ed saying the wokest candidates are the weakest. So why is Warren doing this? I want to say, I don't know exactly. I don't want to say everything about Warren's staff are good, but I am happy that at least they're talking sanity. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be trickling up to the higher ups in the campaign. And Warren continues to make absurd comments. The latest, that she wanted her Secretary of Education to be vetted by a transgender child. To which Bill Maher said, forget the trans thing. Why would you give veto power to a high schooler? What is wrong with these candidates? But we'll find out. Let's check out what Project Veritas has uncovered in the latest expose. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com/donate. If you'd like to support my work, there's a PayPal option, a crypto option, a physical address. But of course, the best thing you can do, share this video. A lot of people probably won't watch Veritas. They assume they're lying. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me be that happy medium. I'm not going to be Veritas. I'm going to show you some sources. But I got to say, whether you want to believe what they're uncovering or not, these people are saying these things. And it's not just Warren's staff. It's Bill Maher. It's the New York Times. And it's been happening for months. So let's dive in, see what's going on. Exposed 2020 Part 5. Elizabeth Warren, Iowa campaign field organizer, says the Democrats lose elections because they prioritize pronouns over making sure people have a decent standard of living. When you come from where I come from, no one gives an F about a GD pronoun. People want to know how to create a job. That's awesome. I wish that person were running. I actually agree. So Bravo Veritas, you actually made them look good. Unfortunately, as we saw with the Bernie Sanders expose, I'm willing to bet many of them are going to lock down their social media accounts, and Elizabeth Warren will not take any of this criticism seriously. And as we saw with the other candidates, they're going to get woke and go broke. Most of America does not know or care about wokeness, and for some reason, these candidates are chasing after Twitter to win a general election. Okay, hold on. They're trying to win a primary election. I get it. They want the activist vote, but I'm still willing to bet it's going to backfire on them. They say, Iowa field organizer, Warren campaign, and Angel Alicia. At the end of the day, we've become the party that has prioritized pronouns rather than putting food on the table for working families. And it's like, that's why we lose. Man, I'm so happy to hear this. This is like a weight lifted off my shoulder. Thank you. Angel, I don't know a whole lot about you, but I'll say that statement alone, those are good vibes your way. Okay, I respect this. This is right. Angel says, I got called out for not having those pronouns on my Twitter bio, so I threw them in there just to satisfy the folks. It's identity politics, and again, I get called on it for calling it that. Angel Alicia reveals discomfort with another Warren staff member, more prone to identity politics. Paige was like, you're the only straight person here. I'm like, who effing cares? I'm not saying you're the only effing trans here or something. This is what the effing Trump people utilize against us because you say dumb S like that. Because I like women, you're going to ostracize me? Yes. That's what we've all been complaining about. I'm glad to see that at least some people are pushing back on this. Regular Americans agree with Angel. Please tell us how to improve the economy. Well, Donald Trump did that. You know what, man? This is going to be a really Bill Maher heavy episode because he's talked about this so much. He recently did an interview with Megyn Kelly where he said people hate political correctness so much they will take it from the mouth of a werewolf if they push back against it. And then Megyn responded, that's what they like in Trump. He's a fighter, and that's the package he comes in. Man, I feel bad for Angel. He said, I had to do a diversity inclusion training, and I'm like, what are you going to tell me, you white liberals, that I don't already know? Isn't it funny that it's always the white progressives who seem to be the wokest? Alicia said, the chair of the Stonewall Caucus, which is like the LGBTQ caucus in the state, which has very little credibility. Their membership is like 20 or 30 people. They endorsed Booker because Booker's team was like, come here with open arms because they need anything at this point. The main point is endorsed Booker because we weren't gonna effing lay out a red carpet for them. They're a liability, not an asset in the long term. This is the problem I've had with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders in 2016 went on the debate stage and he said, white people don't know what it's like to be poor. PolitiFact covers this. This is legit. He said this. I don't know why he said it, but boy, was that a complete 180 from everything he appeared to be fighting for in the past. That made me distrust him. He got woke. At an event, Black Lives Matter activists took the mic from him and he backed off. He has continually gotten woke and even gotten woke on immigration. He's changed his policies. And as the saying goes, get woke, go broke. Maybe it's because he needs to court the activist base they're all doing, but trying to go after woke Twitter is the biggest mistake you can make. They are a tiny, tiny fraction. And let me warn all of you, not only do progressive activists make up less than 8% of the U.S. population, according to More in Commons data. It's YouGov data. This is polling, okay? I don't know how to explain it to you other than that. Twitter. 2.2% of Americans are active Twitter users. Of that, around half are woke. I think it's fair to say less than that. Of the active Twitter users, even less are woke. So we're dealing with a fraction of a fraction of a fraction that is dictating the narrative. You know why? Here's the sad reality. Media companies need reach. They want reach. They go after people with large followings who have a better chance of sharing a story. News companies in the digital age don't care about facts. They care about clicks and shares to make money. Who's going to get clicks and shares? Someone with a large following on social media. They get prioritized over real journalists who don't want the attention and don't want to be in the media. Twitter then becomes dominated with well-funded activists who work in media with large followings, and they overrepresent wokeness. The politicians then chasing the news stories from these woke activists start pandering to things no one cares about. I'm sorry, Angel. I'm sorry I have to deal with this. My only advice to you right now is to quit the Warren campaign and go somewhere else and speak your truth exactly as you're saying it, because you are right. I feel bad, man. I kind of feel bad that this person's getting all of this exposure and pressure. Often you see bad people exposed by Veritas. Now, I'm not criticizing Veritas for this. I think they did a good job. I just think Angel should embrace the talking point, recognize that he does represent what Americans are truly interested in, making their lives better for everybody, the LGBTQ community or otherwise. But the problem is that you're hyper-focused on a tiny community of woke activists on Twitter instead of the general population. I wish the best for Angel. Look, I got to say another caveat. I don't know exactly what their politics are. I mean, they work for the Warren campaign. But I think Warren deserves praise in some areas. I mean, back when she started spiking in the polls, she was talking about going after big tech, and I was all down for that. Now, I got to be honest. She's a liar. You know, she's lied about so many things. I would never vote for her. You know what I mean? I probably fall in that Yang or bust bracket. I'm a big fan of Yang. I definitely disagree with UBI, but I think Yang is the best we have so far, and I think he's an all-around good dude who's made good points. There's some things I'd criticize him for 100%. I don't think he's going to win, but he's the only one I believe who has earned my trust and respect. Save Tulsi Gabbard. I know. But I think at this point, I don't think Yang or Tulsi are going anywhere. So I'm just like that. And of course, the DNC is cheating. You get it. I'd love to see Angel succeed from this, to be actually given a chance to come out and say, you know what? Yes, I said it. I hope it doesn't reflect poorly on him, because while it is an undercover expose, and I think Veritas is doing the right thing, showing there is dissent in the ranks, I hope that somebody who's actually speaking truth and calling out the insanity and actually fighting for what American people actually care about, how to create a job, I hope they get rewarded, not punished. You know, when we see people talking about gulags and stuff, yeah, those people should be heavily criticized. And just criticized. I don't like a lot of the brigading that goes on the internet. There is harassment and stalking. It's not always, you know, a lot of these people try to claim that criticism is harassment. It's not true. But at least, as far as I can tell from so far, I feel bad for this person. But I think it's important that Veritas does what they does. Otherwise, you just don't know. And it's really important we learn that within the ranks of one of the progressive far left Democrats who's actually leading the pack, there are staffers saying no to the insanity. It's not just like a steamroller of far left, you know, storming through. There are people actually pushing back. They say this. An Elizabeth Warren presidential campaign field organizer, Angel Alicia, was secretly recorded admitting to his frustration of extreme political correctness taking place within the Warren campaign. Alicia works out of the Warren campaign Iowa office, says that although he cares about transgender people, Democrats are losing elections for prioritizing gender pronouns over economic issues. Thank you. We all, listen, I think it's fair to say everybody Yeah, like the overwhelming majority. Okay, obviously not literally everybody, but 99% of people want everyone to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. That's what America is all about. We may disagree on cultural issues, institutional issues, but most people want to respect others' individual liberty. Not everybody. Look, fascists and tankies exist. We get it. Authoritarian leftists and the right, they're all around. But most people, most good Americans, most voters are probably like, hey, man, you do you. Even conservatives. We disagree on laws and we argue over things that we should and shouldn't allow. I understand that. But most of us want to focus on how to make our lives better. When you hyper-focus on the boutique issues, as Rick Wilson said on Bill Maher, boutique issues in a Walmart country, you lose. Angel Alicia believes that Elizabeth Warren and the Democratic Party are misguided when it comes to the American people's priorities. He also thinks that his fellow Warren campaign staffers are part of the problem. Please, Angel, please make a video, come out, speak openly about this. I seriously mean it. Please talk about this. Call out these people who are pushing this fringe ideology that Americans don't want. It's hurting the Democrats. The sooner we can expose the insanity due to the media machine, the better off all of us will be. Angel said, at the end of the day, if we're going to prioritize pronouns over making sure people have a decent standard of living, that's wrong. The journalist responded, you're right. Angel said, and when you come from where I come from, no one gives an F about a GD pronoun. People want to know how to create a job. So it's possible this person believes, crazy things too. I don't know, Angel. And I think it's fair to point out, as I typically do, a lot of people try to go after Veritas saying it's out of context, but that's not necessarily the case or the issue. Some of these people on camera bragging about, in the Bernie exposés, like, dude, they're saying this stuff. We know they're saying this stuff. They try to downplay it, but no one's condemned the rhetoric. They've just ignored it and hushed it up. So I think it's fair to say these small snippets don't provide us with a perfect picture of who these individuals are, but it does show us a little bit about what they're thinking at the time, and based in certain contexts, I think it is relevant. So he says, the thing is, and I'm here for the pronoun things, but I just feel like I shouldn't have to say he, him, his, like, shouldn't it just be implied? If I tell you otherwise, like I've been called out for saying something like that, but this is why we lose elections, because we're zeroing on S like that. Don't call her she in front of her, she'll be very upset. He said, use they, them pronouns, but it's like I'm still trying to get up to speed on that. But at the end of the day, we've become the party that has prioritized that rather than putting food on the table for working families. And it's like, that's why we lose. We're zeroing in on something, and I'm not saying it doesn't matter. We should make people feel comfortable and accepted. He says, when you put that, when you put that over making sure people have decent jobs and healthcare, like it's an effing no-brainer why we're going to GD lose an election. Yep. So he ended up saying he threw him into his Twitter bio. So here's what I want to do. I want to show you this. Bill Maher, recently on his show, just this past Friday, said we got to stay away from the crazy stuff. And I want to make sure it's very, very clear. I don't think that what Bill is saying or what Angel is saying or what's being exposed here is anything disparaging about the trans community. In fact, it's just the opposite. It's actually, well, not the most, the most perfect advocacy for. I think they're bringing up important issues of, look, we want to be there for trans people, protect them, make sure they have full legal rights and are recognized and all of that stuff. But the Democrats are focusing on issues that don't affect 99.9% of Americans. It affects a small portion of the population and those and their friends and family. So maybe 99.9 is a bit too much, but it's not so much about anything having to do with the trans community. It's about the exploitation of the community by people who have nothing to do with it, who want to use those issues to gain leverage among the activist base. They don't actually care. It just comes off like exploitation. Bill Maher said, he said, now Obama said people just don't want the crazy stuff. Is this not crazy stuff? Is she running for president of Berkeley? And that was the point. I'm not going to read through everything of Bill Maher's speech, but he was heavily critical of Warren. And there is a fear. These politicians are scared that if they say the wrong thing, it's going to come back and bite them. Now, here's what I want to show you that I find particularly interesting. This is the Real Clear Politics aggregate polling from throughout the going back to what's the first date? We have August 4th. Elizabeth Warren very briefly, it appears, hit number one by 0.2%. She beat Joe Biden. Amazing. And that was October 8th. Something happened and her polls started falling. They started falling a lot. They fell down fast underneath Bernie. And now she's in third place in aggregate polling. In October, we saw this story. Not just it was from Bill Maher once again, surprisingly. Now, I do have to make sure I point out Bill Maher kind of went nuts, said he was going to try not to cry. Like, dude, it's not perfect. But I can appreciate someone on the left actually calling this stuff out and trying to bring sanity back. Barbara K. Dems need to go beyond Twitter if they don't want 4 more years of crazy. 97% of tweets mentioning national politics came from only 10% of its users, according to a new U.S. study. And that's important because only around, I think, 22% of the country actually uses Twitter. And 10% of that, 2.2%, are active Twitter users. And around half of that are ideologically left. And a smaller portion are the woke left. And it's what's dominating the conversation. But the story starts with Bill Maher. Bill Maher was at the top of his game the other night, delivering a trenchant riff premised on advice to candidates for the Democratic nomination. This should be easy, he said. Just be less crazy than Donald Trump. The waves of laughter. Maher mocked the prominence of marginal issues in candidate platforms, such as giving prisoners the right to vote Bernie Sanders, and not to be outdone, the offer of free gender confirmation operations to the minuscule number of transgender individuals in the prison system, Elizabeth Warren. He also warned manic maximalist Beto O'Rourke that a vow to withdraw tax-exempt status from churches resistant to recognize gay marriage isn't a winning strategy in attracting the black vote. Whether or not you agree or disagree, this conversation came from famous comedian Bill Maher. These are things being said on HBO. I'm convinced YouTube might get mad at me for even talking about it, so I don't know what to tell you, but it needs to be talked about. Because Warren has been tanking right around the time this story came out. Right around the time she started talking about these issues, her polls slowly started to drop. It may be that in her panic and desperation as her polls dropped, she turned to wokeness. It made things worse. I don't know. It didn't help. It could also be that she embraced wokeness to try and boost herself beyond Biden, and it backfired. I believe the latter. I think it's probably the case that Warren was rising in the ranks. She was talking about going after Facebook. Hey, people were into that. And then what ended up happening was she went woke. She got broke. And her own staff think so. And that's why I feel that way. Look, I got to say, man, as critical as I've been, when Warren came out about the Facebook stuff and the Google stuff, I was actually praising her. Now, don't get me wrong. I criticize her heavily for her lies, but I think going after big tech monopolies was a pretty popular position. So what happened to make people start souring on her? At least in part, I'd be willing to bet it's that she got woke and then she went broke. That's why we're hearing it from her own staff. And that's why we saw from the New York Times. Now, I get it. The New York Times often likes to go after the left, and they're the centrist types. But the New York Times even hired some woke individuals. They've pushed the woke narrative. But in this op-ed from Jamel Bouie, why the wokest candidates are the weakest. If the fantasy that Democrats are all zealots were reality, the primary campaign would have turned out quite differently. In reality, Elizabeth Warren is failing. You see, Kirsten Gillibrand didn't make it. Check this out. They say this is an old story from back when Gillibrand was relevant in July. A white woman from Ohio asked Gillibrand about white privilege. Her answer was spot on. And as the New York Times said, the primary would be very different if wokeness really did matter to the average Democrat. The average Democrat voter does not care about the issues that affect small fractions of people. They want the candidate to be a big tent for issues that affect everybody. So by all means, put in your platform how you're going to protect the trans community. I completely agree with that. I think it's fantastic. Absolutely. But you need to make sure that when you're trying to tell people what you're going to bring them, it is something everyone can relate to. Otherwise, they wander around. And now we have a Democratic Party that is fractured as every different direction. I don't even know what half the candidates are actually campaigning on. What is Joe Biden's message? Seriously, do you know Joe Biden's campaign slogan? I don't know it. Does he have one? Is it Joe Biden, let's just stay the same? Let's go back to the way it used to be before Trump made the country great again? I don't know what his slogan is. What about Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders is us, not me, right? Is that Bernie? So look, I absolutely know what Bernie is campaigning on, 100%. And for the most part, it isn't wokeness, but he's certainly entertaining the overly woke. For him, I think the important thing is that Bernie hasn't really been playing that game like Warren has, which is why he surpassed her. Let's go back to the aggregate polling. I'll say this. While Bernie does surround himself with Ocasio-Cortez, who is very woke, we can see that Bernie has started to go up and up and up while Warren's gone down, and Bernie's kept it to populist left-wing issues like Medicare for all and the environment. And while, again, I know Bernie is woke, it's not something you hear often of him going out and saying these things that Warren says about having a child determine who a cabinet member would be. Forget, like Bill Maher said, the trans issue was not relevant. Warren said she wanted a child to vet her cabinet members. It just literally does not make any sense. So I'll throw it back to that staffer, Elizabeth Warren. Man, I hope you issue a statement. I hope you don't just shut things down or quit. I think what you said was popular and populist, and people need to hear it. They really, really do. They need to know that you as an individual are still standing up for what the average American is looking for. Back in April, almost a full year ago, Bill Maher warned Democrats against making immigration issue a woke contest in 2020. Well, I know the immigration issue is mostly, Trump won on that front. But beyond that, Bill Maher at least has made that point. Yep. Democrats have started a woke contest, and it turned out miserably for everybody. Like the New York Times said, if the party, like the actual individuals who vote, were this woke, things would have been very different. So why won't Elizabeth Warren get the message? I don't understand. You've seen Kirsten Gillibrand, who was the wokest of them all, kind of fizzle out. You'd think they would have learned their lesson that issues like healthcare and immigration, these are things people care about. But the smaller issues, the fringe issues, the woke Twitter issues, people aren't concerned about. You'd think they'd do better. They're not. I think Biden is only polling as well as he is because it's Obama. It's like, okay, we'll go back to how Obama was, I guess. There's trust that at least it'll be, not bad, I guess. But he's not really campaigning on anything. I don't even know what Joe Biden's asking for, or all I know is he insults people all the time and literally has told people not to vote for him. I gotta be honest. I said it before. I don't think Joe Biden's actually running. I really don't. He's not raising money. His staff is all over the place. He insults people. He tells, hey, you should go vote for Bernie. You should go vote for Trump. Okay, dude, then why are you here? Because he has a default vote from people who are like, I don't know, Biden, I guess. Well, there's actually a joke about that. A bumper sticker says Bernie 2020. Okay, I guess maybe Biden. Like that's the joke or something. I don't know what I saw. Or I think it was they did the same thing with Hillary. Like, okay, maybe, I guess. Anyway, you get the point. I think one of the biggest things that hurts the Democratic candidates, like this angel exposed by Veritas is saying, it's spot on. I think that's why Warren took a hit. I think it's why Gillibrand fizzled out. And I think the Democrats who want to win need to avoid talking about the stuff because you do not want Bill Maher coming after you. Look, Bill Maher doesn't represent all of the left. He's not perfect. He says a bunch of really dumb things, in my opinion. But I really respect that at least the left has him. Unfortunately, the progressives really don't like him. They call him all the worst names in the book. And unfortunately, I think at this point, Bill Maher is more of a classical liberal in line with the intellectual dark web than anything else. And the only thing keeping him where he is, maintaining his audience, is that he's got Trump derangement syndrome. But look, somehow Bill Maher became a big piece of this segment, I guess, because he's repeatedly ragged on Warren and the wokeness in the Democratic Party. And the reality is, whether you like the guy or not, he's right. He is. So I'll wrap it up here. Much respect to Angel for calling this stuff out. I wish you would speak publicly. I know not everybody could, but at least you're saying something to some people. At least, even if it's just someone who's talking to you about the campaign, you're willing to speak up. It could be that he doesn't have the platform required to actually stand up to this stuff, but you can see that Angel was absolutely willing to call it out. Much respect. I'll leave it there.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
We're joined now by Donald Trump Jr. Thanks so much for coming on. So what do you think the lesson of impeachment is, other than obviously we owe Ukraine everything we have, but beyond that, what's your takeaway from all this?
Well, listen, I think the obvious lesson is that the do-nothing Democrats are going to just do that. Impeachment didn't even meet Nancy Pelosi's own criteria when she set this out a few months ago. And the real problem is the Democrats and Nancy are so blinded by hatred of Donald Trump, that they can't even function. They literally cannot do anything. As they are pushing the Russia hoax, Donald Trump is signing the USMCA and getting that done, fixing NAFTA. Okay, as they're signing the articles of impeachment, Tucker, he's signing a historic trade deal with China. He still goes on, but their hatred is making them make very bad decisions. The American people see it. They saw it up front and center last night at the State of the Union, where he highlighted some incredible American stories, whether it be soldiers, whether it be just great Americana. And you see them sitting there not clapping, miserable.
Well, that's for sure. But may I just back up for a second and ask you the obvious political question? Because this was a political process with political goals. They're not stupid. It was clear from day one that this was likely to be counterproductive. They wanted to hurt the president. They helped him. Why did they do this?
Because Nancy Pelosi has been pushed into a corner by the far left of her party, right? She's not the brilliant tactician that everyone says she is. She's been bullied by a progressive left that has absolutely lost their minds. But the American people have not lost their way, Tucker. They get it. They have seen through the nonsense. They see that the impeachment hoax, which they've been pushing for 3.5 years now, is just that. It's a hoax. OK, they couldn't do it with Russia collusion. This is just version 3.0 at this point. They've lost that battle. The American people want to see them getting in there, fixing maybe infrastructure. We have plenty of things that we could do. Infrastructure would be a great one for my father because he's actually a builder, not a politician. He would do incredible things for America with that. But they could tackle drug pricing. They could tackle any number of things. But your viewers cannot name one thing that they've even attempted to tackle other than to resist Donald Trump and his record of success.
And it's not even it's not even sort of interesting mission for a political party. I want to ask you about the vote today. So let's say you devoted your life as a businessman to buying companies and then firing a lot of people and offshoring a lot of the company, and you got rich doing that. Whatever, a lot of people do that. Private equity, fine. But would you be in a position to then deliver overwrought moral lectures to others?
Well, no. And the gentleman, the senator who did that, it's sort of ironic when you look at even his political career. He's flip-flopped for political expediency on every major conservative issue that he says he believes in now that he's in Utah again. Just go look at the record, guys. It speaks for himself, whether it's his track record on life. The reality is this. He has come to Donald Trump for his endorsement, for money when he was running. He blew his chance bigly. And he's so bitter about it that he cannot let it go, Tucker. He cannot do the right thing. He cannot do what the people of his state want. He is purely, like Nancy Pelosi, just blinded by hatred, because when he had his shot, he couldn't do it. And he's more concerned about attempting to be loved by those who hate his guts, by the media, by the left, who destroyed his political career, who destroyed his presidential run, than he is about doing what his constituency actually wants. And it's become now so transparent that you can't even hide from it. He's not brave. He's a coward.
I just think it's funny that people who are so angry feel the need, rather than just be angry, I don't like you, I'm doing this, feel the need to give you a lecture about how good they are as people.
Wonderful guy. Just look at the record. Speaks for itself.
Don, thanks so much for joining us.
Great to be with you.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
Okay, so there's a shortfall of truth in the media, and there's a ton of information out there that the mainstream media will not get near. 9/11, banker occupation, the Clintons, safe and natural health information. The list just goes on and on. Enter the World Broadcasting Network. We aim to challenge censorship that tech overlords deal out daily with shows like Sunday Long Live Radio, Americanuck Radio, and the Robert Scott Bell Show. We are fighting back for you. Why? Because this is going to take all the truth tellers to push back. And WBN 324 aims to be right in the middle of the action. So just type in your browser WBN 324 and join the fight for truth.
WBN 324 Talk Radio.
Dr. Kevin Wacasey, thank you so much for taking the time today. What brings us together, other than rank friendship, is the news, of course, that Rush Limbaugh has released that he has been diagnosed with, I guess it's a bit of a vague term, advanced lung cancer. And, you know, whenever something medical comes up, you're on my speed dial. So when you heard about it, which I think was through me, what were your first thoughts and where did you rush to get additional info?
Well, I checked out his I watched his admission on air. He had a video recording on his website of him discussing his diagnosis, and he's not giving a lot of details. So we're really shooting in the dark here, as we seem to always do when it comes to celebrities and famous folks having these bad diagnoses. So I'm not really sure what kind of cancer he has, and we'll discuss those as we go through. But it seems to me that it's pretty bad, to be honest. I hate to say that, but because I've been a Rush fan for a long time. But I will tell you that I went back and looked at some video of him just from a few months ago, and it's really apparent to me that he's lost a lot of weight. Now, whether that was intentional or not, who knows? He's always been a bit of a portly fellow, so, this is the slimmest I've ever seen him. And in making his announcement yesterday, if you look at him, his shirt just seems to be hanging off of him. In fact, he grew a beard, which I've never seen him grow as well. And I'm not sure if he's trying to hide some facial gauntness or not. I'm taking a total shot in the dark on that. I could be wrong. I hope I am. But it looks to me like he's lost a significant amount of weight. And with the news that it is an advanced lung cancer, to me, that means that it's pretty devastating news.
So the prognosis, of course, for lung cancer as a whole, as far as I understand it, and listen, just to note, this is just us speculating. There's no medical advice, no facts here. We don't have any inside scoop on anything. We're just jawboning about possibilities. But diagnosis for lung cancer as a whole, it's never particularly good. There's not a lot of recovery, and particularly, of course, if you're older and the damage has been done by many years, perhaps of bad living or just bad luck. So what is the general diagnosis, and what might be going on with Rush?
Well, do you mean prognosis? The general prognosis, or how things are going to turn out, is it's universally bad. Over 70% of people in the United States die from lung cancer within a year of diagnosis. The survival rate is very, very abysmal. And mostly that's due to a number of factors, but mostly that's due to the late stage at which the lung cancer is caught, in which case it seems to be that way with Rush. I mean, he caught it after having respiratory symptoms. And anytime you develop pulmonary symptoms, respiratory symptoms, he said in his statement that he thought he had the onset of asthma. And at 67 years old, it's possible for people to develop asthma, but it's very unlikely. But the fact that he went from, I suppose, breathing normally to having some significant respiratory difficulty, that means that the tumor has pretty much invaded his airway space, and it's causing him difficulty in the just breathing. We breathe thousands of times a day. Try not breathing for a few minutes and see how you like it.
Well, I suppose, yeah. I mean, if it's already at the point where he's noticing it, then it's taken over significant portions of his lungs. And then, of course, you could say, well, just hack out the lung and so on. But the big danger, of course, is that it's traveled elsewhere. The body is not a sealed off system. Everything goes everywhere. And the diagnosis, when you first get any kind of cancer diagnosis, the first thing they look for is, has it gone Roma? Has it traveled?
Right. It's called metastasis. And that's how we stage cancers. We stage various cancers. Like in the case of an early tumor, you can have a stage 1 where it has not spread, or stage 0, in fact, where it hasn't spread. You can have stage 1, 2, 3, or 4. And again, I don't know where Rush's tumor is on that spectrum. I would suspect that if he said it's advanced and he's having respiratory symptoms, I would suspect that it has spread. We can't really say that it spread throughout his lungs. It could just be invading a major bronchus, one of the two main tubes that feeds a lung. If it is a tumor that's localized to, let's say, the right or the left bronchus, which is the main, think about the thickness or the diameter of a water hose. The bronchus isn't that big around, but it's pretty big around. It's where the trachea, the main windpipe, splits into two bronchi they're called, but we call them bronchus. There's a right and a left one. If he had a tumor that had grown next to one of those and was impinging upon the bronchus, then it certainly could cause him respiratory symptoms and still be pretty localized. So it might be pretty treatable. I will say this, he kind of gave a mixed bag as to what's going on, because he said he hopes to be back in the studio this week after some treatment. Now, lung cancer treatment can be pretty brutal, and there's surgical options which are largely reserved for a certain type of cancer called non-small cell carcinoma. And then there are non-surgical options, chemotherapy and radiation therapy, that are also used in non-small cell carcinoma, but those are reserved for a smaller cell carcinoma, or called oat cell carcinoma is how it used to be termed. And these are pretty aggressive tumors, but they only occur in about 15% of lung cancers, from what I understand. So these small cell carcinomas, the small or oat cell carcinomas, that may be what he's facing. I mean, if it's an aggressive tumor and it has taken off, I mean, I just don't know how long he's had this. He said that he had symptoms last month, just a few weeks ago. Went and got it checked out and basically found this tumor that's already causing him symptoms. So the fact that it's advanced means that it's either been there for a long time and it's slow growing, or that it could have just been there a very short time and it's very aggressive, very fast growing. Let me give you a personal story about this. Back in 2004, I was working in the emergency department at a pretty big hospital, and a woman came in with a headache. Now, I did a CT scan on her because it sounded very suspicious, and her brain, Steph, I mean, it was awful. Her brain looked like Swiss cheese. She had tumors, those oval-shaped tumors of all different sizes scattered throughout her brain. It was really sad. But she had been to that emergency department, the same emergency department, less than a month before. In fact, 27 days prior to that, she had come in with a similar headache, had a CAT scan then, and guess what? It was completely normal. So within a 4-week period, this woman went from, what was probably early cancer causing her symptoms, but no signs on a CT scan, to completely pockmarked and just Swiss cheese looking brain. She died less than a week later after that. She was in the hospital. We hospitalized her after seeing her that second time. But cancers come in all different forms, as you well know. And they come in all different types of aggressive behavior. So there are slow-growing cancers. There are fast-growing cancers. We don't know what kind Rush has.
Now, with regards to how famous he is, how much money he generates, how popular he is, it always strikes me as a little odd. I mean, I'll go for my annual checkups, and I'm very proactive when it comes to these kinds of things.
You should be.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem odd that... I mean, would he, again, it could be something that started quite rapidly, but there are ways of, especially he's a cigar smoker, or at least he was. I don't know if he was ever a cigarette smoker, but you can, of course, get these proactive scans done that hopefully can find something early.
Yeah, there's controversy about that because, the CT scans that are used nowadays to screen for lung cancer, they do administer radiation, but the scanners that we have nowadays, the technology is so great on them that the radiation dose is minimal. For my own personal patients, I absolutely recommend, if they are smokers or ex-smokers with a significant history, I absolutely recommend that they get yearly or annual lung cancer screenings via CT scan. There's no better test to determine this. There's some blood tests that look at cancer markers, but those aren't really used to detect cancer as much as to follow its progress. And those are not very applicable in as far as lung cancer goes. Lung cancer is the number one cause of death, cancer-wise, amongst men and women. When you combine men and women, it attacks a couple 100,000 Americans a year. It kills almost 2 million people around the world every year. Obviously, in the developing countries, it's a much worse prognosis because of the detection and the treatment that they have. But nowadays in the U.S., we have pretty good detection measures. It's just that, once again, as we discussed with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, we discussed at some point somebody who failed. Yeah, I think it was Bernie Sanders. We were discussing Bernie Sanders, who has access to the best health care on the planet. Now, just to be clear for your audience, I'm not a Bernie Sanders fan. I am a Rush Limbaugh fan, but I'm not a Bernie Sanders fan. But the fact that he didn't get screened for heart disease and had a heart attack out there on the campaign trail was really a misstep. I mean, this guy should have been getting screened every year. His physician should be saying, okay, Mr. Sanders, or Senator Sanders, we've got to get you screened. And the same thing with Rush. I'd be very surprised if he had not gotten these screenings annually, because they can and they do detect lung tumors before they become problematic. The problem with these screenings is you can find false positives on them. And if I may share another story about a patient of mine. This just happened recently. In November, he contacted me. Him and his wife, he's a 62-year-old non-smoker. In fact, I've been meaning to do a video about this. Never smoked in his life, but he's at the State Fair of Texas, and he and his wife are out there, and they ran across this booth, and he called me, and he said, hey, listen, we're seeing this deal out here. It's a full body. Actually, it's a torso. It's a chest and abdomen CT screening. It's $99 for the both of us to do it. Do you recommend it? And I asked them some questions. I said, look, ask them what type of CT scanner this is. If it's some fly-by-night operation that's bought a 30-year-old CT scanner and is running, 3 Mile Island levels of radiation through you, I wouldn't do that. But if it's a relatively new scanner, if it's a 64 slice or what's called a 128 slice scanner, think about megabytes, how everything doubles. The more slices you have in a CT scanner, the less radiation you get, the faster the study goes, and the more detailed the pictures are. So he said, okay, hold on, let me ask him. He's a very Texas accent. He said, okay, let me ask him. And he hops off the phone for a second, comes back, and he says, it's 128 slice. I said, well, hey, listen, for $99, that sounds like a great deal. I would recommend. But if you're interested. Okay, so they went and got the scan. Guess what? This guy, never smoker, showed up with a 3-centimeter lesion. That's pretty big. That's about that big. It's about 2 inches wide, a 3-centimeter lesion in his left lung. He wasn't having any symptoms. He wasn't having any weight loss, any shortness of breath.
Lesion, I just think of it like a blister or a wound. But what do you mean by that?
A mass. Okay, like something that should not be there was there. Now, here's the problem that we run into when it comes to this kind of screening process. You can get false positives, and I hopefully didn't just give away what's the end of the story here. But the bottom line is it freaked him out. Needless to say, this is before Thanksgiving. Freaked me out a little bit, too. I said, well, look, you got to go see a lung specialist. We got to get you worked up. As we say in the medical field, we have to do some more testing and find out what in the heck's going on. So just as they probably did with Rush Limbaugh, they took my patient. He saw a pulmonologist after this initial scanning and found this mass. And the pulmonologist did what's called a bronchoscopy on him.